It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. Fast. Fast.
Hello, I'm Emil Sandgren, aka Emil.
And I'm Jeanette Sandgren, mother of Emil and Erik.
Yeah, I'm Erik Sandgren, aka Doombros. I think we started playing Warcraft 3 back when we were 12, and I think your significant other at that time created an account for us and called us the Doom Brothers, right? Because we only had one PC.
We couldn't afford 2 PCs, I think.
No, you never had the latest things or expensive things. You shared everything.
Who's the most competitive? I think you are.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Yeah.
I'm a more angry one of the two of us. He's more cool, calm, and collected. I'm more, I can scream more, or I don't know.
I'm more just do your best, and whatever is the result is the result, I'm just happy I'm doing my best, and I don't really care about anything. But
you care about winning?
Of course.
Yeah.
But still.
Against me, especially.
Yeah, maybe it's because against you.
Yeah.
But I think he's a more competitive guy for sure.
Skill-wise, I'm way better.
No.
Yes. Yes, for sure.
Okay, but I'm smarter.
No.
I have a question.
Yeah?
So, do you feel you understand this game a bit more? Or are you mostly looking at the numbers, to see who wins?
No, for every time I've been watching at home. Like in the beginning, look at the points and how many is left.
Yeah.
That was all in the beginning.
Okay.
But now it's really exciting. I feel difficult because when I look, I don't know where my energy is going. When you see a match, you know what to
what do you want. Right?
Yeah. But this time it's like, in the beginning, I didn't understand how good they were. I was on to them when they were working like a normal job, and they were doing esports in the evening, coming to work with crossed eyes, so tired. And I was on, come on, you need a real job. Listen, what are you doing, playing? You have to choose, because I didn't know that they were so good. I feel bad about that. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's understandable. I would do the same.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the game?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
He's not.
You should be.
He won. He should be happy, but
I'm happy in the moment, I would say. Obviously, I don't think we played as good as we should, so there's some stuff to fix. As a coach, I will never truly be happy and satisfied. I'll be happy when we win champions. Until then, I'm gonna be like,
how hard is it to be happy? Maybe if you were more happy, you would perform better. Who knows,
I'm really proud because this is making totally of your own by yourself. So I'm really proud.
Hello everybody and welcome back to VCT EMEA, coming to you live from Messe Berlin. I am your host Youngsu and I'm joined by Cougar and Lothar. I've missed you guys, and how wholesome was that video as well?
I love it. Every single time that we have some tween action, I actually asked them, who was your mom's favorite, because we didn't get to ask on that video, and it was actually Eric. So it makes sense. It makes sense that Emil is the most competitive.
You're
He's
evil.
fighting
You're
for his mother's
evil
love.
for asking that. You're evil.
I had to know.
I didn't wonder if they asked that question, because they would definitely not air it.
I was gonna say, yeah. My mom's actually coming as well. I don't know if you guys knew this. She's gonna be here tomorrow, yeah.
Are we getting an interview?
Your mom was here already for when we had the
Yeah, when
spelling
we had
bee.
the spelling bee, yeah. But she won't be coming back. She didn't really like you.
Oh, it's okay,
For
Lothar.
two, I guess.
You're my favorite, Lothar. You're my favorite. I'll give you that validation now. Let's quickly just talk about what happened last week as well. Obviously, we saw the Na'Vi versus Liquid. Guys, we're into the assistant coach meta. How are we feeling about this?
Crazy. I think that especially that last map when the Heretics subbed in Weber, everybody was like, what's going on? Maybe there's not much that they can do this late into the competition. And then they 2-0 Giants. Things that happen, I guess.
It wasn't even a 2-0. What I think was the best about that is that they actually looked. Yeah, no, not even
No,
the
yeah, they
Euro.
looked
That's
better.
gonna be tomorrow, okay? But for me, that team just looked like they actually understood how to play as a team finally. They look like they are moving in unison. They have a plan and they're following the plan. So I think we are in the assistant coach meta.
I will say also, I need some people to put some respect on Weber's name, because Weber in the UK, all right, we know he's good. We knew this was going to happen. None of us saw that it was weird that he was coming in. But more importantly, we saw Bind finally. Bind is back in the map. Paul, you two are long-time enjoyers of this map. I gotta say though, if you look at the picks and bans phase, Cougar, are you surprised that none of the teams first banned it?
I think that it makes sense to an extent, just because we're very deep into the competition and we have teams that they have their permaban, and knowing that you have to work and prepare week to week for your opponent, maybe leaving that open as a guess, maybe you have the same level of preparation. It's not a biggest surprise that none of them banned it on that first phase. On the other side, you see Vitality picking it, and same goes for Liquid against Fnatic and Na'Vi. And I think it makes a lot of sense. Vitality, as I said, Na'Vi is very strong. Sorry, Fnatic is very strong in most, for not say all of the maps. So you try and go for the one that they have less time to be prepared in, and maybe you bring in the surprise. Same goes for Liquid. They were playing with the Subbin, so
Why not?
why not?
It's like when I hear Cougar say, well, maybe they're less prepared on Bind, when it comes to Fnatic, and I'm like, I don't know if you can say that about any map that Fnatic plays, because they played so many maps on Bind before, and it's not like the game just suddenly super changed on Bind. It's still the same map, there's some small
You
changes.
forget things,
Yeah.
I'm glad you both brought up Fnatic, because Cougar,
Yes.
I feel like we do have to look at some of the Fnatic Bind gameplay if we want to take a look at some of the things that happened last week.
Yes, I loved it, because as you say, of course, they know this map to a T, and I wanted to showcase a couple of clips, one that shows up like the old Fnatic, something that we can expect from them, and I wanted to take a look at this execute, because everything that happens here cannot be micromanaged. Everybody is in sync, and they know exactly what they have to do. They have taken control over Hookah, and they've lost a player, they've lost Durka to that, but the response and everything that comes after, all the mollies that are going to be used, the flashes, everything falls up in perfect sync. If we play the clip, you're going to see it right away. It's going to be the snake bites coming in, followed with a Brim ult. If you touch that spot, you're dead. But if you want to go back in, the Brim molly is going to prevent that from happening. Just a flash, a cage onto elbow, and the side is secured for Fnatic. The spike is going to go down, and Chronicle is even going to use his ultimate. So very beautiful stuff.
What's very important is that in that execute, even though they don't have any mobility, that mobility is compensated with the zoning utility that you see on the map. And as you explained, the molly is like the one that lands on top of tube, and on the backside ensures that the player that is standing on side has to reposition constantly.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I also brought another one that shows up a little bit of a Viper wall that we've seen on TikTok. We wanted to see in officials as well, and how Fnatic is going to make use of this. So if you take a look at the left of of your screen. You see the Vitality is on a lower Vi, has managed to save up a couple of guns, but look at the position the two players of Fnatic have already on the left side. They're ready to execute and to go onto them the moment that they hear sound cue. And you already see the Sage Low on the floor. So when we play the clip, you're going to see that everything comes orchestrated. They're completely sandwiched into that position. The nade, the push. Even though Alpha goes down, the damage is already done. It doesn't matter that it's an eco round because it grants you control over the spike. Look at it, it's completely covered. How do you retrieve that?
Yes, vintage Fnatic showers TP Lothar. I'm glad to see you still doing that.
That's the TP crunch, but of a new iteration because of the TP relocation.
Yeah, well, let's talk about some of the things that you want to see because, I mean, it was good. We saw some good stuff, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows.
Well, we're going to talk about actually still the first, we're going to start with something good.
Okay.
And then we're going to explain something bad from the same map. So here we are with Fnatic going onto A side, and you can see that the change in this area, the boxes are completely different than the previous iteration of Bind. And that is one of the areas that I do think many teams will struggle with. And I think there will be a small resurgence in Sage pickup on this map because planting on this map on A side is so tough without the Sage, and that's one of the reasons why. So you can see the smokes from Fnatic are pretty deep. Those are the smokes here that allow you to plant in this area if those smokes are pretty deeper into the side because no one is exposed. And now I'm gonna swap to BBL when they do the same smokes. Well, let's say smokes, but
same idea.
Definitely not the same. And
Same
the
idea.
reason for that is because they are pushed more into the side from the attacker's perspective. So when you're gonna try to plant in the area over here, you're in a danger zone. So essentially someone who is standing inside of this smoke, let's assume that's a person, and this is a person as well, and there's a Vandal over here, and they're gonna be in that smoke, or if a Phantom even better, they can just pepper, they can just pepper the person and literally just spray them through the smoke when they are planting. They can also just swing through those smokes because those smokes give them so much space. The small things like this, the position of the smokes, will allow teams to be more efficient. But the second thing that I wanted to explain is something even more important because this is, pay attention here on the Viper wall from Fnatic. It goes like this, right here. Right? We're gonna swap now to a mini-map from a different game. We're gonna see Vitality, they're gonna put their own wall on to short. And as I can see, it has an ability to push through short towards lamp without being spotted from this side. And now when you compare it to the Fnatic Viper wall on short from the same match, you can see that it's almost the same, but not exactly. So what are the differences here? First difference, it's the same thing. You can push for short towards lamp without being spotted from side. But there's a small gap here that allows a player to pop in at any moment to create another pressure point. And that makes the defenders on side uncertain at every single point of the game, that there's always a possibility of someone, even when the Viper wall is up, of someone attacking them when they're on site. And that is such an important and crucial difference. You can also see the difference from the Viper wall. It starts in spawn, so it doesn't affect the lamps, and that's on purpose. Everything that Fnatic do is on purpose here. And when you see, not this clip, when you see the difference from the Vitality Viper wall, is that it's already being counted by Fnatic because they already have a Cypher setup as well, because this camera looks over this Viper wall. So it's like Fnatic create a metagame, but already are ahead of the game because they pick the agent that is the best at countering that metagame, because everyone on Bind is using this Viper wall, but not efficiently. Do you remember the segment that I did on Fnatic, where the best team?
Fracture?
Yes, the fracture wall, and why
the fracture wall.
Some other teams did not understand why that wall was used.
Exactly. I feel like the teams are always trying to copy what the Fnatic teams are doing, but they're never doing it in detail. They never go to think about.
Well, now they have no excuses, Lothar, because now you've told them.
Yeah, and also we'll see if Fnatic adapt as we go as well, because I feel like Bind, Viper Wars, we're going to see a lot of cool stuff. Now, we have 11 matches left now, just 11 matches before we head to playoffs, but only 2 teams have been locked in, that is Fnatic and Na'Vi. So what about the rest of them? Well, I'm going to try and attempt to explain what your favorite team needs to do in order to qualify, but bear with me because we do have more than 4 million different scenarios left. First up though, let's talk about Koi. Ibai, if you are watching, I have some good news and also some bad news for you because despite being at the bottom of the table right now, Koi still have a chance to make playoffs. That's right, guys, you heard it from here, but they'll realistically have to take down both Fnatic and Heretics this week. A 1-1 will still give them a lifeline. It's not out completely for them. But if they lose both of their games, it is GG, boys. Kiss your Tokyo dreams goodbye because Koi will officially be out of playoffs contentions. Now, things are very, very simple if you are a FUT or Team Liquid fan. If they win their respective games this week, they'll qualify. Easy peasy. Honestly, it is just that easy. Now, the start of the season was pretty disastrous for BBL, but hey, if you are a B believer like me, then you should be pretty pleased with the position that they're in right now because beating Team Liquid this week will dramatically increase their chances of qualifying. In fact, if they win this week and they win next week, they won't even need to go through a tiebreaker to settle things. It is the same story for Vitality and Giants, actually. They're very much still in control of their own destiny, but the spicy thing is they've got to face each other today, which means whoever wins that game will most likely be the team that will eventually go through unless we end up having a crazy, complicated tiebreaker, but we'll get onto that a little bit later. And last but not least, Heretics and Cougar. This is where we enter a bit of a minefield. It gets a little bit difficult to explain to you guys, but all you need to know is it is still possible for both of them to get through, but they will have to win their remaining games. If you are supporting Heretics, you'll want Vitality to lose as well. But if you're on the KC train, you'll want Giants to lose their games. And on top of all of that, both Cougar and Heretics will also be praying for BBL's downfall. Like I said, there are more than 4 million scenarios still left, but let me show you one of my favorite possible endings to our league, a potential 5-way tiebreaker for a sixth place playoff spot, in fact, as you guys can see down here. BBL, Heretics, Giants, Koi, and KC, they could all potentially be entering into the last bit of the tournament on a tiebreaker. It is not super likely this happens, though. I do have to let you guys know. But I personally love this cursed timeline. In fact, I cannot wait to see if that does happen because Cougar and Lothar, I honestly think that would be the most exciting way we can have to head into playoffs.
Listen, people are going to go insane if that happens because the tiebreakers are going to be very complicated. Also for the likes of a team like Koi that has already lost against most of the teams in that lower part of the leaderboard. It's not going to be easy.
I just feel like that's kind of scenario with multiple tiebreakers that happens every single time in League of Legends, so it has to happen in Valorant as well because it's, you know, it's the same developer.
A 5-way is going to be kind of crazy. As you guys can see, this is the schedule. The Fnatic versus Koi game is the rescheduled game. This was meant to be played a few weeks ago, but we're going to get that for today, followed by, of course, the Vitality versus Giants, which is going to be crazy, crazy important, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later because first, we're going to kick things off with Fnatic and Koi. Now, Fnatic, they've qualified for playoffs already, but what I will say is, Cougar, last week I think was the first time that people genuinely felt like, wow, Fnatic, they could lose. They might actually be defeated before they head into playoffs. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, I think so. In some moments, I really felt like at least we were going to get that third map, that Vitality was really pushing Fnatic into a position that we haven't seen them yet. We've seen so many maps from them, we've been discussing. It's not that they have 2 strong maps. No, they seem pretty comfortable comfortable. But last week, maybe they got overconfident.
Yeah, and they made a couple of mistakes. We're going to take a look at this right now. Again, like you said, uncharacteristic.
Yeah, exactly. The first one is going to be the pistol round. We're talking about the comeback of Bind. They get to play the first round in the map, and they spend this first 40 seconds trying to, you know, default a little bit, try to see what Vitality is going to be doing. They use this wall, Vitality, and then Twistin goes back up and gets a crazy kill onto Durke. This derivates. Sorry?
That wasn't even a wall bang. He just hit it.
So this ends up in Fnatic having to adapt and to make a decision that was not the best, let's say, at the very last minute. They have to go, they take the TP and have to go onto A without any information, but they do have that Viper wall. They rely just on that, but even on that pistol round, just because they don't know what's going on that side, they cannot even get the spike down.
Yeah, in general, they feel like they are just disjointed. There was no like order of business, you know. It was like, it felt like Fnatic can bleed. You know, this is how they look if they maybe don't communicate. Maybe they...
Yeah, this is another one, and this is after they get the plant. You already see that it's a 4v5 situation, and Vitality just make use of that Viper, that Sage wall, and just alongside with the showstopper, the spike goes down.
Yeah, it's again, it's a little bit everything here, right? That you can see now on the Haven clip. It's all of that is happening when the Fnatic team is just not in sync. They were holding in post-plan the angles in a way that didn't benefit the team because multiple players were holding the same angle. They had no time, no reaction to the moment that someone flanks them. And when Alpha was dead because he was opping from long and he was the first casualty in that round, he essentially allowed the player to flank them. Then the flank player got 2 kills before Fnatic was able to react and reposition the post-plant angle. So it really didn't feel like that's the same Fnatic that we typically have been watching in the previous weeks.
And that's the thing, the contrast is so big because they're getting us used to this level of performance that they're just writing the playbook and we're just literally spectators being like, okay, I'm taking notes, this is how you do it. And last week they looked a little bit human.
The crazy thing is they still won 2-0, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even drop a map. So when they're not being like flawless, I feel like we are a little bit more, we have a lot more criticism for them.
Well, you know, the expectations for Fnatic are here. Like in every region, there's always one team that is always expected to play perfectly. The fans are furious if they don't, you know, and Fnatic is unfortunate in that position.
Well, Cougar, you did an interview with Boaston. You asked him how he felt about potentially losing, and let's check out what he had to say.
Imagine for a second that you would have lost today. Yeah. Did you think that it's something that you also need to have a taste of before you even go to Japan? Because you're still undefeated with this roster.
Honestly, I was visualizing if we lose, I'm going to be really happy and be like, yay, we lost, woohoo, we broke the streak. Because streaks are really bad, you know? I think it gets more and more dangerous the further and further we get. But, you know, we're winning because we're working hard still, we're not getting complacent, and I have some of the best players in the world, so I'll take it. And it feels nice to win, so a win is a win, I always say. And that Haven game was a bit, but a win is a win. I was still happy, so yeah.
I mean, we've seen Fnatic at this position before, not the undefeated sense of this caliber, but Lothar last year, they didn't lose a single game in the group bracket stage, the group stage. They go into playoffs and they kind of drop the ball a little bit here and there. Are you expecting them to maybe fall off now, or they can kind of sit back and watch other teams fight for the playoff spots?
I don't think they will like fall off in general, but I do think they have a little bit more flexibility now and maybe will allow players to explore a different kind of scenarios in the game, maybe give more freedom to the players to experiment a little bit more in the game.
Yeah, and I will say also, because this is the rescheduled game, the last time this game was meant to be played, Icebox was still in the pool, but I do have to let you guys know at home, that would not be the case for today. It is going to be Bind and Cougar. How big of a difference does this make, especially for Koi?
Well, especially for Koi, the problem with Koi, and I think we will develop on this next time that we see this week, is the fact that they do not have a strong map pool. They're trying to overachieve by acting like a team that has everything settled, always banning for the opponent, always peeking for the opponent, not having a home ground, not having somewhere where we can actually feel them grow. Everything looks like an unfinished job. So for them, I don't think it makes that much of a change because they would have banned the Icebox.
Well, let's have a look as we head into the map vetoes and see what they do here. here, of course, Lothar, maybe once again, I was going to say, maybe Fnatic can play Pearl now, they don't have to be worried about it, but I was wrong.
I don't think that's one thing that I never expect Fnatic to change. They seem to be adamant in every single metagame to have just one map that they will always ban.
And they didn't first pick Haven. What do you think about this?
I mean, it's definitely a surprise. They have decided to play Koi's card into them and being like, we're actually going to pick for you. We're going to go to the map in which you've gotten 2 rounds in total in your attack for the last 2 games. So it's going to be crazy. We were talking about teams not banning bind. Koi comes and breaks it. They always destroy the narrative, don't they?
I mean, that's the interesting thing, because Koi, we would have expected them to ban Icebox anyway if this game had played before. They banned the bind, and Fracture has been floated here.
I was actually expecting Koi to first ban Fracture, because that's something that is so scary to play against Fnatic. But as you said, Kakuka, the map pull from Koi is, let's say, flexible, and not in a good way. It's just like, it's like saying, oh, we can play every map. Yeah, but every map not exactly in a way that you should
Let's say that you're not afraid of playing any map. Let's just say it like that.
Right, and that's a big problem. And I feel like right now, even though this doesn't look scary when you see the maps being picked in the first place, but when you actually go to make vote reviews, when you actually see how the teams are being, like what kind of preparation both teams have on every single map, the difference is huge between Fnatic and Koi.
Also, can we just take a look at Ascend? Because Fnatic has decided to start on the attack. They don't care. They need the reps. They need to practice. They're like,
does that
Ascend defense too easy?
I know we're joking about it, but do you feel like that is the approach that they're having?
Totally. I mean, they decide to play Lotus against a team that could be good on Lotus. Getting closer to playoffs and also to go into Japan, you have to test these things out.
Look. Fnatic is the one team in EMEA that actually has better stats on attack on Ascent than on defense. They have 53% win rate on attack, 47 on defense. So that might be a little bit biased, but also like, yeah, let's just jump in. This is your graphic, Kakuka, when it comes to Lotus.
So this is the first 10 seconds of the attack of each teams, okay? So if you take a look at Koi's, you see that middle part of the map, that orb they're going to try and capture there on B is something that they've been, you know, pretty adamant to get in the past, and them just peeking out there, shooting through the box is something that Giants, for example, was very able to read through. On the other side, looking at Fnatic on the attack, we see a lot going towards A side, and it's because of the Odin play, something that Koi is going to have to deal with, because I cannot wait to see the Odin today.
As you guys can see on your screen, this is tiny bit troll, I think. There's a couple of things that's not how it's supposed to be right now. No. But ignore the player names, guys. Ignore the player names, but this, I believe, is the comp that both teams were running.
This is what we would like.
We saw them. I mean, Dirk on the Viper
would have been sick.
Listen.
I'm down
out of his comfort zone. Maybe we get into a triple controller meta soon.
Leo Raze is very normal, though. That's actually normal. They could do that.
Yeah, I mean, also, I just think it's interesting, because even though the names are swapped and all of that, it's funny because Koi changed the roles in the last time that they played this map.
Sure.
So Coldamenta was on the Sova, then he moves on to the Omen with Starkso was playing, and Starkso, which we know him as a player, is the kind of guy that feels the responsibility on his shoulders and always wants to go a step forward when things are not working. So try to play the hero. Now you give him the raise. Now he's feeling comfortable. Now he can do everything that he wants.
Yeah, I feel like Starkso has to be the guy that will be on the spearheading this team, because he's the one without fear. Like, he is the one also that likes to sacrifice himself to make sure that, you know, that the team will have a higher chance of winning a round.
They do indeed, but what are Koi's chances now we've seen the map pick? They don't have to play Icebox or Bind. Or Haven at this point.
The thing is that they have the reps on Fnatic, on Lotus. They feel it's a map that they've decided to play in the past, that they have not been scared of, that they definitely also have the things that they do not have to repeat again. So, and after that, picking Ascent, I think that they do have a chance. I am believing.
But to have a chance, they need to counter the strategy that Fnatic used in the last week, which is huge A control. That A control with the Viper wall that just cuts through it, and then the Odin to control space on both attack and defense is huge.
Well, we'll see if they can do that. But first, it's time to bring the players onto stage. We were owed this game. I cannot wait to see what both of them can do. Give a warm welcome to Fnatic and Koi.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah, we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger.
Koi.
Yeah, wanna be a top boy, hot boy. Keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car, straight out of the lot, boy. Keep your mind focused on the plot, boy. Yeah, wanna be a top boy, hot boy. Keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car, straight out of the lot, boy. Keep your mind focused on the plot, boy.
This is the first time this season we're having 2 games here on the Wednesday. Of course, this game was originally the postponed game. It also gave both of these teams probably a little bit more time to prep for each other. And Lothar, if you're Koi, you would take that time against Fnatic.
Well, if you took that time to prep a little bit, then I expect Koi to aggressively take space on defense on the B side. That's something that Fnatic, I would assume, is a small gap in the attacking side and allows the defense to take a little bit of space there. But at the same time, you have to be very aware that Alpha is going to be guarding at some point that passage. But I feel like it's one of those things that you have to explore if you want to find weakness in Fnatic's game plan.
The list of homework that Koi has had to do for this week is massive. Not only everything is on the line for them, as you said, Yinse, they need to win these games, especially this week. And they have to play 2 of them. They cannot show weakness if they want to make it to playoffs.
Interestingly, if they lose to Fnatic, they still have a chance, but they have to beat Heretics more than they have to beat Fnatic, which is very ironic. But we've already seen a surprise when it comes to maps. Are we going to see any surprises, Lothar, with Fnatic's comp? Do they change that comp here?
Personally, that's my opinion. It's not probably not going to happen, but I would love to see the change of the Fate. I feel like the Fate is a little bit inconsequential.
You're not going to get that, sorry.
Yeah, here we go. But yeah, I feel like the breach that Chronicle would be here on would have been amazing, but I don't assume we're going to see any changes.
No changes also on the side of Koi. This is the composition that they played the last time that they played this map. I was mentioning that swap that they do with Koldamenta moving away from the Sova, Starkso, giving that Omen to him. And Trex getting something that, maybe he's more comfortable with, just playing and supporting. It's going to be definitely interesting to see the solo controller Omen against the pressure that a double controller with Viper Astra is going to have onto you.
Yeah, the double controller difference here is huge. Koi is gonna, let's say, struggle in bolstering defenses on 2 sides just because of the lack of Viper. Viper has this kind of flexibility. You're gonna see that on defense from Fnatic, that the wall goes through B towards A and helps with tree control on the rotating door. That is something that Koi will struggle with, and I feel like they have to, because of that, they have to bring the fight to the opponent on the defense side. That they have to be a little bit more aggressive than Fnatic has to be on their defense side.
I mean, Alpha, please wake up before the game starts. We need you. We need. I think he heard me. Look, or Boaster would have been like, "Dude, come on, what are you doing?"
We have Kamek as well here. I just saw him, hugging with the entire team, so he can always replace Alpha.
Yeah, I mean,
how important it is to have a 6th player.
It feels like a long time since we've seen Kamek play as well. Who knows? Maybe Fnatic will even bring him in for some more games. They do have 3 games left. Again, they didn't get to play this game in the week that they were supposed to. You guys kind of said that Koi, they do have a chance. There is a chance. You feel a little bit more comfortable than usual. But what about Fnatic? What would you not want to see from them? Even though, it's okay to experiment at this stage, you have already qualified, but surely we still want to see the same Lothar discipline that we saw, not last week, but the week before.
I don't mind them not using any new strats, any new playbook. They don't want to reveal that, but working on that fundamentals that they were lacking in the previous week would probably be the goal for this week, to just focus on that a little bit more. And I also spoke with Dirk, and he pointed out so much how they train to not overheat and how much of a difference. DRX. How much of a difference it makes in the past 2 years when Dirk started playing with Fnatic. It's like it's how different the team approaches now the game, So yeah, I would love to see that being a little bit more ironed out in this week.
Yeah, especially for Lotus. I think that it's a good pick. It's something that they're comfortable. I would love to see, as you were mentioning, maybe coming in from the next 2 games if they want to even work more onto that. I mean, they have worked in the past without them playing in officials. Maybe they don't even need it, but not only today, but tomorrow I think they're playing again, right? I want to see extended map pool. I want them probably going back to bind. I have the question, if Koi, because Koi just saw last week's bind, they were like, yeah, we're not going there. They definitely have something cooked up. They decided to ban it. Would have Fnatic picked that bind if it wasn't for Koi banning it?
I mean, I think that would be really interesting. And the good thing is Fnatic, they play again tomorrow. So you might get some of those questions answered, because I don't think, I'm not quite sure if KC would want to go into picking that bind, considering they didn't ban the bind last week either. Lovely, Alpha. The cameraman's really stitching him up today. But like you both said, it felt like if we didn't see Fnatic at their best last week, we were a little bit disappointed. But how much of that did it come down to Vitality as well? Do you feel like Koi are a team right now that can challenge to the same caliber as Vitality?
So, there are two chances here. We see a Koi that is ready to fight, that know what's on the line, and it's going to come in and destroy whomever is on the server. It doesn't matter if your name is Durka or whomever. Or we see a Koi that's already feeling defeated.
And that was the Koi that we have seen actually last week, because the way that they were attacking, of course, the pacing between the players was really abysmal. And that's something that they definitely had to do in the VOD reviews from the last week.
I mean, we're looking here at Starkso versus Leo. You guys already mentioned how instrumental Starkso is for a team like Koi, but what about Leo?
I think it's both these flex players mean a lot for their teams, because they're the ones that always perform. Like, is Leo, we know with the shot dark kills and everything that, you know, crazy that he can do on the server, definitely flashy, that we enjoy. But it's not only that, they're both very reliable players that have had insane, not only stats, but performances in the past that they have made us believe that they both deserve a spot here.
We have a head-to-head between those two players. You might think if someone is new to the scene, oh, those are similar players, but you cannot be even more wrong when it comes to the playstyle. They might play similar characters from time to time, but the way that they approach the game, there's a huge difference. Starkso is the more unhinged.
Yes.
You know, he's going for those crazy plays. He goes for the TP,
more emotional,
the backside, and then you have Leo, who is the most stoic. He stands his ground, and he's like the one that you can always count on to be behind you and support you.
I need to bring this up to you guys, because Leo is currently leading globally as the highest shock dark kills. By the way, again, he played a whole best of 3 less than everyone else on this list, and he is still leading globally. And more impressively, production, if we can have this graphic for a little bit longer, because I want to bad chest about Leo real quick, is that he has double the amount of first shock dark kills than he does first death. Double. He has way more shock dark kills.
That means he just baits the entire team. That is an alleged, stuff.
I mean, it's actually insane.
He stands his ground, you know? Let's see on a stand. Let's see on a stand.
He's got 7 first deaths.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In week 7 of this tournament.
But it's also easier when you have Dirk in your team that wins like 80% of his first duels. So it's like you cannot die first, and Dirk kills them.
All that you can hear in the server is Dirk saying, yeah, Leo, you're good for this one as well.
I will say that I have quite a funny tidbit about Leo's shock dark kills, because I did say to him when I saw him, I was like, hey, did you know that you're leading globally in shock dark kills? And he was like, oh, that's cool. And I went, you want to guess who's second? And without even hesitating, he went, must be Derek. And I was like, how did you know that? He was like, you don't think I keep up with all of the other server players in the other region to see what lineups they have and what they're doing? Oh. And I was like, wow, okay, so he's this intricate about his...
That is a lot of work. That is a lot of work. Like watching the Endless of the City League,
it's just been watching
the Sovas, and he's like, yeah, I know how to do this one. Oh, this one's new.
Yeah.
You say that's a lot of work, but that would be my anticipation.
When you're in
if
Fnatic,
you're tier 1, in any tier 1 team, not only Fnatic, but that's the level of commitment you need to have to perform, and you need to have to be ready to play an agent. You cannot just wing it and just, let me play this character this week and I'm not going to be best at it because I didn't practice. That's the mindset that you need to have to be good at this game, at this level.
Be the best at this point, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be the best.
Yeah, like they're not. What I mean is that they're not all players. They should be held to the same standard, but they're not. But if you're in Fnatic, you have to be best in slot. You have to be the top on your game. You have to stay on top of everybody else, because it's not only what you do here, it's what you do in playoffs, and it's what you do in the next international event. We need them to be that team that gets 2 titles.
I'll be honest also, if you're in an environment like like in Fnatic, it's kind of hard to not be that kind of person when you see how much work Boaster and Mini put in.
Yeah, well, speaking of best in slot, we've got some of the best in the building right here. You guys can see them. It is Dez and Ender. Hey, guys, that was a nice one. Give us a smile.
Aww. Thank you, Yinsu. How's it going?
Good, you know. Some of the best up here.
The best in slot, apparently.
Best in slot. There you go.
Well, she said, not me.
Good to know. But you know what? We've got some of the best in slot here down in Fnatic. That's how you do a transition right there, Dez.
It's a segue.
Koi with a very tough task ahead of them facing down the Titans in Fnatic.
That is the battle.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot on the line. Now, I will say, if you need a little bit of hopium and you're coming in here, Koi have won one series so far in EMEA.
On the
back
first
in
day.
week 1, day 1, and they won on these same maps. Now, were they playing Fnatic? No, but that's what I've got for you.
One of them was 20-18 in scoreline as well.
That are the Lotus, as a matter of fact. So maybe we can get a banger. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, right, I'm loaded up on the hopium. Yeah, the fun thing for me is thinking about this is, would you rather have faced Fnatic earlier or face them now? Would you rather have faced them closer to your only win or even further away from it?
Yeah, and closer to the proximity of winning lock-in. I don't know. That is it's a tough question to answer. One of life's tougher ones.
Pretty unstoppable so far is the best way you can summarize Fnatic. I remember their attacks on this map previously, incredibly good at controlling the orbs and then using it to rotate around. And the number of times we actually saw a rotate over towards A, then back in through Baby Door Ender, as you so lovingly call it, and I now captured onto. That was the kind of go-to play for them time and time again, and it feels like we're doing it here. They've stepped forward, they've got the orb on towards Mound, and now they're rotating over towards Ruins.
Yeah, you know, they were really, I think, expecting maybe a little bit of early aggression. So 1 minute, 6 seconds on the clock. They're using all this utility to re-clear over towards Rebel.
Is it
the rotates are coming in very quickly. You can see it, 4 players already. Killjoy turret taken offline, so it really is just Coldamenta that would give any information over. And if Fnatic get a good read on this, they could break down the baby door and move over into B.
Well, look at the spike as well. Still sat largely towards Spawn, now looking to move forwards as well.
Oh, they don't go
I think
here.
I'm with you. If Fnatic get the read on this, that hey, there are actually 3 or 4 players sat on side of sight, then a rotate away doesn't feel too unfeasible. But so far, they're so hard committed. They're inside tree. They really want to make this work.
Yeah, they finally have broken the door, but because Boaster was really taking his time and not going for the lurk, it's going to be a fight here.
Oh my god, the fight!
Holy.
No, it's a slaughter! Leo cleaning house, and Koi absolutely eviscerated on sight. They do get 1 back, but it feels too little, too late, I'm afraid.
Koi bit on everything that round. It was Durka that just solo went into Baby Door, and then Koi tried to retake with the team. Now Chronicle lurks in through stairs. The round completely falls apart because Koi took everything Fnatic did at face value.
The thing is, on paper, strategically, it felt like Koi made the right decisions. They rotated over, they held fast when Fnatic were pushing in, and it looked like they had a numbers advantage, but this crossfire that's just set up, just brutal.
Yeah.
2-3 players on different angles, whereas really Koi all stuck coming forward from the same position.
Koi were convinced that there were like 3-4 people, I think, that ran into towards B there, as opposed to just Durka, and that completely fries them on the attack, or on the defense, I guess. You're trying to re-attack into the space.
On their counter-attack.
Oh, okay, I like it.
That's what you want.
Koi strike back.
Now, you're going to see exactly the same again, I imagine, here. Just constantly looking for control of the orb. You can see now they're trying to step on their way forwards and look for it. But quite an aggressive bit of land taken as well by Koi out towards A side, really pushing up towards Spawn here with the one-way.
Yeah, Fnatic like to spread out early a lot. You'll see this sort of a 3-2 split, and this Killjoy turret that watches in B. Well, yes, it catches any sort of early aggression push down your way. It also allows safe passage for the rotates through spawn, making sure no one in mid can actually swing onto the angle because the turret would prime. And it allows them to, like you're saying, play for that orb by mound, leave a player posted here, and rotate back without being worried about anyone hard holding that angle in mid.
It's very slow, making full use of the round, as again we've seen Fnatic do several times. No rush to run in and plant when you've got 1 minute and 40 to play with. Still going to try and find a fight here on their push through. It looks like it's going to be in towards A as they move in with some pace here as well. Chronicle in.
Minecrafting through the door there as Starzo. He's like, let me out of here. The blood trail on him. It's brutal.
Yeah, it's the battle of the rifles, right? They're just looking for what's more favorable. How can they get away without losing anything in this round?
And this is the actual real push into B, looks like. See, you can see Boaster all the way up forward. So they are going to commit in there. Interesting, they sort of left Durka posted over by Mound, but he has the Marshal, so not looking to go flying into sight as much as the previous. And yeah, you know, tough time to be alive. Ouch. So better just to move on to the next round, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really have high expectations during round 2 anyway,
no.
but even that felt pretty punishing. 1 kill across the 2 rounds so far for the side of Koi.
And respect to Fnatic, look how good their orb economy has been. Like, Boaster hasn't done anything. Good for him. We don't care about his ult so much. 5 orbs on Chronicle, Leo, and Durka. That is fantastic, whereas Koi, it's spread across everyone. So Fnatic, while they won't have their ult going into this round, they're still going to have a buy in round 4 because they are light armor enthusiasts. And they're going to have probably 2 of those ults at least going forward to really put the hurt down on Koi.
For almost all intents and purposes, this is starting to look a bit like a full round. I know it's mainly, well, it is all half armor for the side of Fnatic. The Bulldog's really the only weapon you look at and say, okay, not Fnatic at full power, but again, given how the first 2 rounds went, you'd be remiss for, well, forgiven for saying that this looks like it's going to be a pretty stompy 3rd round as well.
I mean, just losing Stars, though, at the front is really tough. Hawk does tell them that no one's pushed into Rebel at least, so I was wondering if Fnatic maybe wanted to try and instantly capitalize and push into that space after the false info was given, but no, it'll be that late split in towards C or B. If they can control up through mid, control the switch, they have so many options to pivot between sites.
There we go, 1 kill comes through, immediately traded back by Coldamenta though. Koi at least managed to hold on to Mount for a brief few seconds. Fnatic now fully forced them back though, as the second also has fallen down. So this is looking a little bit ropey already for the side of Koi. 2 players fast rotating over, but for now there's only the Killjoy sat on site.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Shadows is here and can try to fight, but they're opening a door as soon as they see the Killjoy over there. Still a couple of mollies on the site, but this late lurk from Durka is going to be so pivotal. If he beats Wolfen, the round is over for Koi. If Wolfgang can win that one, all of a sudden they're back in it.
Well, it feels like it's definitely going that way. Durka's still lurking on towards C. They know there's one here, gets the read and finds Wolfen. A second one falls down too. It's absolute tatters for Koi and their economy here in round 3. I think we all expected a bit of a stomp, but maybe not quite to this level.
And now the hunt is on. Remove that gun. Fnatic on top. With a little combo at the end for the KO. Gotta love to see it. Love it. And I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of this, I'll be honest, from Fnatic, sort of teetering between the 2 sites there. I mean, they sent Durka into back bend, and then they just open the door and leave him there. They're perfectly happy to sort of abandon him on that mission, sort of use their numbers to bully their way back into sight. Durka, at that point, had sort of given up on the fight. He just saw the tip of the head, but he was ready. Hey, got the numbers advantage. I'll fall back to the team and just leave that constant threat available over to Koi. So Koi are going to have to get creative or more convincing in these holds, because it wasn't like that time all the Killjoy utility was committed on C. No, it was just a turret. And then the mollies were on B, and that didn't really prove to be any issue to Fnatic.
Nope, sees one up close as well. A little bit of chip damage coming down towards Boaster. Gives you a bit of encouragement here on the side of Koi. But Rubble's a 2-sided scrap going on here as well, but Rubble seems to be the main point of aggression. It's Chronicle posted up high, finds one, goes for the pistol, but can't find the second.
Shados has to find something, but he's
got 5 HP.
He's 5. Now, what can he do? Nothing. And the whole squad comes in. Yeah. It all falls apart. And you can see, like, there is some theory there. If you know Fnatic like to split up 3-2, looking for early aggression can work, especially if you can catch the 2, which has been Rubble virtually every single round. That, of course, in Eco, they're going on both sides, which is, you know, just trying to be like, okay, can we flip a coin and win one of them? Then if we're even numbers, we can get some rifles. We'll be, like, marginally happy. But in the future, if we see this aggression, I think it'll be much more like one-sided, where there'll be a strong side of the map. They're pushing with 3 or so players. The weak side, where the Killjoy is going to be locking down and looking for the stall, but I think we might actually get some mid-play from Stars, so you can see him walking in front here, but Fnatic are ready for that, as a matter of fact.
The classic. We saw this back in week 3, week 4, just railing things out with the Odin. See what can be found. Durka going inside a bit of a spot of bother here as well. Utility coming in to try and save him here as he backs away. Will keep his life, but down to just 24 HP.
Yeah, but Shados uses an ultimate, gets nothing off of it. Fnatic have those big 3 ults. I was saying, they did such a good job of funneling the orbs into, so now Fnatic can regroup around this C site and punish. Good scouting with the Fade as well. Look at the util
the raise. I was about to say, could get caught up by the raise there, but just about manages to dodge away. Wonder if we'll see one of those ults come through here as well. I mean, really looking towards the Fade. You got 4 players all boxed up, looking in towards Mound, now looking to slowly back themselves away. Koi have retaken the ground they lost, but at what cost? I'm looking at the utility stack on B though.
It's been there before, and the thing is, with Shadows playing in window with the fault line ready to go, that is a kill if you overextend. They actually popped the util early. It's a 1-for-1 only.
They're going to rotate out.
Oh, they're going to go back into C. Check this out.
Hey, yeah, they've got 30 seconds to play here. That's time to make a move. They look for it as well. They find 2. Alfie finds his 3rd into the round as well. It feels like it's the 1 as the ult now does come across the site. But they rotate out towards C, using the ult as bait.
Fnatic are going everywhere and to nowhere all at the same time. The clock is working down, though. 12 seconds. Boaster falls. The round's just over.
They've held on. Koi finally putting up a defense here against the members of Fnatic in what felt like a little bit of indecision. Sure, they made the calls in the mid-round to rotate between the sites, but sadly, could get nothing out of it.
That's a tough spot to be in. I think Fnatic, their own Fatal baited them slightly because it gets 1 ping on the B site. So you assume, okay, there's at least 1 person on B, maybe a second. Going to C is the safer call because there could be 1 or there could be none, right? But they go in sort of haphazardly, the spike falls, then Boaster is trying to take a chance. Even though it was a 3-on-2, I think the decision to maybe split up and allow Killjoy, Alfier to hang out in B meant that once they lost this player, it comes down to just ones.
I'll go back to that earlier point again, is that Fnatic are a team that don't mind playing it slow, right? They'll happily execute with 10, 15, 20 seconds left. You might even hear yourself think at the best of times when that's firing away.
Yeah, and sometimes they send it. So Durka gets a lot of chip damage onto Cold Dementa there, who has to TP back a couple of times to get out of here. Mollies have both been popped from Wolfen, so the actual stall power is not the strongest. Trex has walked over on minimap. You can see he gave the heal over to Cold Dementa, so he's going to be perfectly happy with himself. Or themselves. Actually, it's unclear how many people Omen is.
Could be many.
Or if he's an octopus. Ask Sideshow about that.
I will not. Chronicle still obviously has his ultimate online as well. I thought for a second we might just see a full send on towards C with it, but Fnatic have made that classic rotate again. They got control of Mound, they got the orb, they've now backed themselves away. Chronicle's really looking to use that in this round as well. You want to make sure you can get a second up before we switch sides. Now's the time to make use of it. Tucking in closely is Durka trying to go for the push. Also coming in through Tree. It's another hard commit in towards the A site here out of Fnatic.
A lot of utility to try and stall out here. Chronicle takes down Starzo, and now it's just Trex hiding in the smoke. He's going to fall off of the site. Koi are going to rely more on Cold Dementa's flank, coming in all the way back through spawn B. You can see Fnatic have a good setup to try and fight back and turn around into that flanker.
Almost managed to catch him out there as well, with the after shot coming through, just not connecting, managing to get away just in time, and now it's a difficult spot for Koi. They've got Cold Dementa on the flank, which is a starting point, but is essentially in a 1 versus 3 here, at least for a couple of seconds. Still, Koi have bunched up on site here, look to be able to take the advantage. Going to be fun here coming in for Durka, 1 dropping down towards low. He gets taken down too. It's almost a second on the follow through, as Alfier in a 1 versus 2 has got it all to do, but simply cannot. Koi find a second.
Cold Dementa, the flank play pays off. Wolfen's just killing everyone on the retake there. I think Fnatic sort of stretched themselves thin. You can see with the positions they were entrenched on site, but also playing 2 very deep. Put themselves in sort of one-off positions a couple of times in a row. You know, Boaster maybe if in near dodge. You'll love to see it.
Double TP to get away.
But yeah, Boaster fights in front of the turret here, as opposed to maybe waiting for that, swinging with a teammate. So I think Fnatic got a little ahead of themselves in that situation. Relied on the individuals, and Koi went out in the retake, so props to them on that. Now they've got 3 huge ultimates. Starzo's just 1 off, so he's going to look for a pick over by A with the operator. If he gets that, Koi can just fall and play full retake setups. Their ults are crazy on the retake.
In also the Odin as well. Still, with a couple of rounds on under their belt here, you're starting to feel that momentum build for them as well. It's not just, of course, about the economy. It's about the players themselves. A little bit flat in the first few rounds. It is a bit hard being the punching bag week after week, but I think here, at least you're seeing something.
One of the things that I've liked seeing from Koi the last 2 rounds, that late mid-round reaggress, or mid-round mound reaggress over here, in this area that you're seeing on your screen. That turned into the flank the previous round a couple ago. They had a very forward position that would have been good. And you can see 1:05 on the clock. They're opening the door with Trex. 2 players swinging out around mound. But Fnatic, off of that info, seeing 3 players over there, quick to take the space on A.
I think it's a good read because, again, we know Fnatic historically love to push into Mound early on. They love to get the ult, but then look for a rotate to either going through Baby Door or pushing towards A. So by contesting that so early aggressively, you're denying some of those ults away. It could well have turned into a second or third ult being online for the side here, but I can't ignore that we have 2 ults on side as out comes the pit. And we've also got the Killjoy ult for another round. Here it comes at the same time as well, Ender.
Yeah, it's going to force them out of the Viper ult. Now, Chronicle, he can fall out of that ult for a moment at the last second and come back in. That'll be okay, but they're going to know the exact line he's coming in from. They're getting on the spike, but Alfier finds 2!
Almost a third as well, but's forced to reload on 7 HP. Finds a third as well. That's the kind of cleanup we're used to seeing as Boaster closes things out. Fnatic back on top.
What just happened? Koi think they're safe with the ultimate and then just run into an unkillable machine inside Turi. Just tearing heads off, and any of the momentum he thought Koi had instantly gets shut down. I mean, 1 kill here maybe, but you can see the shoulder around. It's a wide swing with the Odin. Slightly delayed on that second peak, I think, and then there's 2 players that get hit by the counter ult.
Come on, then.
I mean, brutal.
Come on, then.
Because they were relying so much on those tree players to be successful, right? Kill Alfier, shut down that KJ, but no, and he's just charging up the orbs at an alarming rate after slamming it in the previous.
That's it. And again, you're seeing another one of those fights around man like we keep on mentioning. It's interesting because you think back up for Fnatic, obviously Icebox used to be their go-to map. Bayern, we now know they can play still incredibly well, just like the good old days, but looking at things like Haven, sounds a bit crazy to say, not entirely dissimilar to this map in that it's 3-site, only everything is pulled more further forward for the defenders, or for the attackers, sorry, those rotates with the doors, incredibly easy. So playstyle-wise, it does feel quite similar for Fnatic, and again, that pace, normally teams struggle to keep up, but I'll give it to Koi. Although they are down 5-2, they are contesting areas of the map that normally teams would give Fnatic for free.
Yeah, especially when they're light on the rifles. They've fallen off those positions now, but they were looking to fight a couple over towards Mound and Rubble at the start. Now, I like this move from Trex. We've seen Fnatic's A-hits. The sort of Viper Wall allows them to wrap around the left side of site, and then they love to open the door and go for that push. So playing a little bit more aggressively towards Tree can work. But of course, it allows that B-split to be even more punishing.
Ult from Stark, so impactless there, no damage across onto the side of Fnatic. They've kind of split themselves up between the A and B side, but B here it's gonna be. Wolfram finds the opening point, they're all stuck inside Smokey, completely caught out by the fade.
Just out of range of the volley though.
Everything is painful, at least for the side of Koi. And with that spike now down, it's a big retake ask.
Coldamenta maybe gonna play with the door he opens, and Boaster should be able to hear that. You can see Fnatic again abandoned in solo spots. They've got to win these out on their own. But Koi are working as a unit onto that site.
Leo almost whiffing there, but does find Trex before he can take it down the other side. It feels like there's far too many angles being held here by Fnatic. Koi are going to try their very, very best, tap in to try and bait them out. Boaster finds 1. There's 2 going back across for the side of Koi, but it feels like it's all up Fnatic. And sure enough it is as Leo gets the close.
Fnatic win out, but only by a single player. Usually Fnatic's so clean, I feel, especially in the anti-ecos, but I've seen a couple of times now they're leaving themselves in positions where they're taking bigger gambles individually. There you see it at first with Durka walking into the smoke. He loves to flip the map and push spawn on this side on B and on C. Nothing too shocking there, but then afterwards sort of playing on those solo positions, controlling 3 of the entryways into site, but divvying up the positions makes it, yes, hard to deal with if those players are finding the opening kills and they can fall back and leave that pressure, but that makes me a little bit nervous for Fnatic if they continue to play in this way the later we get against a real buy. Because that was, I think, just 1 rifle that was taken into that round, and Koi made it so tight.
It's not even just that, it's more just that they look a little more, I don't even want to say control for Fnatic, but slower probably is the slightly cruel word to use. It is slower than what we've seen out of them historically, and it's given Koi a little bit of breathing room to make what look like really effective rotates, and I'm hoping they're seeing that themselves here. Yes, they've got the timeout coming in. They know they need to have more rounds on the board by the time we get towards half-time. So a few words from the coach in to rebalance the score here, and hopefully we see Koi fight their way back in, because I do think across these rounds they've had some good ones.
They definitely have. Again, switching it in the last round, well, it didn't end up mattering, but playing heavier towards Tree, I think, is a gamble they can look to take. Here, they're going to play very early for Rubble control with a fault line. You know, we don't see too much Breach. Some teams like the Breach, Fnatic not so much. Fnatic actually no real flashes versus the double flash comp on Koi. And while Breach, I think, falls off a little bit in like the mid-round when the fault line isn't available, does usually mean you can control early space very effectively. Doesn't matter this round, as Fnatic just sort of blitz on through. And the fault line wasn't even used to stall them down.
Trying to take ground here that normally isn't afforded to them because they focus so heavily on Mound, as we keep on saying, but Shados has been sat around Baby Door for a couple of rounds here, and he's been domed out pretty early on. That does give Fnatic an easy rotate in towards B if they want to make use of it. There's not really one there to contest them. 2 players rotating over, but there comes the ult, and that will signify to the side of Koi exactly what's coming.
They see the 2 players, and they want to hunt them down. The bloodlines on the ground let them in, but look at this. Chronicle waiting inside Baby Door, trades 1 for 1, just even. Durka takes 2 and a third on site. Insanity from the duelist. And that round is over.
Over a 90-degree spray transfer at the end there as well. Beautiful stuff to watch. Mwah. 6 and 2. Spikes down. This one done and dusted. So for Koi, the timeout maybe not as effective as they would have hoped.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused what happened at the start because I didn't see the early utility investment. There was definitely not a fault line coming out of Shados. In fact, very quickly took the space. Then Shados was sort of fighting, unsupported by utility, lost the positioning in Baby Door.
Could you find a second here as well? Sees Leo. Carl and his gunfight gets tagged on the way out as well.
Yeah, that's rough.
I absolutely love that animation.
Yeah. I feel like I would get a little bored of it after a while if I was the one on the receiving end over and over. It's a good, like, mental edge takedown. Oh, finisher? Yeah, that's the one. But yeah, that spray transfer, poor Starzo didn't even know what hit him. Starzo's like literally Anakin from the episode 1, like tinkering with the little robots. And then Darth Maul tries to run him over with his speeder. Doesn't even know who this kid is. Just looks to murder him. That's Durka.
That's Durka in general.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who you are in front of him. It's what he does best. So here again, we're going to see Fnatic go back to that old default. Starting out towards Mound side, hoping to contest there and control the orb, get some control to make use of the rotate in towards B, because it leaves Koi guessing. Are they pushing down through mid to get towards B? Are they going straight towards C? Here, though, they're actually aggressing in towards Spawn Ender. I haven't seen this one before. They've managed to find one, instant trade out back to the other side, and now suddenly Fnatic are forced into a hard decision. Do we force in towards Mound without full information what we're running into, or do we risk getting backstabbed? Well, Koi opt and say, you know what, we'll take the one, we'll get out of dodge.
I think Koi had another tough call too, which is like, do we keep fighting into spawn where we're going to get mowed down?
Yeah.
But that means we leave the rifle, or do we try to retrieve it? I think they make the right call, now moving all the way back over towards C, but I love this from Fnatic, sort of leading what you expect the enemy team to do, because the enemy team is thinking, yeah, you pivot immediately into C, but no. There's just one player now on the A site to hold off. They know Coldamenter's been forced back through Baby Door off the Prowler's information. So pretty soon they're going to realize it's an open A site, and the best thing for Koi would be if Durka slams the ultimate and doesn't find anyone there.
30
but
seconds left.
Fnatic are playing it very patiently, almost too patiently, 25 seconds. There's no util to stall them here.
It's kind of been their shtick, is that slow, controlled ability to rotate very quickly when they want to, just turning things up and down as and when required. Coldamenter giving himself away. Fnatic have full control of the A site here as well. Koi maybe a little bit too strong a hold in towards B, expecting a back rotate to come through. But Fnatic have now got that control they need out towards Tree.
They're playing all off-site because Shados has the Rolling Thunder, so they don't want to get caught by that. Instead, retreating to play double tree so they can open and play around through this door. Durka's the only one in that awkward position, but this could pay off big for him.
Oh!
Or for Coldamenter.
Coldamenter on the drive-by puts Durka into an early grave. 3 versus 4 for Fnatic. They find 2 very quickly on these sprays through the smokes. Round in the corner is Trex, who brings one back, but he's left in a 1 versus 2 against Alpha and Leo. Not much more to say than that one. His goose is cut. Fnatic are up 8 and 2.
Getting slightly dodgy.
I've seen that so many times now.
And believe me, Koi have seen it too on that receiving end. Brutal stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, Fnatic, smooth play, working their way back over towards A, and they're able to take it without even using Durka's ultimate, so they're going to be very happy, all things considered. Now, one thing we only saw the one time from Koi was that flank from Coldamenta. And so I'd wonder, like, do they try to work that in if they try to take over Mound control? And with their positioning, I think that could be an option for them. Remember previously when they played 2 up mid, they looked to open up switch and then fight out with Coldamenta and Trex from back Mound. And now they're going to see players, so give it a few more seconds and they could look to flash out here with Shados and open that door.
Oh, that's a close! Oh, Coldamenta! A little bit too close to the damage there, finds himself taken down. Straight away, Durka's there, ready for the swing off Wolfen as well. That C-side completely cleared. Elsewhere, there's a bit of a scrap going down as once again, Koi have been decimated. They had 3 ultimates online at the start of this round, and At this point, only one still left in back pocket. Makes this a very precarious situation. It's all or nothing in the next round, and we are going to have a lot of ults online.
It is a disaster. Koi wanted to do the play, but Fnatic just beat him to the punch. Durka mows down Coldamenta while he's trying to throw out the paranoia. I think Koi just looking for scraps at this point, but that's got to take all the wind out of your sails when you have the right idea, and if you pulled the trigger 5 seconds earlier, you might be farming Fnatic off the Rolling Thunder, but nope. Instead, it just all falls apart. You lose that big ultimate for absolutely nothing, and it makes the next round look even worse for you.
I'm going to consider that Killjoy that's available. I'm pretty sure Chronicle's going to have his 2 after the round, so you've got a lot to contend with yourself. Admittedly, they're going to have the Killjoy up themselves, the ability to match it back onto the other side, but even then, Fnatic up 9-2, it does feel like this is already a bit too tall a mountain to climb.
In the half.
I think Koi are going to Fnatic are going to realize that even though that play worked out for them, it's still a little bit concerning because a lot of things went their way, right? That ultimate first, where poor guy has utility out in his hand, but also like this kill, like his entire team is destroyed by utility, but Durka still finds the one. If Wolfen wins that fight, it's a very different story. Wolfen can, hit the nitrous and then go flying around the corner, look to take another fight off the concussed targets with the teammate, but instead it just traps the players behind the door. Wolfen falls, everything goes to pieces, so.
Well, it's now or never on a bunch of these ultimates. Let's see if any get brought out. I imagine we'll see the Seekers at some point out of Trex especially, but really to me it's those 2 Killjoy ultimates we're keeping a very, very close eye on. More likely when we see Fnatic get up towards an execute once again, looking to contest in towards Mound. This has been the main battleground, the battle mound you might call it, between these 2 teams so far, but it has been Fnatic who are normally the first to pull away.
Shadows likes holding on to that stun line for a little while just to take it off the predictable timings, right? Instead of being at 140 right at round start and then 1 minute off the cooldown, hits it at 120 there. So now there's a bit of a window, 20 seconds before he's going to have that up. Fnatic aren't going to be able to act onto this site quickly enough to be able to beat that timing, especially if they wait for the Killjoy ult, which is surely going to come down shortly. Because at this point, they're almost locked down. They can look for this kill and then maybe move into B off the ultimate if there's some fight there, but I think it'll do a good enough job to force them all the way back off the site and they can take C.
They're going to commit and hold here as well. Just a one on side for now, swings to the fight, but Fnatic are more than ready. They find their man, everyone else is backed away, and now they're in a spot. Maybe you see the response coming out from the other side, just nothing at the minute. Sure, a flash comes on through, but Durka's ready and waiting. Trex swings out on the swing.
20 seconds.
Finds another. They're starting to bounce things back, but Stars has got it all to do against 3.
15.
Just very little more to say here as well. Going to try and do what they can. A little bit of chip coming on through. No, a bit of chip came through, but that was all it was. Starkso, nothing more to be found as Leo finds that spray through. Fnatic up 10-2 in the half. Dominant as ever.
Brutal. That was weird. I saw the plant timer stop going away. I thought it had been broken. I think there were still paint shells, but maybe a little bit slower to act on those. So Starzo ends up having that one slip away. 1 versus 3, a really tough spot to be in, but all things considered, bit of a masterclass I think Fnatic put on there. Sometimes got a little bit hairy in the late rounds with players stepping into solo spots, but in terms of how they played the map, played through the doors throughout. Koi had one play that seemed to work decently for them, that refight for mount control with the 2 players working up through mid, but even the one round where it almost looked like it was going to work, Fnatic beat him to the timing, and that is just summing up the rounds perfectly, I think, throughout that half.
Pain as well is that obviously Koi took their time out when they were down 4-2 and did not manage to win a single round after that point. Maybe not the kind of break you're looking for or the outcome of a break, admittedly. You're hoping for a little bit more. But it has just been that kind of half for Koi, unfortunately. Not quite living up to the hope of those play day 1 dreams that they hold on to.
But is living up to the expectations of the #1 team in the standings currently.
I mean, again, coming into today, I was looking at the table, it's just like, okay, we've got first place coming up against last place.
Yeah.
What do you expect?
Which is shocking
to be?
Because like Koi,
they were
off of
day
day
1
one
a mid-table team.
Yeah,
well.
they were, and even so, I feel like the bottom of our standings has been mixed up a little bit in ways that we didn't, entirely expect. I think people saw like BBL down there at the start, Carmine Core. We're fairly convinced that was going to be where it was, but it's coming back.
Well, while we're in the hard time, apparently we've got something fun to show you guys. Koi have been copying Fnatic's warm-ups. Let's go and take a look.
Good. Wow, we're not on the same page.
That's the warm-up, apparently.
All right, cool. Yeah, I thought they were going to be like saying things, and they were not.
I thought we were cutting out to like a whole gym routine or something, but
no. It was urgent though. Look, the thing is, Koi, they gotta get relaxed, because I don't know. You gotta stay positive after half like that. I'm a bit of a loss for words. You know, I started picking up a bit of the Fnatic stretch routine. It's been nice.
What is the stretch routine?
They move their arms a lot.
Okay.
I haven't been picking it up that closely.
You've just been observing from afar.
Yeah. It's a bit, yeah. I'm watching some fist bumps, you know, down there, keeping the morale up. So great. It's so great that I can even inform you that we have a tech pause coming out of halftime. So it might be a second before you get back into things. Plenty of time to stretch, stand up, stretch your legs, get the blood flowing.
That's a good idea, actually. We're an old man now, Ender.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Feeling it in the knees, you know.
Oof.
Wrists, it's not good.
I mean,
that's what I was hoping
you don't
you
really
had
need
some...
those to cast, to be fair.
No, but
just
do
need the
pretty much
voice.
anything else. That'll be gone before you know it too.
Bit of a bedge moment for Dirk out there. Look, it's important you get your rest as a duelist player. I think we should interpret every little micro movement the players make and then spin it into some like obscure like narrative point. You know? It's like, oh, Durka at halftime reclines his chair, takes a little nap. I think every duelist at home needs to be doing the same, right? Get back into the headspace, take a rest. You can see it's 2 cups of coffee on the table. That's what you need.
What about mouse position? What about the exact rotation of the keyboard on the desk?
You know, I'm seeing with Fnatic, it looks like a lot of sort of horizontal Andes. I see Alphayer has like a 45-degree angle on the keyboard.
Yeah, I was going to say 45.
But the mouse is normal. I'm also seeing 5 cups on one
Chronicle's
desk.
like a 25-degree.
That's crazy. 5 cups on one desk? No wonder Koi are losing.
It's the caffeine. It's the secret sauce, guys. Get the caffeine.
It really is. It really is.
Apparently, it's a monitor issue we are looking into, just to give you guys a little bit more context. So when it is done, obviously, we will get things back underway. Won't make you wait any longer than necessary. But as updates come through, we'll keep you guys in the loop. What else can we analyze? We've done coffee cups. We've done rotation of keyboards.
Ooh, that's good.
What about mouse mats?
Mouse mats. Okay, I like it. Fnatic, pretty stock
nice.
standard.
I like the red and the yellow together, though. I quite like that as a color scheme.
I like, I'm digging. I think Koi actually win out in the mouse mat category.
I think they do.
Some more color, more designs. Look, Fnatic, they're coming in. It's just like black on black, you know? It's classy, it's timeless, but it's a little bit, you know, everyone does that. I've got a black mouse mat at home, so I'm just like Fnatic, for real, for real. Just got a wave from Alpha. Yay. W. It's the little things in life, really. You know, we can
he's playing rock, paper, scissors. He's playing rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, are they?
He wants to play it.
Oh, my God. It's tight. Well, we can only see one
he's
of
lost
the...
it already.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, we can see both.
I'm gonna be honest. There was a 35-minute pause on LEC once where we broke down an entire not tic-tac-toe. You just said it. What's
rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. I'm a disaster up here.
Christy?
Yeah, 35 minutes. We broke down a best-of-5 rock, paper, scissors match on the analyst desk. It was great. It's a good time. What we can do, though, is I see a lot of you chatting away. I'd love to, you know, see.
Have you just dropped a smiley in chat?
I just dropped a no because someone asked to start the game, and I'd rather talk. So sorry, guys, but I would love to know what your favorite emote is.
Favorite emote?
What's your favorite emote? Are you a frogman type of guy? I heckin' love arcane bat chest. Are you Bedge or resident sleeper or some other Durka variant?
I'm a pretty standard guy, just lol for me.
Just lol.
Just lol. That's all I need.
Not even an omega lol.
No, not even a. I've seen that.
You're just a basic.
I've seen that too often. I'm just a basic lol guy. Sometimes you gotta hit him with the basics, right?
God, this guy likes lol, guys.
Or any variation.
Yeah, get him. He likes lol.
Any variation of monk is fine. Yeah, I'm an old boy now.
Yeah, Monka's pretty solid.
I don't know,
I must say.
You seem to live in Twitch chat.
I do.
You finish casting and that's where you spend all your time.
I roll in, I drop a classy, timeless smile.
A couple of lull enjoyers in the chat.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Do you remember back in the simple days, back when esports was done in, you know, basements?
Yeah.
When the best emote on Twitch was Franker Z, or everyone was seeking out the golden kappa. I still don't know if that was a real thing.
Not a clue.
But wow, look guys, maps. Did you know that there are currently 7 maps in the Valorant rotation? These are them right there.
I was so hoping to see Bind today. I was really excited.
Yeah, I do want to see more teams, you know, sort of interpret the map. It's always
Look
like,
what you've done to chat. It's just
what
a
have I
spam
done?
of emotes.
Oh, they might have turned on emote only mode. That sometimes happens.
In which case you were solely responsible for this.
Ooh, yeah, that would be my fault, definitely. Yeah, no, I'm a fan of Bind. I want to see more teams play Yoru on it. I will be honest. I'm a Yoru enthusiast, but I want to see.
Why do you want to see more Yoru on that map in particular?
Because like the disinformation, funky stuff you can do with teleporters is just lovely. In terms of like you can send a clone through, make it real. You can go in yourself, TP out. It basically like makes it so that you can like threaten early fights out of teleporters earlier. Like I saw last week, like someone just like running into a teleporter, but like keep running into the corner of the wall, pretending to be a clone. And then popping out with a flash. It's a good time. Raze is a little bit too strong, so you probably have to run a double duelist Raze Yoru. Now we're really cooking. Oh. But hey, that's okay.
I'm just enjoying the meltdown you sent chat into.
They're all looking for the golden kappa. It's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Guys, if you find the golden kappa, you will get to come to VCT. If you book your own flight and hotel and buy your own ticket. And then, if all of those things happen, I will look out at you in the audience and give you a wave. There you go. Yeah. They didn't get the golden kappa, but they got the wave.
They got a wave anyway.
Yeah.
They got a preview.
A little preview of it. Oh yeah.
If you have the golden kappa, you get a 2.7 second like hand wave.
That's solid. I think that's worth. Maybe I could just start charging people for that. Like no golden kappa. But, you know, 20 bucks, I'll wave to you. Sure, why not?
How long are we talking per 20 bucks?
I mean, I guess we have to negotiate, huh? Yeah.
That's done up front before they head out.
They're still waving over there. They just never stopped waving back. Now I feel like
they're getting their money's worth.
Yeah, I totally left them hanging. It's brutal.
Yeah.
It's brutal. I must say, the Fnatic side of the crowd absolutely packed today. Got a lot of flags draped over. I think do I see some signatures on there too? Good stuff.
A few.
Good stuff.
Oh, I love Big Stevie down the floor. Look at him.
Now the Koi fans get to battle back. Yes! Fight! This is what I live for.
You know who the grand orchestrator of this duel is down there on the floor?
Who?
We see him.
Oh my.
The hype man, Mr. Stevie himself.
I love a good bit of hype injected into my main veins. Now, we are almost at the point. I don't know how long exactly this pause has been going on. I feel like it's been like about 5 minutes now.
Yeah.
Which is a third of the length of Mad versus T1 earlier today.
Lol.
So
yeah,
we're almost getting there. I'm really preying on some fandom overlap right now.
Yeah, Yinsu was a maker getting her hair done, and she was like, it literally took the longer to do my hair than it took for T1 to like pound Mad, and I was like, yeah.
That's brutal.
It was not a good time for any EU League enjoyers.
Pickles! All right, we're gonna toss it down to Yinsu on the analyst desk.
Speak of the devil.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. You guys, I'm so happy, Ender, that you brought up Mad versus T1. I would love to talk about it. You too, you love League of Legends. So
I'm a GIA fan. I got to the LEC only when you're working.
How long was the match?
17. No, it didn't get to 17.
Yeah.
It was like 16, 40 something or something like that.
So could they FF in that time?
They could,
yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unlike League of Legends, in Europe, we're actually good at Valorant. So let's talk about our teams being good at a game. Now, Fnatic versus Koi here. I think we were kind of hyping it up a lot going into it, what we expected from both teams. Fnatic, they did try some new things, but let's revisit some of the times that their players bail them out time and time again. Kukuka, I mean Durka and Alpha, even if they in a little bit, it doesn't matter because they just do this.
No news, really, because especially this round where you see both Killjoy's ults just being a push, and Koi decides that they're going to go into breaking it. They don't get it, because even though there's 2 players onto Alpha, he even gets the 3rd one, and that means the 2 players of Koi are going to be detained by the Killjoy ult.
Yeah, Alpha is just the guardian of the lockdown, you know?
Yeah.
That's about it. I mean, Durka here, you can see that he hits a nasty 2K, but we have seen Durka in the beginning of the game a little bit, you know, still the 21 Durka when he was overheating a lot, pushing for the Viper.
It was
wall.
a PRX
Yeah,
instead of a DRX.
Maybe they were yelling PRX to overheat, who knows? Maybe
I mean, I think we should explain that, because I feel like we all know what that means, but for the viewers at home that don't know, so as we saw from the VoiceCon video that the Fnatic, VALORANT social media team put out, during their games we hear Chronicle, I think it was, and Boaster as well,
yes.
like they like to shout the word DRX, which we learn later on is a reminder for the rest of the players to not to overheat. And Lothar, you want to explain why DRX in particular?
Well, DRX is a very good example when it comes to structure and not overheating. Another example would be Leviathan, by the way. But in general, like I feel like every team needs a call out to remind themselves of
that they're not
having
playing ranked.
discipline. Right. I mean, in ranked, you should also do that, by the way.
Do you call DRX in your ranked games?
Well, when I call DRX actually in ranked is when we play Ascent.
They're like, what are you talking about?
It's like a post-plant positioning, and people actually catch up. I'm not kidding.
Do you think DRX themselves say DRX?
I don't think so. Maybe they say ourselves.
Us. Remember, I don't even think they need to do that. But this is the thing, though. I feel like the major difference between, we were even talking about this when we were watching the game, between maybe the previous iteration of Fnatic and this one is back then. It was kind of Durka doing most of the bailing out, but now they have like Chronicle and Leo can do it as well when the rest of them are inting. But this is actually Durka's overall tournament stats right now, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and as you see there at the bottom, first bloods and first deaths. I think that especially as Lothar was saying at the beginning of the game, especially those first rounds, he was maybe taking too many risks, going too aggressive. We know that Fnatic might be stretching the gum a little bit and trying to think outside of the box when it comes to Lotus, maybe try and find more ways of being aggressive or putting pressure onto them. And Durka was, you know, maybe overheating a little bit, going into side before the util was prepped and yada yada. But, you know, he came to his senses.
The funny thing is that your duelists can be over-aggressive. That just the point is to have good spacing between the players, that when the duelist is trying to make the space by making the hard risk, high reward play, so make sure that if he fails, he gets traded. And that was the one thing that was a little bit, let's say, well, not happening for Fnatic. And that was the main issue in the first rounds. But even though that was happening, they were playing at a disadvantage and they still were winning rounds. And the biggest blunder was just that miscall when they ulted B-side with Fade ult and then rotated to C and ran out of time.
Yeah, we will talk about that later when the map is finished as well. But for Koi,
yes,
10-2, we've seen an 11-3 comeback, all right? So even a team is 10-2 down, I'm like, hey, you never know. But Kukuka, realistically, what do they need to do going on their attack?
Oof, is very complicated because we know that if...
Put in the assistant coach.
A Goken? Maybe? do you think they can sub in players mid-game?
I don't think so. But as you guys can see, the monitor issue is being sorted right now. But yeah, Kukuka, what do they need to do?
I think they need to go crazy. Probably Trex needs to swap that pillow and actually
that
get it.
Always there?
I don't think so.
Wait, he's like Pansy and Hyper today on the show already. All right, let me take my pillow with me, you know, just in case.
Let me check Twitter. Is Hyper traveling? Lauren, yeah, okay, yeah, they're here.
I mean, is it as easy, Kukuka, as that they just need to wake up a little bit? Is it that easy?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I do understand the kind of the intention that they had going on the defense. They didn't want to allow Fnatic to even go into that post-plant situation because they know that fundamentally, and even with the pressure, just because they know how to put pressure after the plant. Oh, they're just looking at us.
How are you doing?
Is that the new pen? Is that cup going to be the pen?
Oh, that cup's about to get squished into powder.
He's so delicate. Did you see how he was touching it? It was like touching a light bulb.
I think he hears us right now.
Minnie's having a nap. Hey, yo, Minnie needs to wake up. It's not done yet. It's not that easy.
Maybe that was happening during the entire half, and that would explain a lot.
Thing is, Minnie is just so stressed all the time that I felt like maybe he deserves to have a nap. But Lothar, what do you think? Because 10-2, that's a really tall hill, but Lotus, at least right now, in terms statistically, is still a little bit more attack-sided. So they're technically going on supposedly their better half.
Yeah. Hopium here happening, you know, it's always possible. I would say that in Valorant, pistol rounds are probably the easiest rounds to win in a David versus Goliath situation, because there's less access to utility that Fnatic can use to their full extent. Because let's not kid ourselves, like Fnatic has really like supreme mechanical skill on the players.
Oh really? I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, but that's also posted there. And then we have the utility that is used in a pristine way, but on a pistol round, when that utility is not present because they just don't have enough cash to buy all of that, then you have the chance to win against those teams a little bit. Typically, you know, there's a higher chance of winning that round than in a full buy round. So winning pistol round is the first step. I mean, I'm stating the obvious. It's like, oh yeah, when a team win rounds, then they have a chance of winning the game, you know? It's like very, very good.
Did you say the same about maps?
Yeah, how was that? If a team wins an opposing team's map pick, that's great.
I mean, yeah, definitely. If you want to win, it looks like, you know, Boaster needs to warm up again. They're getting cold after all this waiting. So some stretches, we need to keep the blood flowing. But yeah, it looks like we're still going to wait for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it sounds like the tech issue is actually being resolved as we speak. So not too much longer, Lothar. Okay. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I wanted to say that, look, jokes aside, win condition for Koi here is a very, very, very distant one. But I do feel like they just need to gamble more. They need to be a little bit more confident in the way they play, because on defense that was absent. That was like a lot of cookie cutter positions being played on defense and not a lot of synergy represented by the team. And I hope that for attack, this is gonna be different.
Yeah, also we didn't mention, of course, Chronicle on Fnatic's Shadows now on Koi, both ex-teammates. It's kinda, you know, wholesome but also heartbreaking at the same time.
Gambit.
The good old days, the
Honestly,
good old days.
If my vision is like
Same for Leon Cole, that they were
Yeah,
in Gil,
yeah,
right?
but I mean, I love Gil, but like Gambit. My vision is in like 7 years' time, we have the 10-year anniversary of this game, and we have a show match, and we reform old
Fish
Optic.
1 to 3.
Yeah, no, screw that. We reform old Optic, and we reform old Gambit, and get them to get on stage and play a show match. That is my ultimate vision. Riot, if you want to get in touch with me to work on that, feel free. But I will.
You're gonna be preparing that for 7 years.
Yeah, honestly, I will give anything. You bring Defo back, N as well, get N in there too. Yeah. And then we're gonna have a nice little reunion, which is something that I really want. But again, that is very, very, very far down the line. We gotta say though here, I said in the pre-show in terms of permutations, Koi, they do still have a chance. In fact, even if they lose to Fnatic here, they still have a chance. They just have to beat Heretics to keep themselves in playoffs contention. But if they lose to Heretics, it is GG. And actually, if they lose to Fnatic and beat Heretics, their chances are higher than if they lose to Heretics and beat Fnatic. So it's
kind of
then it's obvious
crazy.
you have to lose
crazy because the Koi situation is if they go into a tiebreaker scenario and as you say they win against Fnatic but they lose against Heretics, it doesn't matter that you're the only team that has beaten both Navi and Fnatic. It's the fact that since you do not have a favorable head-to-head against the teams that are on that lower part of the leaderboard, there's not much that you can do. But you know, maps also matter. We'll get to see that further on.
Yeah, we will see indeed. But also as we head into the second half as well, Fnatic on their defense, what do you guys like to see? How different can their setups be? Because they've played Lotus a few times. We talk about how they could potentially be trying new things. Lothar, what new things is there even for them to try?
I don't think they will try anything new, to be honest. I feel like there's a lot of...
I agree.
On the defense, I would assume that the Viper is the main cause of like how you put the defense online, and that's not gonna change to not spoil anything for the future.
Well, I have some good news. We're getting back into game, Des and Ender. I hope you guys enjoyed that podcast. I can't wait to see what we're going to get for this half.
Thank you, Yinsu. We've been having a lot of fun uncrossing wires. During that time, we've done a lot of walking around, and it was like a cat wall ball back here, but I think we're all good.
Some pacing, you know, the falling asleep. We saw Fnatic, almost the entire team was just knocked out for 5-6 minutes. So you have to consider, even coming into the half, 10-2, you know, maybe a little bit sleepy, gotta get the yawns out of the system.
So what you're kind of saying there is that was an elaborate ploy by Koi.
No.
Oh, it sounds it. Very elaborate.
That's a bit too much tinfoil hat for me. But you know, Lothar was dishing out the hopium on the desk and talked about the pistol round. We'll see what Koi have in store for us. Of course, in order to win, we're probably gonna have to kill Leo, which they only managed to do twice the entire first half. Coincidentally, Koi also only won 2 rounds. So shout out Leo.
I love that stat that they shared on the desk earlier as well. Leo has less entry deaths than he does shock dart kills globally.
Yeah, that's gnarly.
It's crazy.
But also, like, Fnatic just, they send the right people in to fight, you know? Well, Durka always leading the charge.
In case Fnatic weren't 100% sure, they're very sure now exactly what's going on. It's going to be Stark, so bouncing all the way through as everyone else taking a little bit of chip damage on their way through. Chronicle starts out with the 1, the turret taken down. Side control in the favor of Koi, but Fnatic are slowly starting to group their way back in. You may even see a flank from Durka coming in towards
he just ended up breaking the Killjoy turret, so he's going to fall back entirely after revealing there could be a potential flank. Means only 3 players on site to defend from this. Wolfen's lurk timing has to work out, and he hears the footsteps. He can swing off those.
Great combo.
Perfect. He gets the kill in mid while they get 1 on site.
Yep, the Holmes coming on through. That's what helped him out in that first engagement. But now they're trying to box him into the back corner here. First tap coming through to try and force the fight. It's a quick kill coming out from Shados, but Leo gets the trade back before going down himself. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for Alpha. Probably the kind of person you want in this situation, but it's a lot to ask for. And Wolfen puts a bit of grave. Koi make it 3 rounds.
I mean, not the easiest round for Koi to win there, but respect to Wolfen having the exact right timing on the swing there, on the lurk, because it would have been really easy for him to activate that lurk quicker, you know, sort of walk into a 1 versus 1, but when you're lurking on this map on attack up through mid, like, that's the one angle you have to look out for. So I think activating your lurk off of the sound of footsteps running on through, that's exactly when you want to pull the trigger, and it gives him that 1 versus 1, sort of shooting Durka as he's rotating on through. And then he pays off later in the round too to secure it.
I think what I like from Koi there is they played things super tight as well. Didn't really play it the way Fnatic had done, being quite slow, quite controlled and composed. They were looking to be relatively together as a team, and now Fnatic are trying to break that up. Don't give them time to group up and make a play. Push onto them aggressively, and they found the entry for it.
Yeah, this is like a full buy from Koi too, so any kills Fnatic are going to be very meaningful.
Do they know? They're going to assume he's not here. They did a bit of spray through the smoke and missed absolutely everything. But obviously he's got to be mindful that once the smoke goes down, he could be in danger. Looks to his left, but Wolford's there. It's good to try and close the gap, making use of the smoke in the second round, but the Bulldog still hits like a truck. I was going to say like a Bulldog, but it does hit like a Bulldog.
A Bulldog, all of it. Oh, Durka.
You rat.
Oh, this is so mean. Okay, no, they're cleared. Respect. And the rest should be pretty easy work from Koi. So they only end up losing the 1 rifle. I believe they had the 1 Vandal and then 3 Bulldogs. Maybe just the 1. Yeah, you can see Wolfen just upgraded that one in mid. And really what they're trying to do is they're trying to convert in round 3. So it won't be a bonus from them. You're down this much, like you have to just keep that snowball rolling. So had Fnatic been able to find anything more, it actually would hand out like big time for them. And they could have stopped, you know, a couple of these rifles going through. So still a chance for Chronicle if he finds good timing to take one out of the picture.
Also taking a look at all the blue crosses on your map, and you can see how many of those were in such aggressive forward positions as well. Fnatic wanted to close that gap and get up close and personal. But Koi, to give them full credit, dealt with that aggression incredibly well. Now at least have 4 rounds on the board. I won't lie, I was probably of the opinion we'd be seeing maybe a 13-3 or 13-2, a bit of a stomp by Fnatic coming into this map. But Koi, we saw a little bit of goodness coming out of them early on with those 2 rounds, and then even around that, the ones they lost, they still played some of those pretty well, and you've seen it there in the last 2 as well.
They're going to have to look out for the early aggression from Fnatic, because you see they're going to put a lot of attention over towards Rebel. You can see a couple of stars placed as well, potentially looking for a suck or concuss if anyone pushes very aggressively, right? If you see the Omen TP or the satchel right off the bat, you can look to fight immediately, but instead they pull it back to hold on to. It means B-side is very weak at the moment, and Koi immediately going to pounce on that one.
Starks go back in. He's been a couple of times now hopping out over those mollies, over everything else coming his way, just to get himself in a particularly powerful position. He's the one who's gone deep on site here, of course, alongside the plan. Coldamenta in danger for a couple of seconds there. He was sat inside the molly, he's now out of dodge as well. So once again, fast-paced play is keeping Fnatic on the back foot here.
The tough thing is, Starzo's the only one with a forward position. He has to come up huge in this round, but he's been spotted out. The rest of the team is playing through main, which makes it so hard to survive in the post.
Backstab. Gonna get stuck in the back here as Alpha comes around on the flank, and that's that main position, as you say, on site shut out. The rest is stuck behind a smoke that's now dissipated, but it's still ugly. There is a Viper wall sat in the way.
Wolfen late on this flank. Could pay off here, but the clock is already going down. It's going to be halved.
Oh boy, this could be mega. Sees two line up, but can't find the third. It's a 1 versus 1. He taps an Alpha, gets the kill and spins onto the defuse. Fnatic win it out. What a play to close.
Oh, Fnatic winning out in that retake right there. It goes down to the wire again. A couple of these rounds have been very close at the bitter end. But the fact that the scouting came down, spotted the Rays pushing back towards spawn, Alfier finds that one. Even though Wolfen's reflank looked nuts, gets 2 kills, stops the diffuser as well. Just a little bit too delayed on that one. I think one of the things you almost always have to have when you're attacking that B site is control of 2 of the entryways into site. It's why you always see teams trying to either take baby door and main or flip the map and push spawn. These types of ideas. Otherwise, Max sort of flood in and only have to look one direction. Now Koi have lost their solo smoke on attack. So they're going to be praying they can find some early fights before it turns into a full-on site commit, but Fnatic are not going to give those to them. They're going to play off of their utility and force Koi to overexpose themselves coming into the site without those sight lines blocked off.
A little bit indecisive there for me, Koi. Spoke about it already a few times, hitting B there, hitting C previously. Just full send it. Don't give Fnatic time to get yourself settled, whereas here they play things a little bit slower. Obviously Fnatic not fully aware they were coming in, but straight away look at the difference. There are 3 players here. There are ults coming across site. They've got everything ready. They've got the read on Koi. Now they've got a choice. You've lost 2 players trying to push in. You've committed to trying to make this work. You've only got 2 players left. You're against 5. It feels like a big ask.
They have to find Alpha, but you're still walking the Killjoy stuff. Standing. Yeah, I don't know.
Spike down.
I mean, allowing Fnatic go to 12 is just so brutal, so they're going to try to fight their way through it, but that one is going to sting at the end. Should be able to get light armor rifles still, I'd assume, on the majority of players. Not quite. I see a Guardian and a Spectre at the very least. But yeah, I mean, if Alfeir's just finding that kill, I don't really know what you're supposed to do.
Nothing, just call up on a ball, cry.
Well, I mean, one of the things they were missing, the smokes, but also that's a paranoia line you often see the Omen send it out from, so not being able to block him off or force Alfier to go back definitely hurt, and I think Koi are just going to try to instantly explode over towards here, but you can see the Star setup. Surprising, Starzo works through it and finds the opener.
He's done that quite consistently in most of these rounds, which I really appreciate and admire as well. Just willing to full send into dangerous territory without information, going into these gunfights with confidence. Sure, he might not be absolutely lighting up the leaderboard, but at least it's making things happen for Koi, who again have gone aggressive in the early round, but then slowed down again after. And this is where we've seen Fnatic with the chance to set themselves up and get comfortable. They've got the Killjoy online. Of course, it's available for Koi too, but it's not going to be pretty.
Do you think there was 1 fewer stars that Boaster had previously put over towards Rebel, which maybe would have allowed them to fight more for it? But here we go from Koi, patiently clearing out that first angle on baby doors. They opened the big one.
Well, the call comes in there too, sticking on B for the side of Fnatic, expecting potentially a late rotate. What they don't know is everybody is on tree here as well. Leaving one behind in the form of Trex. I think if they hit the door again, they'll be in a bit of risk here, thinking, okay, they're definitely going in for tree. So they want to trigger it a second time. May well back out here as Boaster starts out on one. You got him on the long spray. They absolutely love the Odin on this map.
It's so goofy, man! Like every single round, the tree spams everything. Now Chronicle on the retake coming in very quick.
Drops down. Looking for the wraparound. It's going to be a real nasty
Wait,
bit of
Shadows
play
has
coming
ult?
in
Why
here
is he
as
playing
well.
so far forward?
Killjoy's coming all the way down. Yeah, Shadows is right up close here as well. Pops the ult out. Tries to step on forward, but not too much that he can do. Fnatic get everything they need here to take this first map in style.
Look, it was a long, gruesome affair at halftime. I didn't know if Fnatic were going to be able to close it out. I didn't know if there was going to be a second half for a moment there. But at the end of it all, Fnatic came here to finish business that should have happened a couple of weeks ago. It got delayed and now up with a convincing 1-0 start.
That's the kind of question at the start. Would you rather play Fnatic closer to the lock-in win? Would you rather play them later?
What about never? Is that
How about never? It should also be a wonderful option.
None of the above. I'll take that.
I mean, putting it out there, expensive result. We thought we were going to see this storm through from Fnatic. That's largely what we've seen. Again, not to take things away from Koi. Some good rounds in the mix, particularly on the attack again. Catching Fnatic on the back foot, getting the spike down, getting in good positions. That did really well for them. But sadly, that trick's only going to work once or twice until Fnatic catch you out.
All right, the Gaming Sphere. What a name.
Have you ever heard of it?
No.
The Red Bull Gaming Sphere.
Now I know.
Now you know.
Wild.
RBGS. Good place.
I wish I was cheering there. I could wave to someone over there. That's enough.
You can shout Pickles again if you really wanted to.
It's definitely
Do you want to do Pickles again before we go to break?
No. Pickles was just the one time for
Just being a
you,
good boy
guy in
about it.
chat.
Well, we'll go to a break when we come back. Desk. See you soon.
Nice. Good job. Nice. Come on, Des. Come on. Nice. Good job, Leo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back to the show. Before we went to Lotus, we were speaking about the fact how Fnatic is playing on attack on this map, and we would like to revisit that now to see if Koi actually did something about it, and unfortunately did not. But the thing is, we have Fnatic that typically attack in the first 20 seconds of the round in those two directions. This is the heat map from those 20 seconds, as you can see on the bottom there. And here, this small cloud that you can see here, this is just one round of movement that we have witnessed so far on Lotus on Fnatic's attack side. So there's a big gap that we mentioned in the pre-show in that attacking side, where Alpha even sometimes doesn't have a turret in this spot for the first 30 seconds of the round. Now, when we swap to Koi's positioning, you can see that there's a lot of movement into the B area, and there was only one round when they pushed out, destroyed the Killjoy turret, and went back. There was not a single time when they took the space aggressively on the B area, and they even stacked the Killjoy Alamo bot and players along the, on top of that. I'm gonna actually show it to you guys how that looks, because we're gonna zoom in on the mini-map. I'm gonna activate the points from Wolfen's utility, so you're gonna see right now here on this mini-map that those small dots indicate the Alamo bot. The turrets are being put here, so there was abundance of utility being put on this side. That was actually kind of pointless, because the Fnatic team was actually going through Hobbit a lot of times, avoiding even that utility, so it never had any impact. So there was a little bit lack of adaptation to the playstyle that Fnatic were presented in the 2 times that they played Lotus so far, and it seems like Koi just didn't do their homework.
Yeah, Lothar, it does seem that way, because Cougar, that wasn't the only thing that kind of indicated to us maybe Koi was a little bit unprepared for this map against Fnatic. If we take a look at round 1, the pistol right off the bat, I think what Lothar said, I think we were expecting them to maybe stack A little bit, maybe push out a B to stop this push.
Is the A control.
But this is what Fnatic do.
Exactly, Fnatic won that A control, and in pistol round was not going to be a difference. We see them taking slowly, using the utility that is necessary to break, and we also see the rotation coming in for Koi. As I said when we were in that tech pause, they wanted to prevent them into even getting onto side. But what Fnatic does here is even smarter. They know that they've gathered all this position, that they have all these angles, waiting to get some picks. Then they start and freeze, and they're like, oh, there's one, there's two. Okay, it's time to fake this. They get the stun, and they are going to go on to use a little bit more of util and break that small door.
It's the fake that they do here is just work so flawlessly. They bait 3 players into checking that position to make sure that they can get the crossfires, and they are just being slaughtered. The wall is also just activating in the moment that next to it. It's beautifully done, and then the overheats.
Yeah, he does indeed, but this is the thing we spoke about, right? Maybe Koi wasn't expecting Fnatic to pick Lotus. We all thought they were going to pick Haven. Maybe even on the side of Barbar and the coaching team, perhaps they thought Lotus is not even going to be the map that comes up today, but I feel like the pistol round set a tone, and as we look into the next round as well, Kukuka, again, Koi didn't adapt.
Yeah, exactly. This is you might have seen this round twice, because seeing Fnatic taking this part of the map is no news. Lothar was saying it on his segment, and this is the second time that Dirk uses his ultimate on the same way, on the same entrance. Cold Aminta almost dies the first time, and definitely dies this one. It's something that has happened before. They're aware from the beginning of the round that Dirk has the ult. They're aware of what had happened 3 rounds ago, and they still don't change anything.
He needed wings, you know, to escape that ultimate.
I see what you're doing.
I see what you're doing, and I like it.
Thank you for that, Lothar. But this is the issue, right? We're going to take a look at the scoreboard as well, just to see how dominant the game was. We needed to see Koi come in with a solid game plan. And Lothar, it felt like maybe there were a couple times they had good ideas, but the game plan just wasn't there.
Look, I was getting feedback that people are saying, oh, I love that you are not that negative on the desk anymore, and you're not complaining about teams.
Complain,
like, yeah,
I like it when you complain.
Unfortunately, today I have to complain a little bit, because Koi today played like they played last week. It was very visible on Bind that the game plan is just not like solidified, and it's not being projected on the map even. Like the way that they attacked was disjointed. There was always 1 by 1, even if the player on the raise sucks was going in, swooping in on side, no one was following. Then suddenly it's a huge disadvantage, 3v5, someone solo peeks. And then it's a 2v5. What did the other 2 players do? They solo peek. It's like everything was falling apart like dominoes, but in a slow motion. So it's really something that the Koi needs to fix instantly.
But Vitality last week against Fnatic, they showed Koi what can happen if you're well prepared against Fnatic. On their Haven, right off the bat, Cougar, they were kind of catching them off guard. Fnatic had to really work hard to get back into the game. So perhaps we thought maybe Koi would be having a similar strategy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I think it does come to, I don't know how prepared they were to actually face them on the Lotus. Maybe they thought that it was going to be a second ban for Fnatic, but you know, we know that going after a 10-2 half is not easy. Just put it like that. So on the attack, all those plays where they're disjointed, we can make excuses for them being like they're completely out. Them going into duels when it's a 4v2 and you're going into the last round, knowing that you need to save those guns if you want to think about it, makes us think and interpret what they're doing as them thinking that it's already over, let's just think of Ascent.
Well, for Fnatic as well, today, again, they surprised us with the vetoes. If we take a look at this round, Lothar, I think they might be confirming what you thought, that they could just be trying out new things. Because either if this was like a crazy overheat, or maybe they're overcooking, perhaps, Lothar, what do you think?
Well, I feel like one thing that I dislike about this round, this is the one with the Fade ultimate, right? Yeah.
Yes,
this is the one where I feel like Fnatic was just
overcooking.
It's not overcooking. I feel like it's misreading the position on the minimap of where your opponents will be, and they use the Fade ultimate to essentially fake a push on the B side. But the ultimate is just such a power, the raw power that it represents is just so good to just take the side in itself. I feel like it's just a wasted opportunity to even use it in this way, and that's one of the biggest problems that I feel like were in that round happening. But overcooking with utility is one thing. I think it still falls down to misreading where the opponents exactly are on the minimap, and then you can see how the confident Leo just walks into the side. So that tells me that the call was like, yeah, they're all on the side, and then Leo just walks in with a knife out and his spike, and then everything just falls apart.
I mean, how forgiving can we be?
I mean, I think that this is also a prime example of what Koi was trying to do, and is like being hyper-reactive to what Fnatic was doing, because they didn't want to get into that post-plant situation where they have to retake. So Fnatic, you know, taking one step and then counter-resting them, because before they go onto B, we all see that they've already taken some damage. It's come through utility, through some bullets, through smokes, but it's what Koi wanted to do. Also the paranoia coming in, so I understand that Fnatic felt a little bit cornered, but I feel that it's also the one and only time that they felt that way. They wanted to improvise on the go, is what they picked this map for, potentially. So I think we can be forgiven.
Yeah, I mean, they can afford to, right? They've qualified already. So I feel like this is the theme we're going to get for the rest of the Fnatic games, perhaps. But map 2, let's talk about Ascent real quick, because this was Koi's pick, and this was probably the only pick today, Cougar, that we thought made sense.
Yeah, exactly, because Koi has played this map every single week, but the week that they didn't get to play because they were going to play against Fnatic. So at least we're going to see that map. I think it's the one where they want to think they're most comfortable with. They also made the mistake last week to leave it open against BBL, and that did not work out well. So let's see how it goes against Fnatic. They decided that this was better than... They decided that maybe even Haven could happen, so they must be really comfortable here.
But it is Ascent. You play exactly the same composition as Fnatic, and it's like, oh my god, if you play a mirror comp against the team that is considered best in the region, you need to be like really well prepped to make sure that you're playing better than the opposing team.
Again.
Yeah, prep, the keyword.
Another word. Let's take a look at those comps over there, actually. We can throw them up right now to just remind you guys what the compositions were the last time both of these teams played Ascent. And Lothar, like you said, it is a mirror comp. We've heard Boaster in the past explicitly say, I love playing against teams that have the same comp as us, because they never know why they copied us, because we know why we do this.
But that's exactly what I said it today as well, right? And in the previous weeks as well. Whenever Fnatic is using something and other teams are copying it, it's like missing a crucial detail or a feedback loop when it comes to like why that utility is being used in the first place. And there are a few fundamental, like, let's say, characters in this composition that are so important, so instrumental to make this composition work. In my eyes, that is KO.
KO, yes.
KO is just so crucial in taking the mid control, in disabling the Sentinel player, in finding a target that they can cascade on.
I think that's also important for Fnatic to understand also where the weaknesses can be. Maybe they learn something new that they can do with the composition. It's a composition that we've seen a lot, but I think there's still some development. And knowing exactly that you, for example, have that KO as well. I know that the positions from Killjoy are not will try and be compromised. I know that this is the kind of team that will work around it. So Koi has very few chances.
I also expect, because we had this conversation already today, that Leo will have some shock darts lineups to control the Alamo bot in mid. I feel like that's also crucial to Fnatic's game plan, because they do control mid a lot and they have a way slower pace. That's actually kind of crucial to mention. Fnatic attack speed when it comes to planting is like 3 times slower than Koi. Koi are going in a lot of times, just pushing in first tempo, commitment. Though they get the kills or not, doesn't matter, they push in. But that requires something that they were lacking on Lotus today, and that is that good spacing between the players.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned this in Map Veto's Kakuka, that Fnatic chose to start on attack. I don't think any team ever chooses to start on attack on Ascent, so I think while we're theorizing that maybe they're just trying something, this definitely, I think, we can more or less just confirm that surely they just want practice. They're just looking for reps here on Ascent.
Yeah, exactly, and probably to find the weaknesses in their composition, when they're going up against it. No, how do you counter exactly what you do and where do you find the holes?
Yeah, before we jump into Ascent, Lothar, please make your way to the telestrator and kind of break us down on some of the things we could expect from these two teams.
Yeah, that's actually something I have prepped when it comes to the attack for those teams. So we're gonna have here, this is Fnatic, this is the attack side of Fnatic on Ascent. As you can see, this is the entire round. So this is how they move. This is the heat map on the entire round from every single time they played Ascent. As you can see here, there's a lot of focus on this mid control. And when we're gonna compare it to Koi, it's actually so different. There's a very big gap here in movement on the mid. This is why I consider Koi a little bit less flexible on this map than Fnatic, and that is one of the key pieces of making this map work, actually. Like, the way that this map is constructed, you have two small choke points that are right here on this map, and if you want to breach those, you need to be very, very, let's say, coordinated to make sure that you don't have many casualties while going to the side through those areas. And if that is not happening, well, then the mid control is so important to have that cleared, and that's something that Koi typically, unfortunately, lacks. Now, when it comes, we're gonna go back to Fnatic now on this mini-map, and what is very important to understand as well is that when Fnatic is doing those mid pushes, they pair that up with a default setting that they are controlling on the extremities of the map. So whenever they do the mid push to control this space over here, they have players that are playing a very greedy play style on A main and B main to make sure that the defenders are using some kind of utility to stop them from doing any advancement on the map. That allows them then to do that slow play on Ascent, to plant the spike late because the utility is not present anymore. And Koi will typically have everything in their kitchen sink thrown at them when they go through A and B main through those choke points when they don't have the mid control.
Well, let's see if Koi also know the Fnatic's tendencies, but I will also say I want to inject some copium into Koi, because this is the only map that Fnatic have dropped so far in this entire season, Kakuka. So surely if it's anywhere that they have weaknesses, it's Ascent.
Yeah, okay, we can go down that route. It was also BBL, the same BBL that did beat Koi last week. Lothar, you were talking about that mid control. It's funny because Koi presents and wants to put even more control into mid only from the defense. Like, they are aware that it's a part of the map that it's crucial, but they do not interpret it the same way when it's from the attack. You know, it's like, okay, we're gonna open it, maybe just the smokes, maybe we'll work around it.
Yeah, it's actually pretty pretty important to have that mid control. You can say the same about Team Liquid, by the way. The way that Save always goes to bottom mid to control the defense, but then on the attack it's so different. It's so funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up BBL as well. This is a map the Fnatic don't tend to play, but as the highlights run, we're going to see some other of what we saw from Koi, and I mean,
they're getting destroyed here. So.
It was worrying, right? It was pretty worrying when we saw this. Again, the match against BBL was a bit of a must-win for them. They are in a tough situation, but let's talk about their mental. Let's talk about their mental here. We're not talking about a team. Yes, they have Wolfen, who's a bit of a rookie, but we're talking about a team that have assembled players that have won international trophies, that have been in situations that's way higher pressure than they're currently in. So Kakuka, surely we got to look to, you know, your Shados and your Starkster and your Cougar to pull them out of the situation.
Yeah, exactly. But in so many occasions we've seen these teams finally we're onto this this highlights of Ascent. I don't think they're going to be very long yet, because I was thinking this map did not last a lot. It was a 13-4 as we're seeing right here, and it is concerning because I think it moves away from just them having good players to actually them not merging together that well. To me, with Koi, it's always the feeling of the work isn't finished. I can see your intentions. I don't think it's polished. I don't think you've looked ahead of it. You've looked at the adaptation that the other team is going to have onto you. It's not only the plan that you have, it's also the plan to counter-rest your plan.
Yeah, and so that's something I anticipated that will be happening in this team, because when the team was formed, I was like, on paper, this looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
Calder, like, just on paper, like how he, let's say...
he makes every team better.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. Like, he's the leader that is the glue that makes the team work. And it's something that is not present in Koi. And I feel like a lot of people are just disappointed because of that, to see that, or maybe just not even disappointed, just surprised. It's so weird that this is not happening in Koi. I hope that they still have a chance of making that work.
Yeah, and I also feel like, of course, a lot of these pieces from Koi did come from the old guild. I know for the first few weeks through the gameplay, at least, it reminded us a little bit, you know, of how guild used to play. They have Baba as well as the coach still. But again, these are not people that aren't experienced. Lothar, we have, I mean, Shados is been in crazy high pressure situations back when he was on Gambit, international tournaments in LAN environment.
Where are they
going? Similarly to Calder as well. He's been to LAN. Guys, let me give him a chance. Let me let Ibai smile, all right? Let me make him smile a little bit. We need to give them some kind of a resemblance of a chance in terms of how they can get back into this. But again, it's not super disastrous if they lose this. But
they are not expected to win.
I know, but like,
match.
if
that's the thing, and it's
if you're a Koi fan, it's at what point are you just sad and disappointed?
I think that point was happening already.
Yeah,
so
that happened.
We are past that point. That ship is already, you know, in the ocean.
Honestly, just tell me one team that was really expected to win against Fnatic.
I mean, Ascent is the map that Fnatic did drop, so if it was anywhere, it's going to be there. But we're going to quickly go to a comms video for you guys to check out and see if we can sort out the PC issue on the back of this.
Hello, fellas, don't change your microphone. ¿Qué pasa, boys? Don't change your microphone. You need to ring like this, bro. Look.
Trex, I think Sage is looking at you. I don't know.
Sage? Yeah, maybe. Oui, Sage. Maniac.
Personne veut parler là.
Lance-le, frère.
Attendez, mon écouteur il veut pas se mettre.
Lance.
Tout le monde est long pour mettre les écouteurs.
Give me a fist bump as well.
No.
On the camera.
Got it? 7, 9. Yeah, I will take. Yeah, let's go. Good.
Let's make our first and last Icebox.
Yeah, guys, it's the last time we play Icebox.
First and last.
Let's make it happen, yeah?
I like that, Digger.
After that, we're gonna be sad that we couldn't play that map more.
We left the map with 100% win rate.
Right, big balls, boys.
Actually, I love to play against like the crowd like this because when I win rounds, they shut up.
Satisfied.
I love that. Think.
Top side. Top side, yeah.
Push in. Right side, yeah.
Top king.
Inside the smoke, Jen. In the smoke.
Time.
Through the tail.
Under. Rafters.
No one.
Nice. Last.
Nice one here.
Can be behind the wall, guys.
Probably is.
Just play time, look. 20.
Pick up me, please. Pick up me. Yeah, I'll pick up.
Nice! That's fine. Nice start. Keep it up. Good job, Vitinho.
Market a lot.
That market.
Arrowed out. Nice.
Market.
Well, I'm using my the smoke over B main.
I'm knifing B main. I'm knifing B main again. That B main.
Nice.
I'm checking middle. I'm holding middle.
Both. Sound. I need sound boys now.
Both
I'm playing steps.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm flashing claim.
Both. I need logs, no?
Down.
So you showed your balls or what? Yeah.
Big balls.
I'll take my shoes off, guys.
Actually, I'll do it also. Let's go for a look, you know?
No, throw your shoes.
What the f is cold? They cannot breathe. Bro, I have a foot powder on my shoes. It's white.
No, bro, you will die.
I smell it up here.
Admin, you know when we start?
Hey, admin, tu peux muter Alex pour tout le monde?
Comment ça? Admin. Admin, il est là? Quoi couper?
Wesh, Alex parle?
Non.
Alex parle?
Den Spiel inside, Kaio. Nice. Den Spiel was. Yes! Nice, bro! Nice, cousin! Chicken! Nice chicken!
Je suis mort. Bagdad,
check toi. Juste là, sortir garage.
Juste à gauche. Bagdad sur moi.
J'ai vu camper, PP.
Je flash.
J'ai défaut. Bon, PP.
Je reflash.
Je tue C1. Pas toucher C1. On a ulti qui joue.
J'ai.
I mean, you have a voice of when you take a flight, you know?
Flight attendant?
Yeah. Or a pilot. Like a pilot.
Today we're going to Brazil, bro. We're going to Tokyo, bro.
Çekiliyorlar köşelerine, eğimine çıkmanızı bekliyorlar, öyle vurmayı bekliyorlar. Tamam. Alabildiğiniz kadar alanı alın. Akıllıca fight'ları aramaktan hiçbir zaman çekinmeyin geçen maçtaki gibi. Çok iyi bir şekilde kazanacağız.
Short,
Under, grafiti short.
Short. Under short.
Sider çıktı.
Under, beraber under. Bu kadar oğlum!
Geçen maç kendimizi gösteremedik. 2.
Gösteremedik mi?
Ha. Benim mouse DPI falan mı yükseldi acaba? Hakim olamadım bir. En son oranım %12,5 falan da herhalde geçen maç.
Alright boys, let's do our warm up. Ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Do some reaches up. 1, 2, 3. I have my ult in a second.
Dead.
I'm gonna ulti.
One ledge.
Okay, freeze. We can do force plant here.
Yes, but I'm very low. I'm behind the wall. I'll try to kill him. Dead.
Nice. 2v2. I'm gonna orb up if you want to get out.
No. All good.
Nice.
Easy. Nice. Karol. Goodness. Karova!
Let's get out. Go the
What? How the doing this? How can I understand? You're doing this.
Yeah, this.
This?
Yeah. That's what I want to see.
If you're gonna plant, you're gonna...
Can we go out?
Bomb hotel.
I flash default. And go, yeah?
Go, smoke main. Turbo.
Go for it.
Ult it, Turbo under heaven. Dead Viper.
Side.
Nice!
No.
Let's fuck it up.
I read him like a book, man. Same round.
They're starting to crumble, I think.
They're holding me.
Ult. Yeah. Nice, central, above you. One more. A flash. 2v2. You can take city.
Nice!
Welcome back, you guys. I love watching team comms. I'm an avid team comm enjoyer, like from any region. I feel like you learn so much about them when you see what they actually say during the games.
Yeah, exactly. Some of them are more quiet. Obviously, the rounds that they pick are the most hyped up, the most that we can pick up something from. I love the last one. You know, it was Angel just sitting like this, being like, he's got this. He's so got this. We're done.
You know what I love? When someone says in ranked, you speak too much, you know? And then they maybe don't watch a VCT game and they don't see how pro teams communicate. It's a constant barrage of words. And you have to also filter out the very important information. So actually communicating it in any tactical FPS is art. It's like you need to know how to communicate, to not say too much, and also transfer only the very crucial information at the same time. And that's something that you can see in the best teams.
Yeah, especially I feel like the teams that English isn't their first language as well. I feel like it's so interesting when we see which other players that kind of step up in those situations. And speaking of that, let's get back to Koi real quick because for them, again, it's a really important game today. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, outside of just them, teams like Heretics and K-Core, they're praying for their downfall. They are hoping that Koi get 2-0 this week.
Exactly. Every single team that is on that bottom half of the leaderboard, they want all the other teams that are in the same situation to just keep losing. Do not get those numbers up because the lower that you are, the higher that we're going to get. And of course, they still have 2 other matches besides Fnatic.
They do, yeah. That Heretics game is huge for both them and Heretics. And also into week 8, if the tiebreaker is still available to us, Lothar, you know, every other team are going to hope that Team Liquid are going to be Koi. But it won't matter for them because if Koi loses against Fnatic and Heretics, we're going to have to say bye to them, Lothar. We're not going to see them at playoffs.
Well, you know, I just hope they're going to put a good fight against Team Heretics, but Team Heretics actually looks like a real team lately, so it's going to be a very interesting match this week.
I feel like the expectations is very all over the shop because I remember in week 1, Bea, you stood over there and you said 3 Spanish teams will be going to Tokyo. Although I didn't believe you.
Why are you laughing? You said K-Corp and Liquid are still going to, one of them is going to get at least 1 win because they're going to play against each other.
I mean, I am right.
Technically right.
Yeah, but
I think I didn't really believe you at the time, mainly because I didn't.
And you don't believe me now?
No, mainly because I felt like Heretics probably didn't have what it took to make it to Tokyo, but I definitely thought Koi did.
Yeah, I mean, they
100%
started
thought
against Na'Vi with a 2-0 victory. Like, that was crazy to me. And it was a 2018 Lotus, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
that was
2018, yeah.
We started with a bang, like a big bang that created this VALORANT scene.
Let's take a trip down memory lane, Lothar. Let's take a look at what Koi looked like when they were winning, because I do actually have the footage here, so we can have a look at it. It felt like a very, very long time ago. I think so long ago, I think we've celebrated so many people's birthdays since as well. But where is this Koi? Where did it go?
I love that we're seeing this, and it's just seen at highlights being like, wow. It's just Navi hitting the shots. It's still not getting the map, definitely. But I think that also we found that they were against a Navi that was in their prime of testing. It's not only that they're trying different comps, they were trying new agents for them. It was the first day. They wanted to try out Gecko. They did it on both of the maps. And also seen it going for the first time in that Omen. We saw how disjointed it felt, the missed timings on the smokes, and just the whole utility.
I completely forgot.
Oh my god,
I literally blocked it out of my mind that we had seen it on Omen.
I didn't either.
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
What I will say, though, this is what I'm trying to say. Koi, they can beat teams. They have what it takes. They have the right pieces. They have, like I said, real winners on their team as well. But it just felt like it's been a really difficult process for them, Lothar. Definitely more difficult than we anticipated.
I would love to make like a very in-depth interview with Calder, like an honest interview when he can just tell us, like, yeah, the communications, like what is the crucial issue that they are fighting with in the team right now, because that's something that we can never guess accurately ourselves on the desk. We can just superficially watch the game, see what is the movement on the map, make an assumption, but we'll never get to the actual problem. And I would love to hear from Calder, like, what are they fighting inside of the
it
team?
feels like it might not be the issues that we expect, because all of the other teams that were struggling brought in the assistant coach meta. You know, they did something about it. Whereas for Koi, Cougar, despite being at the bottom of the table, they are still sticking together.
I think it has to do with getting that first win, because as you said, there are some teams that have struggled in the past and they've, you know, managed to get some solutions or try to do something. K-Corp, they stopped in Zage, they got a mental coach, they started working on the situation. Koi maybe got too comfortable after getting that win against Navi, being like, okay, against NRG, it was close at lock-in, we come here, we beat Navi, okay, we're unstoppable, this is going to be easy. Second one, okay, they don't get that win. And after those losses start piling up, we see that also their homework and their pending assignments are not being done with, because they're so focused into getting ready for next week that they do not address everything that went wrong on this one. And I think that's where their pivotal point of actually not fixing the mistakes that, like, they're aware of the mistakes that they've made, but they haven't put the time into fixing them.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I want to see any more assistant coaches. I know we kind of joke about it. I do want to see SLK. I feel like SLK would be a good one.
I can only imagine after the assistant coaches subbed in the games were happening, the other assistant coaches are like, better play some death matches now, you know?
Get like the VLR page, you know what I'm saying? But of course, on the other side, the story is so different. I think expectation again for Fnatic coming into this tournament, we felt like they're probably the best team, 1 and 2, next to Na'Vi. They've just continued to keep winning and winning and winning. But as you remember, Cougar, with your interview with Boaster, they have protocols for losing. They know how they're going to react and how they're going to, how prepared they're going to be for that when that day comes.
Yeah, but that still has to happen, right? Like they have those protocols. It's maybe we see them in action, maybe we don't. The thing is that the higher that they get, so more people are going to be, you know, adding up into the queue of people waiting for them to fall, because you know, like the higher you get, the hardest the fall is.
Yes. Yes.
In that interview that you had with Bosa, I was actually very happy for him to say what he said, because it's like from an analytical or statistical point of view, you have to lose at some point.
Yeah.
So better earlier than later when the matches are more important, because just, you know, that's how the world works.
Yeah, the streak has to come to an end, and also because this team has never lost a series together, we still don't know how they're going to be. Like, how do they bounce back? You never know. Maybe that's when things start to fall apart. But the good news is, you guys, the issue has been sorted out. We are jumping into Agent Select very, very soon. Again, you two talked about how you want to see Fnatic try something new. Ascent, surely not, right? You just stick with this.
No, totally. Because everything, like, it's not only that the agents are correct, I think it fits perfectly into the players. I think it's too late to change something into Ascent.
Yeah, and we'll see. Oh yeah, Bosa's on the Omen, so yeah, we're gonna see the mirror comp. No innovation whatsoever here in the compositions, so everything falls in place. This is the meta game choice for so many teams.
Are you guys at all worried a little bit for Wolfen here, just because going up against Durka on this agent is not easy?
Yeah, we've seen Wolfen in particular being extra aggressive, especially on that mid side. On the defense, obviously, because as Luther said, on the attack it's not the same case, but sometimes he wants to be the star. I think that the rest of the team is trying to enable, but he has been unable to perform. Against Durka, I understand that he is more than nervous.
Well, we will see if Wolfen can take Durka on. Oh, wow, look, someone that's shorter than Dez. I can't wait to see how this is going to pan out. Over to you, Dez and Ender.
Christy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, you can't see me at all.
No.
I'm just, look, I was trying to relax down here, take a chill pill.
He's been chilling for a while. He's been chilling for a while, but a game is ready for us.
Well, and that's the most important thing.
But it is ready.
But are we ready for the game? That's the real question. Because I know everyone knows that it's just a fact that we needed some time to have our dinner up here. You know,
you did have a banging salad.
I had a banging salad. Thanks for the
suggestion.
suggestion.
I held on to mine, and I don't know if that was a good idea now.
No, I mean, now you're going to be eating at like midnight, so.
I know.
We could be in for the long haul here. But if you need a quick refresher on what happened, we didn't have a lot of gameplay back on Lotus. Fnatic made very quick work out of Koi when we were actually in the server. And now we are moving on to Ascent. Koi, to keep their hopes alive, have to come up with something, but it looks like a near impossible task.
It does. That first map was very stompy. I've said a couple of times during this debate, this could be the longest quick series that I think we will have so far in the season. We had a couple of really stompy ones other times. I think we've seen a 13-3, 13-3 at one stage or another, so Koi aren't quite up there for that accolade just yet, but it depends entirely how Ascent is going to play now. Fnatic moving with some pace, but Wolfen was ready to respond. It's going to be a bit of a battle around tree here as well as Koi. As Koi has called a mentor even. He swings out as well and makes it a second. Fnatic there caught in a bit of a Venus flytrap, and Koi starts strong.
That was a gorgeous round out of Koi. I'm trying to think back what Fnatic's attacking pistols have looked like on this map, because they seemed completely prepared for what Fnatic were trying to do, from trying to catch out Alfier, who starts in the tiles position and is looking for sort of that late mid play, and then just pincering into tree. That was absolutely clinical.
Door being closed might actually help here, given we're sat in the pistol round. It will at least isolate a 2v2 on the upstairs for now. Really getting that spike down is something. It at least gives them a few hundred credits to play with. However, I think we can all say which way this round should be going at this point forward. Wolfen walks in and finds another one for himself. It's a total clean house for the side of Koi. They find a flawless round here in the pistol.
That's what the break was for. coming up with that. No. Thankfully, we have sorted out the monitor issue. So great start there from Koi. Sort of popping out of their smoke down bottom mid and catching that Killjoy. Again, they hear the turrets. They know Killjoy's playing over that side, so.
Just a really smart flank, I thought. I mean, they were
really good.
Ready for the pincer, and Fnatic just walked into it. Played like a fiddle.
Now, I'm trying to see what Koi are going to do with their money. For a second, it looked like an FPX buy. Instead, it is. Maybe it's not. Bulldog switching around to a Spectre, switching to Pistol. Back and forth, back and forth. So a little bit heavier here, but the idea is one player dies, you can have all four heading into the next, and you're going to be very happy. So Fnatic trying similar things with a smoke down bottom mid. Same sort of Killjoy setup, although the turret is in spotting out B main as opposed to on top of tiles. So, well, it doesn't catch a player peeking, you know, from CT or from tree. It doesn't reveal his position.
Come out with heavy armor on a couple of the players as well. In round 2. One on the Spectre, one on the ball. Straight over the top. Trying to see what they can find coming in through mid, as that is where Fnatic have grouped themselves up here. Again, wanting to try and force it.
That's a deep smoke. They want to fight into CT. See the smoke here? They're going to come around the corner because Boaster teleported up forward. He doesn't actually find a fight, but it's a fun little gamble, I think, on an eco.
I mean, he's playing a pretty good spot. Smoke comes on through, and that's the concern now. Playing it at close range, but can't win it out either. No. Koi just far too tall up here in round 2. Fnatic going to fall to the slaughter. Alpha here finding at least one.
Not much of a chance here. About to walk into the meat grinder, so Durka has to find something with the Spectre peeking towards CT, but he will not, and now that that rifle very unlikely to actually be recovered. So Koi react well on the fly, but I like the little wrinkle Fnatic throw in there with the deep smoke. This is a map where it's like just so impossible to push into CT that sometimes if you just throw it out of completely left field and come up with it, you can try to find a cheap little kill in the back, and they almost had that, right? I don't know who it was that walked out of market that almost pinched back into Cold Dementa playing near CT there, but the bait of Durka, or Boaster rather, going all the way into CT almost gave him a shot.
Nice how the one side was the recon dart, the other with the smoke as well to provide full information on what was going on inside of spawn. Just sadly, guns not quite on the side of Fnatic. So we finished those first 2 rounds. Now we come into that power-up round, and this is where things could get a little bit saucy. And let's not forget as well, this is journey where Fnatic did well back on Lotus those first couple of rounds. Then we saw a little bit of competition coming out from Koi. 4-2 we were sat at after 6 rounds. So Fnatic want to repeat 4 rounds on the bounce, so we can accept nothing less.
A lot of continued mid-presence from Fnatic. The smoke does hit Wolfen, but I think Wolfen's going to try to peek out of this. Not even a flash ready for... I think actually Trex threw a really high flash, because he only has the one in his inventory, but Wolfen ended up not peeking off of that. Now they've actually lost control over bench. Still an alarm bot here, and a lot of players. Koi are realizing that Fnatic love to fight over mid like this, and they want to sort of cut them off at the pass.
It's a very tight and narrow mid control. They're not trying to hold deep in towards A or deep in towards B, instead just holding where the possible flanks can come through from either of those sides. As you can see, you have, of course, the Killjoy sat on towards one side, the Sova on the other, but Fnatic look a little bit unsure again. I know I've said back on Lotus that they're a team that are very happy to use the full round timer. They're in no rush a lot of the time, but you stall out here, you just invite Koi to get themselves repositioned, ready for what's going to come at them next.
Yeah, they're also waiting for cooldowns, right? Chronicle's knife just came back off of cooldown as they send the drone in towards A main. Don't really spot much of anything. But if they work into a late B, the turret and the double mollies there are going to do wonders for stalling. It's down to 30 seconds. They got to win through market going quick.
There we go, straight in as well. Hit out by the Carano, but it's full white flash himself. Durka can do nothing but wait for death to come. Now Leo's the next one to step up as he comes back towards Pizza.
Wait, they just lost this round. They do not have time to plant.
They haven't got enough time, but they've still got to try and push forward and see what they can take from this, what it feels like. Bit of a spray through the smoke coming out of Boaster. Does net one. The round is done and dusted, but there's 10 seconds left on the clock.
Guys? Fnatic, I mean, Durka tried to flash in off his teammate. I think there was a counter flash that shuts it down, but then he dies in market. They have to kill the Killjoy, but no one can actually get past it with all of the stalls. Sure, Boaster hangs out, gets one on the opposite end, but that was a peculiar round from Fnatic, trying to sell a fake over towards A with just the drone coming in, then exploding into market, maybe catching a player trying to rotate through or something, or by droning in, you pull that CT player back, but Koi didn't really bite onto it, and then, yeah, they just didn't have time in that. They were relying completely on Durka to win the round.
I mean, you saw the bullet flash coming out of Durka while he was sat there full white flash, and Probably didn't realize himself that the man he was facing had been struck by the paranoia, wasn't able to see either.
Oh my god.
But gave himself away.
That is 4 players just going absolutely nuts, just doing everything they can to set up Wolfen.
They surely know. They'll see him first here on the long angle. Yeah. Sure enough, perspective of that angle working against Alpha here there. However, probably on the read that there was a lot of aggression coming out, it means Fnatic can charge in towards the A side. They've got control of it, at least for now, and only the Soul was here to be able to compete against them.
This might be a bit of a delayed retake. Trek spent some time taking the orb in B main after the team had started rotating off, so he's got to get back in. Has a flash to work with and a knife. Fnatic Protocol, you can see very clearly trying to break all that utility. They also have the one way out of trees, so it's very hard to split into the site. And Koi are going to be going heavy up through heaven, where there's a paranoia. The swing! Oh no.
But Durka just can't win it. Again, Wolfen finds his man. This is the position Fnatic do not want to be in. They had the site control, they had the guns. They are going to be broke after this round, as Koi have just charged their way through. They're sat in a 4 versus 1. Leo can do as he tries. The Trex will see to that end. A 4-0 for Koi to start things off here on Ascent.
Once again, the kills just not really finding themselves. There with the paranoia, Durka jumping up into heaven, but just gets shut down immediately. Very surprising. They, of course, lost Alfier right off the rip, but here you have it, just sort of tracking off of a couple of bullets seen on the opposite end. Wolfen's able to find that one. The retake, everyone gets scrambled on the side of Fnatic, so a bit unfortunate now. 2 rounds in a row. The utility has been there, I believe, but it's just not coming together. You can see it is...
Mini's not pleased.
Yeah, definitely not.
I mean, this is not part of the script. Being down 4-0, certainly not a dream start. This is it's kind of this sort of time where I like to see if a team really is crumbling, maybe after this round, maybe even round 6, we see Mini call in the tap time out there and get things back on track. But for Koi, they have held really well against the Fnatic aggression. Admittedly, it's been limited aggression for a small part of the map and no further. And this time round, it's Koi's chance to go aggressive. Wolfen finds 2, boasts 1 back the other way, but it's still a painful dent in this Fnatic roster.
2 rounds in a row now. Koi just trying to send it into one of the mains.
Hell yeah.
It's the pivot. After seeing so much mid attention early on, it's like, okay, if we can push up, either we encounter someone and we can try to fight our way through, or if we don't encounter someone, we can sort of pinch them off or have a quick flank option on them into mid. Maybe hear them running up cat, these types of ideas. Okay, Alfier just looking for all the spam spots. Doesn't matter what map. It's a journey.
I know, right? A smoky journey at that as well. This trading play coming in between the two rather than worrying about a direct confrontation, instead going for the wall bangs, neither finding each other. Leo is down about half HP, and now Fnatic are trying to make their play in towards the side. Goes Boaster, but walks straight into Wolfen, who seemingly cannot be stopped this map.
Yeah, 4 for Wolfen. Koi take their 5th round right there. Respect to them. These early fights have done wonders for them.
I like a bit of early aggression.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking because you see the sort of pace of the round. It's like, okay, they win the pistol off of an early mid-aggress, right? Win the second, no real surprise there. But then Fnatic lose on time, and now Koi just sort of ping-pong, push out B, push out A, both sides of the map they're winning. And then very nice looking on the retakes. Fnatic have to do a better job of catching the early fighting, and it's actually Koi that call a timeout.
Surely not. We'll get that one checked in case it wasn't Koi, but I'd be surprised if it was, given how well they've been going so far. Instead, I think an earlier timeout coming in for the side of Fnatic to have this conversation will be most important. And hopefully at this point they can get things back on track. Again, it's a expectation that they come out 2-0 in the series, but Koi may yet be pushing this to be quite a difficult map.
I mean, an early timeout here, just in a half generally, especially like after you have been winning. It seems to me that the coach has a good read coming on in here. And I believe we have I may have just heard that both coaches have called a timeout. So we have a Koi timeout followed up by a Fnatic timeout immediately after this.
Yeah.
So a lot of time to discuss things. But basically, when a team like Koi calls it in this type of situation, I think you almost have to have a hard read or something that has been happening every round from Fnatic that you're trying to call out for your team and look for an angle to punish.
That's so bizarre. Like, we saw the logos go up and I thought, oh, surely we got this wrong. Only Fnatic, when they're down 0-5, can call this out. There's no way Koi would. But clearly they felt the need to, and yeah, Fnatic, I think, sorely need this time. Probably the wondering also of, if things start going south further into the map, there are no available timeouts to play with.
I'm trying to think about what just happened in the last round, because the initial aggression I thought was stalled, and then I think it was just Wolfen that just swung out from behind a one-way, just didn't really care, had some supportive utility. Koi have been doing a really good job of just setting up those fights Wolfen's taking with utility. At the same time, Fnatic have been using the util, but Durka just has lost out in those fights, even against flash targets. I think the market play from a few rounds ago, when they lost on time, he was actually counter-flashed by the KO on the opposite side, so a bit unfortunate on that one.
I mean, it was a good read by Koi, I'll give it them as well, because Fnatic, for the vast majority of this first half, or at least the 5 rounds we've seen, have either gone direct towards market or up through tree. The actual pushes in through A in the early round haven't really been too strong or really present. Instead, holding back more towards boxes and looking to challenge from that angle. So a good gamble by Koi that ultimately has paid off.
Oh, there are some big ults here with Chronicle and Leo having those from Fnatic. So it may have been some ideas for Koi to answer that. Of course, there's an operator now in play from Wolfen. So I have to keep an eye on where is he actually going? Because right now he's playing Heaven, but that's a very passive op line. I'd be surprised to see him actually take. Right now they have no tree pressure from Koi.
Chances are as well you'll see Cordamenta with the Odin.
I mean, it's possible he's trying to play really far back so he doesn't get caught by the KO ult and then be in a position where he can't dash and updraft out to safety. He doesn't want to play an A or B main, that being the risk there, but I'm a little surprised not to see him contesting maybe for mid.
Cordamenta's the one keeping an eye on as well. You know what he wants to be doing here is just spraying a lane straight down from Boathouse in towards Spawn.
Oh, he's pinging for the Killjoy turret. He expects it's there. He's just underneath it, though. That's tough. He was spamming on the ping, when in reality, the ping hits the lowest point on the ground. So you have to angle that slightly higher up to actually catch the turret as opposed to just the ticket box there.
Is Tree hit again? Looks like it is. It's smoked off mid, so Tree really has to be the play. You have got Boaster hanging out more towards A-Long as well, but it's going to be about this battle on short that's really going to change things here. Now they know that it's coming in. Starkster comes out for a swing, sprays through the smoke, finds absolutely no one. This time around, Fnatic can play things at least a little bit better, but they're jumping into utility and being
look at the pushing tree! Alfier just went nuts, only trades 1-for-1, throwing the spike back, but now just a bloodbath, kills through smokes everywhere, as Fnatic keep 3 players alive and get the spike to the site.
Absolutely, they're on the site, they got control over, but it's still a 3 versus 4. Not the ideal situation to be in. Here comes Wolfen trying to make a play. It's equalized at a 3 versus 3. Durka gets one back. All hell has sort of exploded here. But TP away, coming in towards Wine.
A scouting ultimate.
Gets caught out.
Yeah, just wanted to see if there was a player in main. They know there's one now. Now it's main and hell they have to deal with.
Still 2 left on side, though. Brings it down to this 2 versus 2. It's man for man. As Cordamenta finds one more. Boaster trying to bait out the fake TP. But do they have the read? Yes, they do. Shados with the shutdown, and Koi are going up 6-0. Not a line I expected to be saying today.
Koi are clapping back here against Fnatic, 6 in a row. It starts off with a fight in tree. I believe there was a good spam coming through that knocked down the KO right there, okay? Just a bit of a trade. Then Alfier actually had Spike in hand, turned around to throw it back, and was trying to get really aggressive with it. I like the attempt, but only ended up being a 1-for-1. There was another operator kill through smoke too on top of that, I believe.
That was 2 kills in the round. One was an Odin, one was the earlier kill as well, just straight through smoke. It was ridiculous.
And then Fnatic continually in the post plants are always taking 1 versus 1s, right? Boaster got scouted in main, that's tough, but then there was just shot after shot as Durka's just going to go ballistic.
I like the force, but he's got to get a kill for this and will not get it. A little bit desperate to make a play, and they pay the price. Leo, Hunter's Fury, he is that Hunter. Finds him a kill to at least net things up over the 4 versus 4, but Fnatic here, I was going to say, look, they're flagging a little bit, not too sure what to do, and Wolfen capitalizes on the indecision.
Wolfen just shredding Cordamenta on the left back. Oh my god, stop running into it! It's a massacre! Cannon fodder from Fnatic! My god, was that a missed molly? I don't know what the subtle flame of the obs there was, but I believe that's what it has to be.
They just got a little bit too passive, I thought, here. And once they got to a point of Durka charging in and dying, they realized that the smokes were working against them and had to slow things down, which just made sure that on the other side for Koi, 2 players could post up on Heaven. And well, you saw exactly what happened next to Cordamenta and Wolfen just mowing them down.
Fnatic seem to have eased up on the mid-aggressive and just trying to work in through sight, but man, Durka unsuccessful. I think there might have been a late knife coming out of Trex that also caught him. So much going down when he was up in outer space. touch on the stratosphere. And he looked down for some reason. Now, Fnatic looking for a late A split here. But this could also, actually no, I think this turns back into a B hit. This is the exact setup they used when they fumbled the bag on round 3 and ended up getting stalled out through mid, where they tried to fake a hit over towards A with some attention, pull a rotate, and then tried to blitz it up through mid. We're seeing it with more presence shown though. The dart tag is gonna spot out Durka. The rest of the team now looking to pound in through B main. This is a new look for Fnatic. We haven't seen them try to work in through main yet. Spike is pretty far behind, but there's still Killjoy utility that's ready to stall, and the smoke falls in tree. It's a peek from Wolfen coming around the corner. Now you no longer have the mid pinch.
They've got to try and force this, as we say. At least playing up as a group, but trying to find the players that are sat on site is going to be their main battle. One stepping down deep, Shados in.
Both are dead. Durka was the only one that could smoke CT.
They've got to force, and that's exactly what they're looking to try and play for here. Starkso digging back at least for a second. A quick trade coming in, but again, it's a slaughter for Koi, who are going to be up 8-0 against Fnatic.
Critical errors from Fnatic. Looking a bit lost there. Boaster will usually spend rounds chilling in spawn to make sure he can smoke for his team, but was trying to take a moment to move up towards bench to be a quicker threat into tree, but with no smoke there, he falls, and then Fnatic are just coming in from, out of main where there's just too many angles they have to clear away. Sight's not dealt with, players flooding in through CT. Just not fun at all.
Well, 3 players in those gunfights for Fnatic weren't even looking at the main assailant coming out of it. Just showing again a good bit of team play off Koi, swinging in together, setting up crossfires, and ultimately Fnatic getting into some pretty uncomfortable positions. This time around it's Wolfen the one going a little bit crazy, charging on his way forward, looking to get control of the mid connector, and has done so, but now gets taken down by Boaster, punished for that over-aggression.
And now just back to the slot machine. They go in again, trying to take gamble after gamble until they fall down in numbers. Starzo's going to get cut down, so yeah. Sunk costs and all that. Koi continue to send it on in, and Fnatic are very thankful for the brief reprieve.
Wow.
Oh, okay. And, personally, I wouldn't do that if I was down 0-8, but I'm also not the best duelist in the world.
I mean, clearly they feel they can make this one work. Trex will give himself away. A-side conceded. It looks like Trex might just try and save here, but Leo's going to give him no outs. How bizarre, and what a contrast to the previous 8 rounds we had.
Yeah, I mean, Koi have been trying to go for some aggressive moves. That, of course, is a bigger gamble than most, trying to instantly catch that player up top of tiles. So you don't actually see the replay, but it was actually a really good paranoia that Boaster threw into tiles to catch out the Jet. And after that, Koi, you could see Trex wanted to peek and try to find an angle to punish. A lot of times when you fall down to numbers, you have to keep taking a risk. Maybe they could have called it off just down in the 4 versus 5, but once they went down to a 3v5, you could see they just kept going back and back up again, and it fell apart, and they're trying the same thing again. Okay.
Maybe they feel it's not that crazy.
Yeah, they don't like that Killjoy turret. Everything, I mean, even back to the pistol, it's been about catching out the Killjoy playing B-side.
Gives them the options more for flanks later in the round if required, I guess, but
I mean,
Fnatic have made it
now.
Yeah, Fnatic have made it relatively binary though. They've always tried to push it through tree or up through mid, as we've seen. Once up through B as well.
Chronicle can throw a lot of utility here. Doesn't quite catch that, but he does have 2 flashes he can try to throw down. And good play from Alfier there. So they swing together as a team, and now, once again, Koi just falling to pieces in mid.
Fnatic seem pretty happy just to let them play aggressive onto them, right? I mean, the locations where we've seen the 2 players die so far is basically identical to the last round. If they get a kill on tree as well, it is an exact matchup. But this time round, Koi pulled back. You can see the 2 players over towards A are rotating their way through towards spawn or up towards heaven. They don't want to give any more away, given they've already got to stem the bleeding as is.
Both just using the ultimate here to clear out wine. A good play. The only way you really lose a round like this is someone being in a spot that you're not doing a diligent job of clearing.
30 seconds left.
Starkso was in a good spot, but they've already ran way past him.
Yeah.
Now it's Leo just holding, waiting to poke their head out of the smoke.
Shados is just 1 off the ultimate. If you were to get a kill, something could be done, but no, that's not going to happen. Fnatic going to cut down Koi here with 4 players alive. Just no chance in the round for Trex whatsoever. Fnatic are getting back on the board. And look, Koi, they go for this gamble play up mid a couple of times, which isn't a terrible play, but it is very high risk, right? You're playing to get 1, maybe 2 kills on the Jet and hope that can go in your favor. If you actually catch B side being the weak side of the map, you get a kill, then you can escape back out through B main. But 2 times now, that has not been the case.
Yeah, and you won't see that again. Now Fnatic has said it twice, they won't try it again.
And the only reason they tried it a second time is because they lost the round. They're like, Fnatic would never expect us to do it again. But it doesn't matter. Very reactable on that play if the kill doesn't come in immediately for Wolfen.
Counter spray coming in from the owners. They now try and force their way up through the B main. We noticed it earlier on, we'd only really seen them go via mid. This hadn't really been a play they've done. But now they're burning out the ultimates and making this one happen. Killjoy's going down. They're on the march on through. As of yet, no one going down, but once that Killjoy's in effect, that's when the Fnatic Storm will come in. And here they go, a second or two too early, but still find the opener. They've got side control here, Ender.
Huge. Durka finds the opener. That's been missing for a little while for Fnatic. Now in the retake. Shados has ultimate, but you have to be able to push up to switch if you're going to lock that one down. Trex also has his. I like Durka, low HP, taking this early angle, seeing the head, not quite finding the kill.
Just cutting off that angle in towards spawn side as well as the Killjoy comes down in response, as you mentioned. It will force everyone back in towards jail, though.
Yeah, Alfier really wants to fight through this one. The drone never saw him! He almost had that kill right there, but he falls. Koi now barreling forward on the retake.
But now they can flood back out and start retaking some of their own side. Fnatic are doing well so far. They found a 2 for Stark, so bites back. Fnatic caught in the jailers as they're not giving that one up.
Great opener there, Fnatic sending the ultimates in, but Durka playing off his teammate's utility to find that first one. And even though they got forced back off the Killjoy, in much better positions in the post plant, even without Alfier coming up big in that main position. Here you have it, just breaking. Oh, he actually missed his dash. He wanted to go all the way up on top of that roof and sort of glide over the edge, but actually helped in the end. The shots were
probably would have sitting dead if it got that far across.
Yeah, I think it would have been fine, but maybe the second player behind, that Jet that they flashed, wouldn't have been flashed for the entirety of that one. So maybe there could have been some retribution coming on through.
This would be loose, honestly.
Yeah, Wolfen wants to updraft off of this spam and get a kill with the knives.
Cheeky, cheeky. I think Dalfa does get tagged by it as well.
He dished back more than he got, though, so he's gonna say, that's all right.
We'll deal.
Now, a bit split here.
This is the same again that you saw earlier on. You called this out last time as well when they split across A between mid and A, then hard rotated over towards B. They're doing the same again.
They certainly are. This time, Leo just 2 orbs away from the ultimate, so we'll see with Spike and a kill, maybe he can do it. Also, he's usually going to be your second to last one in, so very likely he just grabs the orb after working back towards B.
Here we go, there's only one player here as well. They've put 4 across on A.
And they see Shados running back into sight.
Yeah, and Bosa looking for the cut here. He might get someone for free if he plays this sensibly. No one else is coming. This could be a massive flank. Almost misses on the wall, but does find the second. Coldamenta turns around and finds it. A little bit of a whiff there by Bosta. That could have been round done and dusted. However, they still have site control. It's still a 4 versus 4, but they've got to deal with Shados sat him back. Finally gets taken out as well. A 3 versus 3 as the ult now comes out from Leo, looking for what he can catch, but the Jet a little bit too tricky to catch and gets on through.
Alfier, they have to deal with him first.
Do they know? They must.
The clock is working down. Alpha finds the first.
Looks for the second. It's just constant 1-for-1s between the two. Only Leo left here. We know he's a bit of a shock dart god, but a clutch god might be a different story and a bit too big of an ass. Got to look for both. Oh! Massive spray transfer for 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic.
Switching sides.
Wow.
Leo!
I would not have seen an 8-4 comeback after that first 8-round start.
I mean, that's just wild. Close round. Starzo taking those 2 fights. I mean, did he even stop moving? I don't really know.
I don't think he did.
Leo equally didn't stop spraying, so he's going to win that out in the 1v2 for the clutch at the very end.
All right, we're going to throw out to Yinsu, who's having a chat with Boaster's mum.
Yeah, thank you very much, Des and Ender. That's right, I am joined by Boaster's mum, Boaster_mum on Twitter as well. I know you're pretty famous up there. Welcome. I know it's been Boaster's lifelong dream to play on a stage like this. How proud are you to be able to see him in real life?
Yeah, really proud of him. Yeah, I'm loving it being here today. I've never been here before, so really exciting.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I will say though, being a Fnatic fan is kind of stressful. I know you've been through a lot of stress.
Knows how stressed I get, and I usually have to go away, go do something else, and then I'll just sort of look back in.
Yeah, peek in.
Yeah, and then think, oh yeah, we're doing all right now. I can look again.
I feel like you're living every Fnatic fan's a nightmare, I feel like, when they're losing. Is that how you deal with it, though?
Yeah, it has to be. I can't watch the whole of the game because, you know, especially like that, the loud one, you know, Brazil.
Yeah. That was me as well. I was like that.
I can do that. But all the games and everything, I watch everything and I, you know, interested in all the players. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite player besides Boaster?
Oh no, not at all. I like them all.
Equally?
Equally.
Is there anyone that you're excited to see outside of Fnatic?
I was excited to see all of. There they are. Yeah, Jake's team and Minnie and everything, because, you know, he's been there from the beginning. Yeah, and then just everybody else, you know. I mean, I know the names Scream, of course. And
That's incredible. No, that's more than my mum knows, so yeah, that's incredible.
I do know quite a lot of the names, and I know a lot of the people, and I do follow a lot of the teams, and I know where they all sort of stand. But I don't fully understand the game.
Don't worry. I feel like some players don't either.
See who's dying, who's getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, Boaster's, he dies a lot, so you understand that at least, yeah.
And the score.
Yeah, well,
I'm getting better though.
Thank you so much, Susan, for joining me. Make sure you give Boaster Mum a follow on Twitter as well. And I'm going to pass this back to two people that definitely know what's going on, Des and Ender.
Thanks, Yinsu. I tell you, that was adorable. I tell you what, you could not have written a script that was better to show a classic esports mum interview live. What I love is that Boaster stared at his monitor for the whole thing. He refused to look and encourage it or anything. He was fully focused on winning the game, and sure enough, it started out strong. It's that opening kill onto Wolfen.
Yeah, Wolfen falls, and he was such a beast in the first half. They actually let him buy light armor and sent him a Frenzy, that's the gun, as well, to get in there, but he ends up falling down. It is a trade with Durka. So they're going to late split back into mid. They've left Trex in B main. I actually wonder, do they go all the way to A? I think that ends up being the call, and they try to use Trex to sort of catch a player on a rotate.
Double bait.
Hold on. I think maybe he heard the Omen taking the footsteps. He heard Boaster running off the site, so that's why they're bringing him back here. It's fake on fake on fake.
I love it.
It's literally just Taylor Swift.
The back and forth, the dance, the up and down. It does look to be that B hit coming in. Big question really being here, do Fnatic have the read? There is at least one here. This fight is so critical, and Alpha Year is so clinical. Finally gets taken down, but it's still down to a 1 versus 1. Chronicle versus Trex.
30 seconds left.
Steps up for one. Both down to about half HP here, a couple of taps.
Enough. 5 seconds. I mean, he can't run to A anymore.
There we go. Oh, Chronicle, just a touch better here. And Fnatic keep the spree going. 5 rounds on the bounce.
God, these rounds are so close. Number 1 versus 10 in the standings. Fnatic crush on Lotus. And Koi go up 8-0. But now that's 5 in a row for Fnatic. I mean, just every single kill being traded out. This guy is just tracking through smoke there when his teammate dies in order to get the trade. Some of the trades they are finding just frankly ridiculous. Lining that one up off the map and off the sense of the shots.
It's what I'll give, and you've touched on it there. You look at the previous round we were in at the end of the last half. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 the whole way through until it comes down to this 1v1 at the very, very end of things.
So like you're trading up. I trade up from a grain of sand to a mansion. Just trades all over the place. Alpha, okay.
He looks for a second as well. He's expecting the peek here and sees it. A narrow angle working against him ever so slightly, but still walks away on full HP.
This round a bit of a wash.
Oh, not.
I gotta keep my eyes just trained on Wolfen every single attacking round. He was so good on defense. Yep, if Koi were to come away with an upset, he needs to continue that. And also, like, the flashes, like, Trex was doing a lot of left kick flashes from high up to set him up for peeks through smoke and whatnot, which I always appreciate, as opposed to KO was just right-clicking through a smoke and saying they're pop flashing, and it just flashes for no duration, and then, I don't know, I'm old. But that being said, I like Trex's flashes.
Some built-in trauma there that's coming out of the broadcast, I think.
Look, I heard Lildar complaining about his teammates not talking in solo queue, so now I get to go through all my grudges. What do we have?
30 seconds
We have
left.
smoke players taking first contact and dying. We saw that once with Boaster. It's been better since.
Initiator's not using the flash.
Yeah, or again,
duelists
doing lazy right-click flashes. Let's learn some lineups. I've liked it so far. As you can see, Wolfen up at 17 throughout. Durka had a very poor starting half. And again, like sometimes on the attack, you're just sort of cannon fodder flying in there. But I think there were a lot of times where there was good utility use from Fnatic, and he wasn't finding it. You know, I remember sort of the bullet tracers that Wolfen was tracking on and killing Durka even while he was paranoid and whatnot. So that'll have to turn, especially once an operator gets in Durka's hands. No surprise that he can sort of spin it around on a dime here.
Revealing area. Real difficulty, I think, is
just like that. Yep.
That's the kind of aggression and confidence you want to see out of Durka.
Actually, hold on. Remember when it was 8-0, Durka got the kill on the guy Heaven and then unloaded his entire clip into the body?
Yep.
Fnatic haven't lost a round since then.
No, they have carried on. Found that confidence somewhere in round 9 that has clearly carried them the whole way through. Althea into another. On course potentially, I was about to say on course potentially a second flawless round here, and they are not stopping. Finally they get one back on the other side.
Down A.
We call them enter. Left in a 1 versus 4. Fnatic almost about to draw things even.
I respect
the gamble for the gun.
Can he just run to B and get the orb there? Literally, that's probably his best play. I mean, Koi are full armor buyers on round 3 on the anti-bonus. So this actually is a swing round for them. So saving this rifle is important.
Anything they can take at this point.
So it makes making the mad dash for the orb a little bit less likely, but I would still like to see it. I could also be trolling. Maybe someone took it at the start of the round.
30 seconds left.
Actually, maybe Durka took it when he got the kill. I don't think so. That would be a crazy orb to take. I would probably be upset if my Jet was taking that orb after getting a kill and not just falling back. Speaking of pet peeves, overextending after you get a numbers advantage.
It's expected to push, but no one on Fnatic looks to be wanting to play that game right
10
now. Why would
seconds
you?
left.
Things are absolutely rolling in their favor. And this round will be done. Up to 8 and 7. One more to go until things are drawn dead even. Which feels crazy to say. I know he said it was crazy to say that Koi were up 8 and 0 against Fnatic, but probably even crazy that things will be very quickly heading towards an 8-8 scoreline.
Well, the other thing, too, is because of the way these teams view the economy, I do believe Koi more often than not are upgrading into full armor. Like, when you don't play the light armor sort of like Fnatic buy, you have swing rounds, right? Fnatic, even if they're losing rounds, if they lose like every round, they'd be lucky to not have a buy 1, maybe 2 rounds out of the half. But you get into a pattern now where if Koi continue to lose rounds, continue all-inning with the buys, it's lose 1, you actually lose 2. Whereas Fnatic, even if they drop 1, they can still keep going again and again and again. So we'll keep watching that. The rifle that was saved was given over to Wolfen, who's playing back towards mid. Looking for a tree peek, but Boaster just jump peeking. Has the bullet graze past his toes and isn't going to want to deal with that anymore.
Looks to be the split into A. Considering the tree, the two of them are 2 playing up through long and getting a little bit closer. They have options to play behind, but it's been smoked off here pretty quickly. And now comes the step forward. Tree is in their favor with 3 players pushing in. True trying to push in through main as well, so this is where we've got to see some good reactions out of Fnatic. See 3 players all rotating in through spawn at exactly the same time. A lot of them being pinged down. Wolfen wins the 1. Into a second. Althea was looking for another, but it's Trex to bring it back on side. Site control is in the favor of Koi, but so many players are stacked up in heaven here for Fnatic.
Leo Shockey is looking for the poke. It's big chip down onto Kolda. Well, Chronicle's just farming up from heaven. Starzo alive with just a frenzy.
Gonna try what he can, but simply nothing to be done.
No.
All things drawn square. Fnatic at 8 and 8. The alarm bells, no doubt, now ringing for Koi.
Just the 1 gun they had on Wolfen there. So Koi doing a good job to keep it close. Now, Trex has the ultimate, and oh no. I don't like seeing that. The TP coming in and ruining everything. It's like you wake up day after Halloween.
It's like you're talking about another Riot game there.
See, I was making a toilet paper reference, but yeah, if you want to compare that to League of Legends,
it's such a versatile little acronym, I love it.
Teleport, you might be trying. We have that in this game too, an Omen TP.
We've seen the double TPs a couple of times today.
Yeah, oh, well no, because Bind was banned. I'm keeping up, though. I'm keeping up. Yeah, well done. All right. Do we see any monitors turned off? I'm going to go to... Oh, no! We lost a man. Durka is gone.
Is he asleep?
There's there's just an empty chair.
Oh.
I don't actually know what the situation is.
He's actually gone. Okay.
Yeah, so that
is where he normally sits.
Yeah, that's a classic streamer moment where you just abandon mid-game. We'll see what exactly is going on. I hope he is doing all right.
Hopefully it's not a medical thing, but we'll find out. And if we can update you, we shall. Still, crazy game. Touched on it already a few times, but to start out the 8-0 for Koi to the bounce back for Fnatic, feels like they've really built up that confidence here and are just ready to keep on pushing through for the 2-0 win.
I mean, they can't stop winning now. It's 8 in a row.
Not forgetting as well, they're also playing a second series this week, as are Koi.
This is true. This is very true.
And
I believe they're playing tomorrow. Fnatic playing tomorrow, I believe. I forget. It's back-to-back. I think Koi get a day off. Bam.
I mean,
but you know, there's smarter people that would know that.
If Koi lose both of their games, they are donezo. This one looks to be going the way of a loss. I was going to say slowly, but here it is accelerated very quickly.
I'm going to hold out some tentative hope here, right? Second half, right? They lose Pistol, round 2, of course. Then, you know, they've only had like 2 real buys, I think, since. So benefit of the doubt is they've lost 2 real full buy rounds. And they've had some very close rounds, even going back to the Pistol. Again, Wolfen was a machine. Like, what is this swing? Going in behind the one-way, the timing of it going down right at the last second. I actually missed that when it was live, but that was sort of the timing of the swing. It was in that last second of the duration, but Wolfen was doing such a good job. Fnatic, some uncharacteristic mistakes. Now, of course, on defense, it's like much simpler for them, but they get in a position to sort of enable Wolfen around the map.
I mean, so much of it back in that first half, we mentioned it, but a lot of the replays, you'd see 2, if not 3, maybe even 4 players just being gunned down without even taking a direct gunfight, just expecting to get pushed from somewhere else, and before you know it, overwhelmed by the side of Koi. Has been a very different story in the second. I'm sure I'll have an update shortly as to what is going on, and we can get back underway.
But I promise it's not a monitor.
No.
I promise.
See, when you first were like, oh my god, I thought you were going to be like, oh no, 3 monitors have turned off. And I was going to be like, oh no.
Well, look, I was concerned, okay? Durka's making his way back to the stage. To a cheer from around the arena. We can play the video game now. Everyone's excited.
How can a man hold so much power?
We love video games.
Pause an entire broadcast, an entire game.
Look, you just wanted the classic standing ovation. He's smiling over there too. Nice of him to join us, you know, I must say. No?
No?
I'm gonna guess, and this takes us all the way back to the start. When I said TP, it could have been impactful. Anyways, there's no way of knowing. We'll have to ask the interview afterwards. But surely we're going to be hopping into the game in just a moment. I see a countdown. I see the round beginning. We are back into the game.
Yes, we are. And let's see if anything changes after that. Because for Koi, it has been 8 rounds without a win. Very back and forth in terms of the overall blocks being won, but not so much in the rounds themselves. Killjoy available for Alpha Year as well, which could make this a little bit of a battle on the side of Koi, though you are, of course, looking in towards the KO, which they have available too.
Alpha's been pretty solid on the side holds. Good for at least 1, a lot of times 2 for Fnatic. Respect there. They're going to run into potentially Durka as he tries to time the swing after the drone. Omen Smoke goes down though, so he's going to be blocked off for the moment. That's what I was talking about. Enable Wolfen, get him up through mid. It's a market split. They know Alpha is here. Where's the flash to get him in? Actually, Trex is playing in main, so he's just going in without anything?
I mean, the paranoia followed through 2 seconds later. It was just too late. A little bit of mistiming on the side of Koi there. Out of sync and out of luck. Absolutely decimated by Fnatic once again. That small mistake potentially costing them the entire round, as Alpha Year will not be stopped. It's his market, and he's giving up absolutely no ground. Finds a 3rd for himself. Fnatic go flawless. And you can kind of see again how that small mistake, the mistiming on the paranoia there, cost Koi everything.
Yeah, I really don't know what the issue was on that one. Of course, yeah, paranoia should just come in, but if there's no paranoia, they're still swinging around the corner here. Wolfen going ballistic on that one. They also, like, it wasn't like he immediately went sprinting up. There was time to throw that one out. The delay allows the wrap to come around from Catwalk as well, and to sort of cut off the players before they can get into market. That was just poor, I believe, from Koi. Getting ahead of themselves, Wolfen not able to have the impact, and now you can actually see Wolfen going for the hero rifle because he's going to have knives going into the next round. Shados as well, so they have enough for 3 players to buy going to the next. I think they're calling a timeout immediately afterwards.
Attack timeout.
Oof.
Ouch. I mean, looking at it this way, again, 9 rounds down. That round was a mess. Arguably the messiest that we've seen of the other 8. Maybe you can look at some of those and go, that's on Fnatic. They just played things better, but there, you've given them that for free. Constant 1v1s, not quite timed up on the utility. It's well played by Fnatic, but ultimately a mistake for Koi to rectify moving forwards.
Yeah, it's a tough timeout too, because you have to do a bit of scolding at the start. It's like, okay, we just need to make sure the timings are coming together on how we want to hit that, but then also coming in with a plan into the next.
Is that what you call scolding?
Yeah.
That was very gentle for a scolding.
Look, the thing is, you only have 60 seconds in a timeout. Like, it's actually really hard to get across like multiple points in a timeout. I got to actually, I mean...
No, it's more about how soft your scolding was.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I would, if this was VOD review, you go ham at him, you know, but you only have 60 seconds. You can't do much flaming. You just say you literally have to do that better. And I think it's the same setup. Coach literally just calls to run it back, but util has to be here this time. Actually, it's slower. No Omen smoke, it's delayed. The drone is going to come in to try and clear markets as opposed to Cat.
And this time around, they've got a second player on Pizza, so they're actually moving a couple of players around here, potentially. Durka the one, of course, on the Jet, able to get back to safety easily, is the one holding on Pizza. So more committed this way this time.
I think Chronicle threw a flash for Durka to peek into mid, and they just kill Wolfen. So the round is just cooked instantly. That rifle was not recovered in mid. I'm pretty sure Koi still had the 2. They might have changed their buy.
This is looking rough. Oh no. I mean, now they've lost their lurk as well. They've only got the 3 players out towards B main. And they're staring down the barrel of the smoke. There was the nano swarms down, everything working against them. Durka's got him behind them, and they're just completely cleaning up once again. Fnatic will not be stopped. This will be their 10th round in a row.
That hurts. I mean, the entire timeout was to restructure how the utility and space was taken around mid.
And you don't even get to use it.
You don't get to use it. You just die before you actually get in a position to fight. I don't know if Wolfen was swinging before the drone actually cleared it through. It was just a late swing, yeah, like as the drone's going around the corner. It's like, it's hard to fault Koi for playing there because they're going at the right time, I think, but yeah, that's just Durka being Durka. Durka back online. Was absent for the first half largely, but now has made Wolfen really struggle to find anything in his openers.
What I will get to Fnatic was they exploded into mid there. They got the tree kill onto the lurking player, and then immediately 2 players, Durka and Chronicle, step down in towards mid and get that backstab set up looking for the 2v1s constantly. It was really good kind of in-the-moment decision-making that, as we can see, paid off spectacularly.
Durka holding a deep up angle back from Raptors. Allows him to, avoid or take that wide angle if the Killjoy will get slammed down here. You can see he wants to move over into that corner. Killjoy's really far away from the team. Wait, they're just hitting A, but Killjoy was lurking out B when you have a Killjoy ult.
Slight shooting ducks to the Carnival. Durka just holding at the long range here, doesn't really care too much about the smokes either, as you know, they're not going to push in directly. And once again, Koi have lost 2 players, lost a bunch of utility, but are having to rotate away and try and do something else.
I mean, I think playing into mid here is overcooked to the extreme. I guess they're saying Starso could maybe ult into B if they were trying to go for it, but I think you just save.
It's so hard because they've had to retake ground they've already lost as well. They don't know if all this is necessarily clear, right? They've got to reclear this with 30 seconds on the clock. 1 player towards B, 1 towards A, 1 sat in mid.
He's actually going to get a plant off. No way, right? Okay, no, Fnatic haven't overbit yet. I thought for a second, but it's not convincing enough when you just throw like one piece of util.
I mean, is he going to save?
Yeah, it's a full save.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, at the end of the day, getting a plant off here does not matter, I don't think, because Fnatic are going to 11 regardless, right? You've lost this round, so I'd rather have 3 rifles with Fnatic on 11 than potentially just the 2. So I think that's the right call, just to back away. If anything, these peaks in mid a little bit ambitious from Shados. Fnatic have a buy from here to the end of time.
That's the battle.
They've invested in like every single long-term investment possible.
Just the read. I mean, on both of those kills as well, the read through. Nice and easy.
But here we go. Like, Killjoy ult, if we're going to work into a site, you got to be working with the team. Shados was playing to sort of restrain that B-side aggression. Now he's with the team. Now, Alfier has ult for retake, but Coldement is going to use his to be able to destroy that. It's also possible for Koi to try to late play into tree with one player walking down catwalk to break that one so they can save Colda's ulti for the post plant.
Here we go, trying to push their way forward. Surely this amount of noise has been noted by the side of Fnatic with 3 players over here. And there comes the Killjoy. If that isn't any kind of committal towards the push, then I don't know what's going to be. Still for now holding pretty passive.
Yeah, no.
Expecting a swing, but none yet coming through from the side of Fnatic. Alpha here though, it's still here, this is the problem. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care about the fact that there's the Killjoy coming through, as they're still able to find the kill, and the team can now look to flood back in.
But there's a half second on the dart that would have revealed Durka. The timings are just slightly off from Koi and it hurts them. Now we have the late walk up from Shados to try and catch out the Killjoy ult on the retake. You gotta watch for that.
Finds that 4 in the back of it as the Hunter's Fury comes through as well. Here comes Shados. Things looking up slightly for Koi. Into a 4 versus 4. Dirk into the 1 versus 1, which Starkso wins out. They found 2 more. Koi finally bounced back.
Okay.
It feels like they have.
Huge play there. Shados finds the 1, then Koi mopping up in the post plant. Doesn't matter that Durka finds that initial kill. After that, some great utility from Trex to take a couple of fights. And the operator will be recovered.
Not that they're needing to pick this up, really. The money they've got sat in the bank will cover them for a few rounds, that's for sure.
Now, good news is Alpha did not actually slam the ulti, so still going to have that one. Now the timings on Colda's ult there is also going to be desynced, so if it ends up being a retake again from Fnatic, they're going to be much more ready for that cat crunch, because now they know that's the only way Koi have of actually interrupting that ultimate. Here you go, you see the dart comes out. Wolfen, half a second, he's fine. But tries to capitalize on it immediately, is punished.
It's been a couple of times he's got himself a little bit far ahead of the utility rather than the patience game and the coordination slightly off at points, but it's a round win.
Yeah, it's hard to fault, you know, like the timing is so close, and then also, like, maybe there's an option, a world where he smoke dashes his way out when he wants to save it. It's just a tough spot to be in. Now, Boaster, they are going to be aware of that, I believe.
I love this. On 2 different fronts, Fnatic have gone really aggressive in towards B main and A main. They battled their way forward. It's forcing Koi back and forcing utility to come out just to retake some easy ground. They're getting slaughtered once again. A 5v2 for Fnatic. And Koi looking all out of sorts here. It's going to be up to series point in this next round.
They just, Fnatic have neutralized Wolfen. This guy had 17 kills at the half. I think he has 19 now. He's gotten 2 kills in the last 9 rounds. And it's because Fnatic are just murdering him with utility. Durka's found him a couple of times with the openers. The entries have been just ever so slightly off.
But Durka's going to miss that one. Trex down to 6 HP. Nothing but a dream. I think we all know exactly which way this one's going, and I'm with you
okay,
as well.
hold on. Do you think he gets the save off playing Hell the entire time in the corner? Because I think if he didn't move, he actually would.
He gets that and a kill.
Because who saves a rifle on the site, under the site?
30 seconds
No one does that.
The only battle is the damage that you do is probably greater to yourself than it is to them. Again, Fnatic aren't wanting for money. They don't mind if you go for a 1-for-1 here. Is he going to try and get out of this one? VALORANT is now a sneak detective game. We're trying to get out of dodge.
Why is he looking? Don't look for a kill. He's wealthy. It actually doesn't matter. He's fine. He's got the dollars. If anything, maybe he's trying to like charge up and get an ultimate online. I'm deep in the sauce now. But there you have it. Wolfen just caught out behind the
Tinfoil hat
one
well and truly out.
Yeah. This is a brutal round. It's Koi scatter. When they lose Wolfen on one side, they know they have to accelerate on the opposite because now you've lost your dive player. So your only hope is to take an opening fight and quickly scale before the rotates can come through. But that is...
Man, Durka's 19 kills now.
Wait, Durka has just a small, like, cornucopia back there.
I swear the 2 Jet players have done the full swap for the sides as well. Because Durka was like 6 kills or something silly earlier on, I think at the 11th round.
And
now look at him.
Look, make no mistake, like, it is fun to play Ascent as Jet. Not as really any other agent, but Jet just gets to have a field day on defense. The amount of aggressive plays you can do, the offing, whatnot. Here we go, split into the site.
Straight in towards the turrets as well as all the utility comes out. You see one of those Nano Swarms get a kill off the back of it too. Durka's up there, had enough of the op, switches over to the ult instead.
Oh no, Shados just fell in mid to Chronicle as well.
Oh no! I thought it was a kill for the shot ball coming through, but no! Starkso, the last one left standing. 4 members of Fnatic standing in before, and it may have taken us a while to get there. But it's a Fnatic 2-0 as anticipated. A comfortable win.
Yo, a comfortable win, right, after they go down 0-8. Literally, they went 13-1 after that.
Since that point, that's it. After that point, they were fine.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a comfortable win with a scare in the middle.
Yeah, I think Mini's not going to be thrilled with those first 8 rounds.
Oh,
like,
no.
There was some sauce all over the table. You know, it was just absolutely everywhere. The 7 different coffee cups Leo had spilled everywhere. That was actually the reason we had the delay.
I mean, they need something to analyze and work on, right? Those 8 rounds, it gives them that. It's the tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that's actually genius. Intentionally play a little bit loose so that your coach doesn't focus on like your game. Boasters like calling like games. Just
we're sick of him picking little tiny things wrong. Let's give him 8 rounds to focus on for the next couple of days.
He needs to have something to work on.
Well, they play tomorrow as well, of course, as you said, I believe. So they've got to play a second time this week, as do Koi. If Koi lose that game, they're done. They cannot qualify for playoffs. They are over and out, as we know. Fnatic have already done it, of course, as well.
Now we get a quick little drive-by of the map 4 because Lotus happened like 3 hours ago, I want to say. It's been a little while. But all things considered, Fnatic on their attack were just dancing around Koi. Koi had this one play towards Mound, which I like in theory, but in reality, Fnatic were just beating them to the punch a couple of times. The timings, I think, was a big issue throughout the game. It's not like it's unlucky timings from Koi. These are things where maybe the utility just a half second off, whatnot, ended up faltering. But at the same time, some positives to take away. Wolfen's first half and what Trex was doing with utility behind him really gave them a good shot in this and was the reason they were up 8-0.
The game of minutiae at points to start, especially in the second half of a set just then, as we saw. Just maybe Wolfen getting a little bit too aggressive there, a bit too big for his boots in certain moments, right?
And there you have it. Fnatic, after the 8-0, go 13-1 and clean things up. And they remain at the very top of the standings. I'm just waiting for a team to actually be able to take them down. You know, everyone sort of sees them as the final boss already, even though we aren't anywhere. Actually, we are very near playoffs. But it is getting down to the wire, and we have yet to see a truly strong fight going against them.
It's threats of, is there going to be a dynasty coming? And it feels like it may well be on the way if Fnatic carry on. Well, let's throw it to Yinsu, who's down on the stage with Chronicle.
Thank you very much, Des and End. That's why I am joined by Chronicle from Fnatic. Now, Chronicle, thanks for the heart attack, you know, on Ascent. We don't usually see you go 8-0 down. Talk me through what happened.
I mean, what do you mean usually? We played 3-11 against Loud. I think it was kind of worse, but still we did a comeback.
Yeah, but is there a reason that you felt like you guys did end up going 8-0?
I think most of the time at the start of our attack side, we snowballed our mistakes that we did. Like, we did one little mistake, and after that, it just came like a snowball. We just started making more and more and more mistakes after that. It was annoying, but I'm really happy that we deal with it and just maintain our focus on the last rounds, and we won.
How did you deal with it? How were you able to turn that around?
I mean, I was always trying to be focused. Like, I will not say about me, it was just like our problem as a team. So I think it wasn't a big problem for me. But I was missing a lot of lineups, so it's not a good thing for me on Ascent.
It's okay, we didn't see any of it. We didn't see it. Now, in terms of the map vetoes, I think everybody was really surprised. Usually when, back in the days when Icebox is available, you always pick Icebox, but now when teams ban Fracture or whatever else, you tend to always pick Haven. But today, you didn't pick Haven. What was the reason for that?
I think we were confident in our Lotus against them. That's it. Nothing else.
Would it be fair to say that now you qualify for playoffs, you're more willing to experiment or try some new stuff as well?
I think we are just trying to not show more strats or some plays like than we already showed. So I think we can experiment something in our next matches also, but I just think we will just play some our default game.
You're not saving strats, are you, Chronicle? You're not saving strats, are you? It's a meme. Everyone's always memeing about it.
Yeah, we are tryharding even though we are qualified, obviously.
Yeah.
Believe.
Okay, well, that's definitely a troll answer. Now, we heard Boaster talk about how he was mentally very prepared for your win streak to come to an end. Is that the same for you? Do you guys have any protocols for if and when you do eventually lose?
I think it's a bad sign if you are mentally not prepared for losing a win streak. It's kind of strange. I mean, with wins always comes some losses. You need to be ready for that, and like, I think if you are not ready for losses, you are not ready to play on the stage.
How do you prepare to lose? Because you guys have never lost. You don't even know what that feels like with this team, so how do you do it?
I mean, I lost so many tournaments, I lost so many matches. I lost one of the most important tournaments on this game, so I actually don't care about losses anymore.
You don't. I mean, I think it shows in the way that you guys play as well. I think after what happened last week against Vitality, where it was a closer 2-0, it was still a 2-0 this week, but I think people are starting to say that maybe, you guys do have some weaknesses, maybe some areas you need to improve on. Is that how you feel too?
No, we are just maintaining our strength to prepare for the playoffs, and if we will qualify, obviously, to Tokyo. So we are preparing for Tokyo also. Like, when you already secured top 1 or top 2 on a regular season, you don't see any reason to show something more or like try hard as much as you can, because these matches actually doesn't really matter. Yeah, obviously for someone else like Koi or like Carmen Corp in the future, these matches will matter, but for us it's not. That's it.
Thank you for your honesty. Now, last question. You are going to be playing against KC tomorrow, like you just said. That game means a lot to them. They have to win that game. It's not really the same kind of vibe for you guys. So how do you go into that game and stay motivated? Because I know you still do want to win, but when there's no stakes anymore, what's your mentality?
I mean, at the same time, it's very good to keep our win streak alive, obviously. And also we are going in regular season like without any losses, like with only one loss map. It will be a good thing to finish the regular season with 0 losses, because it will show how strong we are compared to any other teams in our region.
So even if you do lose, do you still feel like you are still one of the strongest?
Yeah.
That doesn't change. The results don't change. All right, thank you very much, Chronicle. It's great to chat to you as always, and thank you for joining me. We're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere because a very, very important game is on the way. It is Vitality versus Giants.
Right, let's go! Woo! Nice! Let's go! Good job, Leo. Nice! Nice, bro, nice! Nice! Let's go! Come my side, bro. What are you doing, bro?
Red Bull gives you wings.
0 distraction. 0 doubt. 0 opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Well, it's another 2-0 for Fnatic. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined by Lothar and Cougar here with me on the desk. I feel like for a moment we thought maybe map 3 was coming, and from what Chronicle was kind of saying, Cougar, they're just not that bothered anymore. All these
Chronicle is just a troll, but honestly, of course we kind of expected that third map. I think like after round 7, we were like, okay, so this is actually going somewhere. That 8 rounds the Koi were able to get in a row, being extra aggressive, having those micro plays was definitely working against Fnatic.
You know what's funny is that my impression of Koi was, okay, they have a plan on how to punish the protocols that Fnatic has on attack, because they were targeting the players in B and A main, because they knew that Fnatic has lesser players there because they're playing for the mid control. So it looked like they actually had planned that out. And it looked like they played attack. Yeah, it looked like they played attack on defense. But then when we swapped, the attack from Koi looked a little bit disjointed with utility not being used, and there was a lot of dry peaks, Wolfen dying while just walking in. It was so awkward, but the beginning was very promising, and it was exactly the opposite of what was happening on Lotus.
I think the 101 of playing Jet is knowing how to play Jet on Ascent, especially on the attack, because you have a very, let's go easy roll, just because the entrances are like 4 or 5 aggressive and you need to know how to do them. And Wolfen was going down time after time again.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start for Koi, but unfortunately, Fnatic, they found a way to get back into this, and this was, I believe, round 10, Cougar.
Yes.
And what a round for them to actually pull back as well.
Yeah, exactly. Lothar was mentioning the protocols that Fnatic had for their attack, and now this is another round where Wolfen goes extra aggressive. So just by Fnatic having a good position, knowing and spotting Wolfen here, look at him. He's completely alone. The help is not going to come, and he's just going to be harassed with utility. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but considering that Fnatic are 8-1 down, I don't think it's that terrible. They know that he cannot move from there. They have the crossfires. Alpha is waiting for him to pick. They use the fragment, not the best, but then the shot is going to come, and eventually he's going to be punished. It is expensive, yes, but it is 100% necessary for Fnatic to get him out of there and to get him done.
And I feel like that was a little bit of that adaptation from Fnatic, because they saw that they're being pushed, like the line of defense is being moved towards them instead of the other way around, and they adapted to that. So that's very nice to see that Fnatic was able to read, although a little bit late, because 8 rounds were just basically with no response from them.
Yeah, and speaking of Wolfen, our Bulgarian Player of the Week, of course.
Fantastic. Did he win again?
Of course, every single week.
I'm so proud of
he has
him.
one. But not many duelist Jet players can go toe-to-toe with Durka. And I know Durka kind of brought it back in the second half, but Kukuka, you know, for a whole half of Valorant, Wolfen looked so much better.
I think there were so many kills, like through smokes, wall flash. I think that the results that we were getting from Wolfen on that first half is just from his teammates to enable him and to unleash him to an extent that, okay, we're going to do this set play. You have to be the one going and getting the kill. We're going to put all that pressure onto Fnatic with the utility. You just go and shoot. And as you said, for the first half, it was definitely there for Wolfen. It's the second one that left us a little bit dry, a little bit cold, being like, you needed to shine on both the sides. We know that is a lot of pressure, but that is what you get.
Yeah, on the same side, though, Lothar, Durka whiffing and struggling like this, not what you don't see every day.
Yeah, very, let's say, uncharacteristic for Durka, specifically like that peak that we have seen before with the Paranoia when he was on the Heaven, and he just whiffs like 3 shots for Guardian right here. Like, you know, he dies, by the way, not because the opponent just got lucky. They saw the muzzle flash.
Yeah.
So if he would have hit those shots, he would have not died just because the player wouldn't have been able to respond. But again, Durka, just like on Lotus, he had a little bit of a cold opener, but then he just rallied back up and just went nuts on the second half.
Yeah, if you told me that he was going to end the map with stats like this, I wouldn't have believed you.
It's
just
nuts,
look at the first blood. It's literally the exact, like Wolfen was going that same pace, the same path, sorry. But Durka definitely had the rest of Fnatic backing him up. It's weird that we see Durka in that situation where he's as alone as Wolfen was in the clip that we just showed.
Yeah, I feel like you do have to give it up for Wolfen, though, because I think he's one of the players that's being on the receiving end of pretty heavy criticism.
Oh, yes.
And people saying
from day one.
Yeah, so much so I feel like he even moved away from that Jet role. But going up against Durka, maybe because they were playing a little bit more in a fearless style, but Lothar, this is kind of the Wolfen that we expected to be coming into this league.
Well, I still remember the 3 last rounds on attack when he was just dying first, going like
he's allowed to
dry
make
picking.
mistakes.
Yeah, but it's like, I really want the team to succeed. Like Koi on paper has said before, it is a team that should be trying to be at the top of the scoreboard, of the leaderboard of the entire league, but it's not working. And the reason why it's not working is because the team is just not working as a team, in tandem.
Like, let's be real for what happened here. They got those 8 rounds, then Fnatic comes back, and then in their attack, again, just like it happened to them in Lotus a couple of weeks ago, they only managed to get 1 round. Like, the way that Fnatic was able to come back and make them play their game, Koi finding no response this late into the competition. I mean, it shows what they're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but luckily it's not over for them just yet. I was busy setting up a halftime interview during what we're about to see here, some smoke kills. I think I missed some of these, so I'm gonna need you guys to talk me through what was happening.
We were talking about the chaos that Koi was forming here on their defense, and especially the way that Fnatic wanted to take that presence and pressure onto mid was, you know, counter-arrested and countered really easily from Koi.
Dude, this is 2 kills in those replays happened because of the muzzle flashes. You can literally see how big of a factor a suppressor has on your gun when it comes to spamming those smokes. And I know that there's a little bit of a complaining in general right now in the Valorant community. because of Pell and spamming smokes and so on. But I feel like that's something that the game just has to, let's say, go through that phase when we have a, let's say, resurgence of Phantom as being used as the gun on LAN as well. So the suppressor is being maximized because it doesn't have traces while shooting through smokes. This is a phase that the teams have to go through to find the correct answer how to approach the game now, because this is the meta game.
Triple controller, we'll get there.
Yeah, all 5
and then all of the kills would be through smokes.
Let's do it. I want to see all 5 controller comp. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. But for Koi, they will be playing again later this week, and so will Fnatic. But we have a huge game coming up. Let's take this right to Giants versus Vitality. Now, Chronicle was talking about how, you know, some of the games just don't matter to him, but this is the very opposite of everything that he said. This game matters so much. In the standings right now, both of these teams are basically toe-to-toe against each other, and if it does come down to a head-to-head tiebreaker, Cougar, this could be the game that makes the difference between Giants or Vitality making playoffs.
Yeah, exactly, because these are two teams that, you know, they have made us dream. They have made us supporters of their whole path, but right now they're coming off on the back of losses for Vitality as well. I think that they were very tough ones, but we saw a different phase from them, especially last week against Fnatic. Now, as you said, everything could come down until one of these two teams not making it to playoffs.
You know what's funny? Who is the biggest supporter of Giants today? Guess.
I know this. I did the thing earlier. K-Core.
Foot.
Oh, I thought it was K-Core.
Foot. If Giants are gonna win today, Foot are like 99%
No, it doesn't.
locked in.
Foot just have to beat Na'Vi. They don't care about what other people do. They just have to beat Na'Vi and then they're through.
Then BBR as well. Like if Giants wins today as well, BBR has only to win one match to also go through. Those are the odds that are being calculated right now in the Turkish community, and they rallied up right now and they're all tuning in to watch Giants win.
Yeah, I mean, again, if Giants win as well, and if it does end up coming to a tiebreaker, it's going to be really heartbreaking for Vitality not to make it.
Yes.
Just because of this game. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We have a pretty cool graphic I wanted to show you guys because, you know, it is a lot of stake here. It is a bit of a tug of war between both of these teams. I don't know why I find this so funny.
I didn't know this word before, like the term for it. Of course, I know it in Spanish, but it's so funny because we also have the IGLs. It's like in Squid Game, wasn't it? That they had this test, and the captain was right at the front. He was like, "Okay, we do this, and we oh no!" That's exactly how it's going to go today.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though, let's talk about both of these teams because Cougar, we know if both of these teams turn up at their best, we can actually get one of the greatest games in our region
the entire season
ever. But the problem is sometimes Giants, when they're at their best, they're great. When they're at their worst, not so much.
Yes, exactly. And I think that last week was a prime example of what we're talking about. I wanted to show a round. This is actually the round that makes them get into OT. You see that Rhyme is planting there, and then he stops because he realized that Boo has the Killjoy has her ult. He's going to plant, but then he drops because he realizes that the timing on his smoke has been lost. But then, instead of planting for the Killjoy ult, when they still have a minute left, he plants in the safe spot. And just because of that, you know, Boo is like, okay, I'll just ult. Yes, the rest of the players were not there, like from Giants, to support him in the moment that he has to move, and they lose this round and go into overtime just because the plan is not clear, the timing are not clear, the position is also like none of the 4 players playing from site are down to help him because they're already thinking of the post plant, and the spike still hasn't gone down. So it's you know, it's really complicated for them because I think that in a fundamental level last week they were not there. The pressure was too much onto them, and I do think that it's because maybe they got overconfident into getting those weeks. We were talking about week 1. You know, they lose those 2 games against Fnatic and Na'Vi, and they start getting 2-0s against teams, and now they get comfortable. Heretics does this. Now, if we take a look look, I have another clip of what Giants can do when they do it correctly. I wanted to showcase, this is on split against BBL. They used the Astra ultimate to get a safe plant, and look at the positions already. 2 players playing from side, the base that they're gonna come in, Nuki goes down. And look at the position also coming from Hoodie, from mid. Rhyme is aware that he has to keep putting a little bit of pressure here, just peeking time and time after time, just to give Hoodie the right timing. He knows that he's being pushed. He's going to tank that. He's going to get the support from side with the Sky Flash. The moment that the Sky Flash comes out, BBL picks onto side. They're already covered, and it is a very beautiful synergy between them. This is what they're capable of.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot as well from Giants, but on the other side, for Vitality, Lothar, I know they're coming into this off the back of a loss, but it's not a loss that they should be ashamed of.
I feel like, you know, I don't think you should be ashamed of any losses in general. Like every single loss you can learn something about from it. You know?
I mean, they nearly beat Fnatic. It kind of came down to almost nothing.
Yeah, in general, in my eyes, if Vitality is able to just cook up the same things that they had in the beginning of the season, this is both Giants and Vitality for me. We're coming in as one of the actually better teams. And in the beginning, we're starting already map veto. Okay.
Yeah, we are. I mean, these are the 2 teams that should both really go through to playoffs as well, not just one or the other. But we're into the map vetoes, and Fracture has been taken off the table.
I thought that it was going to be Haven. But yeah, Vitality is going to go down their usual road, and they're going to be banning Pearl. I'm surprised because, well, now Vitality... Okay, so Giants, I assume. We're getting double Lotus today.
Salah screaming, I told you to Bone Cold when they...
We're seeing the cuts. We're seeing the cuts here because it took them like 2 minutes to get into down to the decision that they were going to play split and not Haven. So it's a surprise because Giants are very familiar with split.
I mean, of course, they're going to take that Haven right off of them. I'm a little surprised as well. I thought that Haven was pretty good, Lothar, last week, despite the result.
I'm actually really surprised that we have seen those 2 picks being first, because from Vitality perspective, I would love to see them actually playing Heaven as a first pick, to be honest. And that Split is being picked over that is a little bit surprising for me.
I mean, they must have felt some way about that Haven against Fnatic. But, I mean, we've seen surprises this earlier for the game as well. So I'm sure when we speak to them about it a little bit later, they can tell us. But let's go into Lotus now. We've seen it already, but Kukuka, it's going to be a pretty different Lotus from the one that we just saw, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the fact that Giants have been swapping the composition I think every single time that they've played this map, not only in this composition, but also this year, can lead to a little bit of confusion, and maybe this is why they think that they're not as easy to prep for. Maybe it's one of the reasons why Vitality did not pick that Haven, being like, okay, if they left it open, they expect us to pick it. That means that they're 100% prepared for it.
Well, let's take a look at some of the comps on Lotus. I know you're prepared for this as well. Talk us through... Oh, not yet, but we will see the Lotus comp in a second. But yeah, these are the maps we're going to be heading to. And Lothar, do you feel like it favors any team?
I feel like it slightly favors Giants actually than Team Vitality. When it comes to the flexibility, I feel like Giants have always better prep work than Vitality in general. And also the only thing when it comes to critiquing Giants, and what I always had, is not the strategy. It's actually the execution of the strategy. Because on the prep side, they always had a plan. You can always see that every single time they approach a round, they do follow a call. Even if it's not the perfect call, they try doing that. So I would favor the maps currently for Giants right now.
Yeah, so here are the last compositions that they have been playing. As you can see, they've moved from the Raze onto the Jet. Now, on the last one, Nuki has gone from playing that Viper to going on that Killjoy. He had a great performance, and actually, when we were seeing him on Icebox, for example, he was doing a very good job. Rhyme back on that Omen with that play that we just saw, but we see that, you know, they're still cooking. They still haven't developed probably exactly what they want to do.
Do you expect them to change again today?
Maybe. I don't see why not. Maybe Cloud moving into something different. I know that Lothar, you would like to see the Breach instead of the Sky, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like Sky is just not really efficient, but at the same time, this composition doesn't have really a lot of info gathering, so that Sky supplements that to a necessary, I guess, degree. But it's going to be a very interesting matchup because Vitality is a completely different team when it comes to composition, playstyle, and there's the Cypher also. is signaling a different type of setups that you're going to have to fight against than a Killjoy. For Vitality is actually a signature that they fight early for C-mount on defense with the Cypher camera that is then controlling that entire area. And because of that, the teams have to adapt for that C control early to destroy the Cypher camera first.
I think it's also funny because I think that both Vitality now and OG at the time, they were pretty keen to use in that harbor. They even used it on Breeze. They were like, okay, we're going to try it out. They actually, you know, given the agent a lot of chances. They do the same here on Lotus, but maybe they change it today.
Is this a good time to change things when, like I said, the stakes are
if they have
so
prepped,
high?
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I feel like you need to get the fundamentals right. You need to get your bread and butter, because we're getting to a point of the season now, Lothar, where if you do lose this game, the destiny of how you're going to make playoffs is just not in your hands anymore.
Yeah, only thing that worries me with about Vitality prep phase for Lotus is that with this harbor, you actually bank on having a better attack side than defense side, because harbor is an enabler of the attacking phase. And when it comes to defense, now we have seen in the other teams how Viper supplements both attack and defense and bolsters that defense in multiple sides, and Harbor only can do that while slowing down the opponents from pushing through this utility, but doesn't add the DK, right, that we have from Viper. So my point is, I worry that Vitality's attack side might not be as efficient as they think it should be, and then defense on this map is gonna be hurt because of that composition.
So just because of what he is saying, that first half where Vitality is going to be on the attack is the most important for them. They need a strong start, because in the past we've seen Twisted struggling really in the last time that they played this map. He needs to have a strong one. He needs to be getting the kills and feel supported by the rest of his team.
I think the interesting also thing is this game is so 50-50. I still don't really know which team I lean towards. I feel like result-wise, performance-wise, everything, Lothar, they're just at the same level as each other, I feel. But if the best version of Vitality and the best version of Giants do show up, who are you favoring?
I think Giants should be taking it then, because they have the better leg work being done for the team. But at the same time, on Vitality's side, I do think that Twisted and Molsey are such monstrous players that they can just single-handedly turn over the entire game to their favor if they're gonna just be hitting their shots, to say it bluntly.
You with Giants as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think just because we've seen what they're capable of, I think that if they're able to pull it out today again, they really want that spot. And I think they also need to prove that they deserve to be in playoffs. It's not only, oh my God, we made it. No, we deserve to be here, and we maybe even deserve a spot in Japan.
I'm going to be different and say Vitality. Why not? I'll back Vitality. But it's not about what we think. It's about if the players can prove themselves on the server. And it's time to bring them out. Give a warm welcome to Giants and Team Vitality.
Giants Gaming. Team Vitality.
Well, as you guys can hear, I think the Golden Hornets might be in the building right now. And also, I want to know who did Twisten's makeup. It looks great.
Yeah, it looks.
I want to join him.
Yeah, exactly. It looks insane. Oh my God, I can still hear them. Yeah, as we were saying, this is a very important match for both the teams. We need the best performances. The tension, you know, right now.
There's some symbolic stuff behind this makeup, right? For sure. That cannot just be like an M for no reason, right?
I think it's cat ears.
I'm pretty sure it's a weeb thing, but we'll find out.
Is it like maybe Vegeta?
It's Tristan,
Vegeta's
so it's
M
probably a weeb thing.
I think it's a weeb thing.
Yeah, I think it's cat ears.
I genuinely think it's a weeb thing. But I mean, they're gonna need all of the buffs and power-ups as they can get. Of course, coming in on the back of a loss is not gonna be easy. But fortunately, they've managed to kind of dodge some of the maps that they played last week. Lothar, they probably didn't have to worry about even going through that and just go take the game somewhere else.
From watching the VODs of Vitality against Fnatic and Bind, I wanted to forget that as well, because the way that they attacked Bind was completely disjointed. We have seen just Sky pushing through a Viper wall on B side alone, and then everyone else was just waiting for that first push. It was so disjointed.
It's okay. They don't need to play that map again.
Yeah,
it's a fresh
let's forget
start.
about
We're
that.
heading to Agent Select, as Bea said. Giants, they played 4 different comps on Lotus the last time they played it. So will we see comp number 5? Here is the question. So far, no.
No, it looks like they're keeping it. Then Rhyme will go on the Omen. Yes, Bonko, who used to play on that bridge, he's moving away. So actually, the change is going to come on Vitality's side. No more Harbor, no more Fade, and no more Breach. It's time for Destrian to go on the Gecko.
No more Cypher as well.
Yep.
That is insane change. If I would have been prepping, if I would have been prepping against Vitality right now on Lotus, I would like, oh my god, everything is out of the window. I do a timeout the first moment I can, and I do like a rundown of what has to be changed, because this is such a huge gameplay change for Vitality. Is actually insane.
It is, and also it's Destrian's debut on Gecko. We haven't seen Gecko in a hot minute. I know we saw a little bit of it last week, but it kind of phased out a little bit as teams went into the season. But talk me through these changes, you guys.
There's one big issue that I see with this composition from Vitality. Controlling A space when you're on the defense, it's gonna be tough because you don't really have a stun to ensure that they will not breach the first rubble area. And because of that, you're gonna have to supplement that with the multiple flashes that you have, but you're not able to slow down the advancement. So the A area is gonna be all open for Giants for the taking if they will be swift in the opening when the barrier drops.
Maybe with that Gecko, maybe with the Mosh Pit is what they want to counterest it. But remember, Giants have already played the Gecko on this map. They know the lineups, they know what they can do. Let's see if they can keep up.
Yeah, of course. It's very timely that they managed to make these changes. And for us to throw it over to our casters, Pansy and Hybok.
Thank you so much. And yeah, this is going to be a cracking matchup. We do have, the battle of the mid-table to an extent, but these two teams truly were on the cusp of pushing towards that top side, maybe not displacing the top 2.
I think they still are. And again, this is one that we almost need to forget some map-by-map performances, because I think both teams have probably been through some very difficult losses, and also some very long drawn-out games which should have felt like wins when you watch them back. Again, isolated incidents, yes, but in my eyes, Giants coming away from last week, that's got to be a massive blow to the confidence for them.
It absolutely is, and the theory of you're only as good as your last game certainly could haunt them in that regard, because yes, we know bigger picture. Up until that point, we were singing their praises, looking to see them go further, expecting great things, but falling foul will certainly dent the confidence. However, we have the maps in front of us, Lotus, Split, and Ascent. Curious Agent Select, certainly something to keep your eyes pinned towards for Vitality. Destrian's got his work cut out here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be difficult for him to really, I guess, demonstrate to us some of the things that look best for him, right? Which is comfort. There's been some changes of roles, changes of agents, so coming across here, whether or not they've built massively around this Gecko, particularly on Lotus, we'll have to wait and see. You see some pressures towards A, utility invested. Actually, Phone Cold, I think very deep here, alongside Destrian, but I'm going to trade out the Trailblazer for that progress.
But he's going to suffer the consequence of that one. Phone Cold going to play perfectly off the Gecko utility.
Gap in that smoke, though. I say lucky. Giants don't find a kill on the left side of that.
Spike planted. Twiston took a fair cop of damage, down to about 29 HP, but they do get the plant. So 5 standing in the post plant, 1 flash for Cloud, Paranoia for Rhyme, Vitinho with a little bit of kit. So could still pose a problem. There goes the Paranoia, going to let the first steps fall towards the site. Wingman going to come down. That's mostly contact pulled towards the tree. Lovely swing comes out from Giants. Deals with Molsey and Twiston. And now an even affair, 3v3.
Sender just completely caught off guard there. I'm not sure if he sent a snake bite. was just retreating away from that lineup. Key engagement here. Bogold needs to win that one. Pedestrian now on a 1v2.
Difficult. 4 bullets, 3, none left to play with. Half already achieved. Nuki times it well. Peels away from the spike. Gets the kill. Gets the job done. First on the board here for Giants.
So with that deep setup towards Rubber as well, I'm not sure if Sender had sent a snake by and was just getting back to a better position to be able to assist on site there, but completely caught off guard with an extra player actually in a position to support him as well. When Hoodie is completely caught off guard here. Catches full effect on that flash. So here, Bone Cold is... Again, you don't expect him to really be holding that deep for, again, that angle to open up, but... Curious here, Giants at least get themselves a pistol on the board.
Vitality coming back in with Sheriffs and Marshals, so not completely without a little bit of bite to this. Molesy trying to build up towards that ult as early as he can. 2 away as it stands, so if you get a kill with this, that'd be lovely. On the other side, Bulldogs sitting there and a little bit of purchase behind that. So again, nothing really to report early game. This could be Rhyme. Yeah, respecting that enough to fall away just a touch.
I think I only noticed him one here, so he's still curious of actually whether or not anything's lying behind this. And Bone Cold, a signature pistol for him.
How many times have we said this team is so deadly with these weapons? Sender has been caught, who's been another fiend on it. It's back down to a 4v4, but any damage is great at this point.
Cloud now will be called upon. Bone Cold did get tagged up. So I think actually the Marshal will finish that off. Perfect swing through here. A chance for the plant to come through. Twisting now. A 1v4, scope in hand. Doing damage here would be huge for him, but I expect Giants to really throw bodies on the line here.
No, if he can cross cleanly to Cloud, he's still going to find it difficult. Does get the Bulldog for this, though, so it does become a little bit more imposing, but with 12 seconds, again, you're looking for mistakes to be punished, and no one's giving him anything. You're absolutely right. So going to go back, get the ult orb, and probably slip away. The Bulldog still to hand. The Giants are having absolutely none of this.
So I'm questioning how much Twiston thinks he's going to get off this next round. Trying to hold on to the Bulldog or at least let the round expire before pushing through. So yeah, actually, he is still kind of suffering for the purchase in the next. I think he was actually considering just holding on to that. I mean, an option here to trade off and potentially get a rifle instead of the Guardian. Sacrifice the utility, but we're going to prioritize that nonetheless. Yeah, very strange to see that, actually. You'd say Vitality did invest some weapons into the previous bit, pistols and that Marshal, but actually holding the placement there for the jump spot.
That could have been so
I'll leave out Bone Cold, but to be honest with you,
that could have been such an issue if they actually managed to catch that, considering it is like a solo hold towards A, right? Like, that would have been...
Yeah, this is the anchor for Giants' defense.
Yes, coupled with a little bit of utility alongside it, the Killjoy alarm bot just sitting tucked in. But again, get that pick, it doesn't really matter. They're on the site anyway. Not the case, though, so we carry on forward. Still, a lot of intent towards this A side, and they look like they want to pressure that issue slightly. Hoodie does have to respect this, slip a little deeper towards tree. Call for support. Those Seekers are going to come online, though, and come on out. Already, straight towards that B side. And the flashes are perfect. Twisted, not much to do there. Good trade, though, but you can see them just... What? Why did they just push the smoke? Like, there was no one there. Vitality! Taking every opportunity given to them, sure, but Giants putting on a plate that round.
Yeah, I'm really curious. One of the things, obviously, from last week that I had my eye on was Giants to really tighten up some of their defensive rounds, because this is one that's almost feels very similar to some of the rounds we saw last week versus Heretics. Again, this is so brazen to swing out. Whether this is just slightly off timing with the flash, I don't know, but there's just the sort of things, just, you know, dot the I's, cross the T's for some of these defensive rounds for Giants that looked very poor last week.
Oh, it's a 3-play stack to this side. Hold on, this is going to be deadly. Cloud going to find Twisted early. And it's just a brawl, straight up brawling it out. And Bonecold wants to continue going. That paranoia looked very good. Sender's success is going to help things. This puts basically Vitinho all on his own. He has to go big here, and he's only got one. Only managing to take down Destrium wasn't going to be enough. So the plant's going to come in, and it is still feasible. It's a 1v2. It's not beyond the realms of reality, but with the spike down and the post plant set into motion, Hoodie has got such a difficult task in front of him.
2 snake bites to work with, but a very deep hold here towards Mound. And make it really difficult. He has to be conscious of all these close angles on site. That spike is ticking away already.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
He's got no smoke or anything to break sight lines, nothing.
He's not going to have a chance of that. Vitality played it really well in the end, just kind of sitting a little deeper there.
And this is really bizarre. It's 2 back-to-back rounds that are almost some of the concern points that I took away from last week. This is another one where Giants are happy to turn scrappy, and I think in terms of roles, it's definitely a discussion point here without Nuki being on a duelist, being on the Raze. Those aren't really the strengths of what we've seen from Giants this season. Especially for Vitinho. I don't think he really excels in some of these scrappy brawl-style rounds that Giants seemed so happy to do last week, and we know that ultimately that was their demise, right? The Pearl pick, it didn't look good with Yoru being so slippery and catching them off guard. I'm hoping that trend doesn't continue here. At least early on here, we're seeing a few examples.
Yeah.
On the other side of that, I think Twiston, even though there's been some kind of sporadic performances from it, he has looked good in those scraps.
He certainly has. He's one of the players that does seem
self-sufficient.
Yes, absolutely key way to phrase it. Will be interesting to see if there is a pump of the brakes and maybe an adjustment on that aspect of brawling here. Little bit of danger coming in. Vitinho and Hoodie finding kills out of nowhere.
3v3.
We are in a post plant though. Bonecold's position is rough to deal with, but that's the one way to do it. Hoodie swings out, finds it, multi down low, traded on out, and now Sender. This time they've got smokes to pull the attention. Great tag on Vitinho though. Down to 30. Nuki, how can you become relevant to this? You want to try and assist in this, and that's fantastic. Giants finding an opportunity out of nowhere.
A little bit of a slip-up actually for Bonecold to commit to that position up top, and I'm not sure if he doesn't want to give away a sound cue dropping off, but it's a free peek. Again, the setup isn't there for somebody to swing through and trade that immediately. Do Swan back with, I say, I'm not even sure what damage comes through here on the back of the snake bite. It's actually Vitinho. I didn't even realize he actually updrafted and found that angle. Beautiful retake from Giants.
Answer back swiftly made. So about a 3-2 currently. Goodbye. Ult's now starting to come through as well. Desperate to fight for that space over towards C. Find very little fight back. So again, you can see that instantaneous adjustment pulling those 2 players away. Just leaving Rhyme to deal with his opposing number, Bonecold. But full intention now being read here from Vitality. This kind of 3-1-1 is now back in play.
Same sort of default. Again, Bonecold will look for some contact on the other side of the map. Cloud does invest early here. I think gets an awful lot of information for them to act upon. I think Vitality going to feel as if that's an advantage in their approach towards A site here.
Last time they did try and lean towards that B side, but it got messy. Wasn't clean by any means, but mostly we were questioning Giants kind of fighting into themselves back in with that flash that just didn't seem to sit right. For now, though, we do have the lockdowns. This could potentially divert plans, and they have to respect it. Yeah, it looks like back over towards C. So just kind of taking the tour of the map. They know Rhyme's position.
Rhyme, though, yeah?
So now what can Rhyme do? The flash was not good. That's actually hindered progress massively. A little bit of a team flash goes a long way as Rhyme now in danger, but he's still holding the ground. Support's now here. Fabulous work from Rhyme. Holds down the site with a little assistance from that flash, and Twiston left Neron irrelevant to the round with 15 seconds.
Some situation too early on in round 2 here. Let's try and find something at least. Snakebite going to come through, going to stall things even further, and this time around, Bladestorm online, yes, but maybe going to want to try and hold on to this rifle. Twiston showing a little bit of frustration, actually, with how this one's panned out. Like I said, they had the information, actually, on Rhyme, but that flash not catching. And like you said, even I'm not even sure if it's just Molesy eating that on the way out of the smoke, but definitely slowed things down in terms of progress towards the site.
Let's watch this one back as well, which is lovely from Rhyme, of course.
The other thing as well, with where Twiston is positioned here, you almost want him to be able to isolate that kill on the back of the information from Bone Cold's TP. But there's no burst towards site. It's a slow push all the way up towards the staircase here. And yeah, a little curious on the execution of that one. If it was just a scrambled reactionary call.
Lockdown.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, lacking a little bit of that finesse that Vitality seemed to kind of have, hot and cold sometimes. But yeah, a little scrambled at the end there. And Rhyme doing very well to hold his nerve and hold that much space, honestly. So timeout coming in for Vitality. Trying to work through things early, noting that frustration as well. You do want to keep Twisted in that right mindset, especially if you've got Split as map 2. You need him to be integral to success. He has been wondrous at that. But here in map 1, I feel like we're going to be just kind of seeing feeling each other out at this point. It doesn't feel like either team have fully slotted into comfort mode yet. And I kind of expect this hot and cold look throughout this entire game here.
I think the question mark kind of hangs over what Giants we see today. I think last week is fair to say that they didn't really look as if they were going to give a lot of respect to Heretics. And I don't want to say rightfully so, because obviously benefit of hindsight, but I think they came in, they played very sloppy last week. So that's definitely a lot of the things I wanted to see was, cleaning things up and playing crossfires effectively, not overextending in certain situations. I mean, last week we had Nuki full W key in towards sites, and I think at that point the tilt factor set in and the playbook's kind of gone out the window at that point, but demonstrating some restraint here, I guess 1 round aside early on here on Lotus.
See how this looks Twisted. No, not much luck at all. Hoodie, very well equipped for that. Does get left incredibly low, but he's held his own against the front man of Twisted. So he's done his job to that degree. He can slip slightly further back and leave more of it towards Vitinho now. Once again, Vitality quite spread apart in this one. Wait and see if that swing comes together. We do have Moshpit going down. That won't affect Vitinho, but those Seekers will certainly give it away. And the follow-up of the dog.
The updraft away though, so a lot of that investment mitigated here. Sender desperately looking for something, but Nuki's going to shut it down.
They're holding this backline fabulously. It truly stoic in nature, not really allowing much to disrupt it. That was another attempt, and it's just individual. Giants looking very refined here. Wondrous response from Giants. 5 standing, and such composure kept them.
I think, again, the key word here is showing real restraint, which is where some of those rounds just spiraled out of control last week. Definitely a positive start here for Giants. Actually shifting the focus towards Vitality. What can they do to really, I guess, disrupt these sort of setups? Gosh, so much for him to worry about and shoot at. The fact he even gets away from that, yes, heavily tagged up, but Vitality unable to really convert off that. And even in a couple of little situations there, like the self-flash in from Destrian, he's got to swing with that. Again, the choice is you get blinded or you shoot the flash. So again, coming back to that kind of comfort zone element for Destrian, haven't seen it just yet.
No, still potentially a long series to get through, so we could see him fall into comfort a little later than now, but it's certainly not there as of yet. Looking way more intent on finding a challenge at middle though. Giants unabashedly looking to find a challenge already. The dogs will be invested. I'm looking to see if Vitinho maybe takes a peek off the back of that.
Rhyme continues to play with fire.
Rhyme's playing it.
And again, look at the minimap, right? If he dies outside of a door pinch coming through from B Connector here, it's not an awful lot to really recover that situation.
And the same you could say with the Hoodie attempt as well, but in towards the side we go, and Rhyme's still valuable enough to find one. Twisted suffering here, not being able to find the success he wants by any means. He's been punished a couple of times on this now. Sight into control here. Should be getting that plant coming in pretty soon. There it is, but once again, we noted the composure before. We have to see this once again. Do they have that same cohesion, that ability to trade so perfectly off each other? What do Giants have for us now? First flash goes in, and they start to build their attempts here. Sender tagged up, but the crossfires are good. It's scrappy now, though. Molzy starting to take it away a little bit here. A 1v2, Ult gets popped, and Nuki's got nothing to do here. He just got to sit and watch as they close the gap. And it could have been a knife, it could have been a bullet. Maybe it's death either way. Nuki's gone down, and Vitality back into this.
Beautiful round from Molzy, actually. So much utility invested there to just make sure the plant actually goes down. I think that's on the back of Rhyme actually digging his heels in, finding a kill. Unfortunately, the retake not successful this time around. Great anticipation there, actually. I'm not even sure, was the wingman spammed off because the spike dropped?
It looked like it, right?
Back down, off site. Actually, all ultimates burn up here. Hoodie still with the Viper Spit in play. Molesy actually already very close to those Seekers once again. We'll revert back to this default here from Vitality.
It's an interesting way Giants are playing it as well. That 1-3-1, right? It puts so much pressure on the likes of Rhyme and Hoodie to not ever overextend, get caught out early.
Well, they were playing very proactive on the defensive rounds last week, so I'm really happy that those are the sort of ones that you expect Pipson slight molding element, but to really kind of talk the team back into playing a lot safer.
Was that just a blind spam?
Yeah, literally through here. I think maybe on the sound cue, I'm not sure if the Trailblazer was invested, but Hoodie stands his ground once again.
Yeah, incredible work from him. The spam aside even, just finding that follow-up is more than enough. As I said, if you are still just being solo site anchor, this is huge damage. Yes, the support system's already here, though. You've got Nookie now towards the site and Cloud taking the spot, but we look towards what the others can achieve. Sender, Bone Cold, and Destrian. Space has been found. The form of, what is it, Bone Cold slipping in towards C. Yes, that should be ringing alarm bells now, because Rhyme knows that C site is somewhat open, and they definitely aren't pressuring towards A. I don't think that flash would have caught anyone that they just sent over towards the A site either, so...
I was going to say, Nookie's reposition there actually hinders Sender's ability to lurk, and luckily he's going to head away from this location, but Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Sender now all the way back in spawn, and Bone Cold looking for a very aggressive pick here to catch this rotate.
Now, they had Rhyme sat in this kind of deep position, so they know there is space for this to happen. Surely they check, they do.
Just
really
moves at the
heads
wrong
up.
moment.
Paranoia exchange on either side. Pretty sure that caught all three and the one on the other. Bone Cold actually going to slip forward. Audacious play. Yeah, a little crazed there from Bone Cold. Trying to make something happen out of nothing, and Rhyme's having it absolutely sent.
Oh my God.
No way. Oh, Sender. I thought he could have had something magical there. Not the case. Clutching at straws in the end, but Giants working their way back in, heads up play on the way back through, and some real audacity from Vitality to try some of those looks.
I'm not sure if Bone Cold thinks he's going to be able to fake his TP and they're going to think, you know, he's getting even more aggressive. It was off the orb tap. Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. And still getting another. Wow.
And even little things as well here, like Hoodie getting an extra smoke to really allow him to secure that position. Vitality, if they continue with this setup, the 1-1-3 towards A site, then they need to find a way to dig him out of that position, or at least pressure him off from just playing that snake bite. The pinch needs to come through towards site. I'm curious of actually how they do approach that.
And Giants kind of flipping the script a bit, going back to that 3-play lean towards C early on. Investing the 2 players deep, supplementing Rhyme's positioning, and then kind of instantly peeling the back, and actually gives them such a correct position now to play this from, whether they know it or not. It's a good read. It could be that B piece again. We're looking for a little bit better synergy from Giants on this, and Fatinho already finding Destrian, not bad at all. Good little pop flash, twist and punish. Now Cloud's there. Okay, 5v3. Now we look at what the post plant's gonna look like, as Fatinho has no pressure on him here. This is just gonna be Bone Cold spamming and hoping for the best. Sender finds a very curious fight, and oh my word, he does so much damage to Ryan, but obviously doesn't know it. Sender does go down. We're down to Bone Cold and Molesy, and the HP is dwindling. It's looking rough, and they're making a scrap out of it, but it shouldn't amount to anything. Getting closer than it should have felt, but a 7-3 here.
So a couple more of the players looking very frustrated with the outcome of some of these rounds on the side of Vitality. A big lead now. But I'll come back to what I said at the start of this map. Giants looking way more structured on their defensive rounds. Allowing Fatinho to kind of dip his toes a little bit ahead of some of these site hits and not really looking to, 2v2 or 3v3 ahead of these executions is working so much better for Giants.
Feels like Pipson's just giving them a clip around the back of the head.
Whipped him into shape.
Yeah, because this does just look like a lot of discipline's been instilled into them again, kind of getting them back on the page. And going back into this map really caught me off guard. Vitality now starting to thrive a little bit here. How the hell did Bone Cold just go down to Nookie there, though?
TP'd on top of the box.
This is interesting. Rhyme, how much can you do? You are surrounded, and you do go down. The burst from Twist in this round, he doesn't get halted. He's had a rough first half here already. It's been hard for him to find that value. This time he does. They're not out of the woods just yet.
So
there are still
everyone
3
should
players.
turn here. Everyone should turn for Cloud. They are. At least they force him away from this position, force him to reconsider. But Cloud's creating so much pressure in the back line that Vitality haven't converted this to a plant just yet.
You're going to hear that waddling on through, so old Wingman's back to business. This little offset of timing does give way more of a chance. The flash didn't catch, but they know the one just got sent out from that side, so it's not too surprising. Nuki going to apply the pressure off the back of the flash as well. Lovely little synergy between the two. And Molzy left to rot. Twiston next on the chopping block potentially does go down to Fatinho, and now it's Fatinho and Nuki up against Destrian and Sender. Yes, the ult comes in. Can he find any value for it? He's hunting him down! Oh, Fatinho! An attempt was made, but Destrian just turns around in time, catches him and denies it, leaving Nuki in a 1v2. And there, Sender just checks as he got towards the site. Vitality not letting the scoreline get too far away.
I was talking about them eventually digging Hoodie out from this position on tree. Just so happens the response being Twisted, finding a blind kill through the Viper wall. Yeah, maybe not repeatable. Hoodie, again, now resets towards a more defensive position. Yeah, commits here. I mean, checks for information. Nuki just plays off the sound cue, waits it out. I'm not even sure how that's caught.
That doesn't look anywhere near. What?
Don't show Fatinho that replay. Whatever you do.
He made such a good choice, just go pure hunter, right? Just try and chase it down. No, it'd be in that ult for a couple more seconds, but that's gonna be a frustrating one. Now, a little bit of a foot on, well, shoe on the other foot here. Sender, got to be careful. He's got pressure from either side. Outdone this time. Cloud's gonna find him. And now what do they do? Double
Sender
pump
just
back in.
not finding value, at least here on Lotus so far. He's usually been so good for it in these sorts of positions, these sorts of setups for Vitality. Viper's actually going to be invested towards C just in case they do rotate, but again, Vitality got their sight set on A site here.
Could have been a bit more damage there, it felt like, but not to be. Twisted now on guard duty, got to hold them back here. Allow for that plant to come in, and he does. It is
here,
a 3v3. Paranoia going to land that, at least isolates one. Twisted now goes down in succession. Rhyme doing very well. And now all just Destrian. 1v2. Plant is on his side. He's got the, very little utility, the mosh pit to work with. That's it, maybe a time buyer. Rhyme still has a smoke and the TP to play with. Hoodie, similar scenes, and the double swing. Well handled by Giants, and the discipline is in the right place.
What feels like a very one-sided half, to be honest with you, from Giants. Again, a lot of those concerns at least being, I don't want to say completely answered, but definitely improved upon from that Heretics performance.
Yes. I think that's the key aspect here, is that it is some of the issues you walked away with from that Heretics game have been somewhat quelled here, some of those worries at least. Now, obviously that could still fall apart, right? Like, let's say next map get a bit more pressured,
they didn't start from a deficit here, so there wasn't that. I did attribute a lot of those rounds last week to tilt rounds.
Oh, 100%.
Again, when a Yoru's getting away with murder, and it's a player like Mixwell who's had not an awful lot of success this season as well. Those are the things that can get in your head, and I think Heretics really thrived on that. Giants unable to really stabilize in that sort of situation, but here, like, very, very composed. Like I said, they're sticking to some of these structured setups. They're relying on kind of receiving information as opposed to proactively going out hunting on the defensive side. Like I said, even in the rounds where, you know, they were finding a trade or you know, finding a first blood, quite often it didn't amount to a round win for them.
No. So good to see Pipson's got some part of this back into line. And
looking great on some of the retakes as well.
Yeah, very much so. I think only one really got thrown back in their face, but beyond that, it was actually quite impressive to watch. That didn't look anywhere near, even on the replay. Yeah, it's a good course correction for the side who seemingly struggled quite a bit initially. And I was a little worried when I saw this map, because I was just thinking they're a sucker for pain. Pipson's just making them hurt.
Yeah, I also, again, you look at this and you think, well, yeah, this is looking at the 13-4 result, and felt a little targeted, but to see a different approach here, or at least, I guess, a mental reset in terms of the way they're approaching some of these rounds is definitely a positive. Pipson, as vocal as ever, still got a lot to say about a successful half here at 8-4.
Yeah, he's. I'd love to almost have a chat with him with this consideration of coming back into Lotus, something that was certainly causing them issues.
Well, I'd love to know what the
ago.
conversation was after last week. To be honest, I even said it during the cast last week. That I'd love to be able to fly on the wall here to know exactly what Giants thinks is happening in some of these rounds.
And it feels like it became quite clear once you watch the game back. Obviously, being in the game feels very different to watching it slightly removed, so I'm sure it was almost instantaneous. But yeah, imagine being part of that review process, and the brawl's going to continue ahead of the flash. Didn't even pop it in the end. Walking away in basically the same scenario, 3v3 here.
Try and time off, I guess almost feigning that this is an information flash. So they're just relying on actually the players on Giants turning it. Problem being, though, with a 2-for-2 trade, it puts Bone Cold in a very difficult position now to fulfill that anchor role. Other two members of Vitality position towards C. And still actually with Nuki alive and with flank control with big information here. That should be the catalyst to really force Bone Cold into a more uncomfortable position, to be honest.
Okay, Bone Cold just got his smoke back, still has his
He
paranoia.
has to just tuck in here, honestly, in my eyes.
I think he's heard you and he agrees. Given nothing away so far. He still has nothing, so this might cause for some second guessing here. Very, very slow progress from Giants. Let's see how diligent they are on this. Bone Cold's getting curious, though. He's interested in what's around that corner. He's going to find out very soon. Lovely shot towards Rhyme, but they've lost out elsewhere, and now it's just Bone Cold.
We tried to fake the TP here.
Doesn't
I
get
don't
away
think
with
Hoodie
it.
knows about the reposition.
They're both looking up towards heaven, almost towards CT. Ahead of the Nano Swarm slightly. Yeah, Bone Cold can still keep slipping forward. Another turret put down. A valid attempt. Nuki being the deciding factor in this, finding all of the three basically in that 2v2. But still, a good attempt from Bone Cold there.
See if Vitality do continue to try and put Twistin in a position. Again, biggest criticism has been really how far ahead Twistin is in some of these rounds for Vitality. And certainly something, especially with Split coming up next, that we talk about some of these, the second or third layer to Vitality's play when Twistin is able to pop off. Was the ability to really convert those rounds into value consistently.
Oh yeah, totally different gear that they can achieve if that does get, that box gets ticked. But as it stands, 5-12, not really having that impact here by any means. We already credited Giants' discipline, and we'll see if Vitality can pick it apart this round. Do have the upgraded pistols, but beyond that, very little. No real subtlety here being shown. Yeah, Bone Cold went for an attempt, but it was comfortable for Hoodie. And working back in on the site that he was so adamantly defending just that prior half. The rest of Vitality just going to be working their way around. Again, if you're looking for any takeaways here, you're hoping that chip damage can be achieved. Maybe land a couple of shots here. Molzy does have a little bit of an angle to work with if Giants decide to slip deeper towards the site, and they do. And there's the opportunity, beckoning. Molzy going to find Fatinho.
Actually, that alarm bot getting disabled at just the right time for Twistin and Sender to find a position here.
Oh, that's going to be frustrating. Completely unawares.
I don't think they're going to know about this.
How much can they get from it? They're still aware of the chance of at least Destrian coming from this side. It's just, do they expect more? Now they certainly know there's going to be more. There's the shot, though. It's Molzy again fighting. What is that? No way, Molzy! That is unbelievable. And now Hoodie is in danger, battling his way back through. They've got him. Sender is there. But Molzy this time making a mountain out of this round.
Ridiculous damage done. I think as well, Giants are literally positioned towards the majority of this pressure coming back through spawn, back through archway. Like I said, the getting ahead of the alarm bot didn't even really matter all that much. You see a couple of rounds to get energetic about, and those are the ones that Vitality need. We know how vocal they are, we know how active they are on stage. Giants calling a post-round 2 timeout.
The Pipson timeout.
The Pipson timeout.
Give me the Pipson cam right now.
I know you can hear us.
Do it.
Show me Pipson.
It's mild, it's mild.
He's leant pretty far forwards.
Yes.
He's in the Redgar posture.
He's gone full Redgar at this point, yeah. But those rounds are frustrating. There's kind of forced and unforced errors if you talk about it. Yes, you're facing Vitality, who are exceptionally good at those sort of rounds. We know that, we've noted it. But again, if you're talking about you're coming back into this map and you want to display that discipline, that capability that you've refined now, losing to a round like that is one you want a timeout for. But again, a lot of those shots were just kind of bangers.
I was going to say, yeah, how much credence do you really put up to Molesy finding 4 with the Sheriff? Like,
exactly.
In that situation, it's something that definitely, again, hindsight, how you look back at it, yeah, what could we have done differently? I think shifting the emphasis towards when that contact doesn't come, that flood or the waterfall doesn't come through from the rope or any pressure comes back through archway, when does the penny drop for Giants that they do pick up some different angles? But I don't think in terms of setup, you really account for those sort of things.
No, so you can see the cause and effect here. Giants now down to Frenzy, Sheriff's, Ghosts, and bits and pieces.
What? Coutinho, did he jump or updraft as well? He was like 9 feet up in the air.
Give me the replay of that one, please. And this looks comfortable now. Rhyme. Gonna get down 1. If he gets twisted, game on. All right, Rhyme. That's a Bulldog picked up.
I was gonna say, you want to take that Vandal.
Yeah, but...
Did he get the Vandal as well?
I don't know.
Yeah,
now he does.
Yeah.
Okay, what do they have here? We've got turret. They're gonna trade it out so full HP has it. A little bit messy here. The Seeker's gonna dissipate before they make any sort of damage. Oh, that's a missed opportunity there for Rhyme. Caught. And the flash doesn't catch. Now, how does Nuki play this?
This is taking a lot of time. That's what's concerning.
Now, Nuki's read this. The plant's good for him, but 3 players is a lot to handle. And they've got...
He popped his Nano Swarm already.
And they've got a smoke on Bone Cold. They've got a flash as well. The Paranoia's there. Nuki, what can you do about it? Nothing. Vitality, course correct at the end there. Made a chance happen, but in the end, no harm, no foul there.
Yeah, Rhyme caught in no man's land, trying to set up a smoke on the door potentially to the sound cube, but you've got to expect an early sightline to open up there as soon as you hear that happen.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a jump up here. I mean, this here, I was like, what?
They look like eyebrows to me, and it's just...
They do look like the bad eyebrows you get tattooed on. Wow. I mean, if makeup drew them on, they should have shaved his eyebrows as well.
Full commit.
Yeah, full commit.
Just VIT them.
Or just, yeah.
Maybe I'm just not up to date on my weebiness. You know what I mean? I've been slacking. Twiston has to eventually fall away from this, but looked for an early chance, posturing over towards that C site, but does fall away. Does Nuki get the punish on the rotation? No. Molesy, all too aware, gonna catch Nuki trying to punish anyone trying to lean back over. And this 2-2-1 for the defensive side will hold.
Perfect catch with the flash as well. Will confirm presence behind Nuki. Or at least read a little bit of a readjustment on the side of Giants. Destry is still actually... I mean, 2 players committed towards greeting this B here. It's very often, well, sorry, it's not very often you see teams fully commit to a B hit, especially after conceding the first blood here, but Giants following through.
They're so deep at this point, though. Wingman's going to note it, flashes Cloud, but Molesy doesn't expect the secondary swing. Hoodie's there. Okay, this is getting a little bit more interesting. We've got a 4v4 now. Spike's on the site. No one can disrupt that. Bone Cold probably had the best chance for a small window, but that gets closed. Plant now down. How do they hold this? Difficult to hold, but then again, playing back in with that operator, not going to be easy either.
So this could be a big flash here. Now dealt with immediately. And again, way ahead of the curve in terms of the retake here for Vitality.
And this is just Giants locking it out. Sender can't achieve anything out of that. Giants looking really robust in that post plant.
It feels like brute force and ignorance. As I said, they concede Nuki here. They get confirmed by the flash, and Vitality are like, surely they're going to go somewhere else, right?
Why would they carry on?
Yeah, they know someone's here. Maybe, again, not banking on everybody being stacked up there, but it's so rare to see a team actually follow through with this, especially a contact play into B.
The fact, like, I thought it was just a player up.
This purely could be a composition thing where without the Killjoy, without anything to really confirm that lurk into B, this is another no respect round from Giants. It's like, who's going to be actively holding this angle? Viper wall drops, is anybody going to be posted up on this? Likelihood is no.
Yeah, okay. We go back in. Ultimate's starting to filter through. We already have Rhymes there, Hoodie's there. Cloud not too far away. Twiston 2 off from his. Bone Cold 2 away. Sender as well. And early in 10, this is a dangerous position to be in. Gotta be careful here. Does Bone Cold get away with his life? Just about makes it to the other side of the wall. So Giants do win that early control eventually. Oh, it's about a minute mark, so forcing Bone Cold away, but extending a little bit of that timing here. Vitality, though, 3 players present towards B. Noting no one off the back of Wingman going down as well.
I mean, here, they pull the paranoia, they pull the first smoke from Bone Cold as well, so you got to argue he's going to have to burn that second one, probably ahead of Giants even making it towards site. And yeah, just invested now. And with the Viper utility, now you're retaking with just 1 smoke. Do they commit to the engagement here? I'm really curious how this pans out for Vitality. A bit of a fake with the pit here because they found all the space to the door.
This is really
nice. It's a free plant.
And it locks off one of the avenues of the retake as well.
Another round where there's no utility here from Vitality that actually confirms Giants are doing this.
This is quite impressive to watch. Now, Destrian's here, but he's not got an easy fight by any means. He's fully out of kit. And there's the swing. Fatinho going to find Bone Cold. And dips away. We do have the lockdown to support as well. Sender. He did get Hoodie, but that's taken so long to do. The Giants can still isolate the fight towards CT, and they can turn around, look towards all the other connection points, and it looks quite comfortable here. Turret will receive the contact, so everything should be confirmed and noted here. 2v4, Twiston already low, feels like a formality, and Molesy, not an opportunity to do anything with. Giants starting to show some real diligence, even though it feels risky, it's working.
Yeah, and I feel like this is targeted. This was something they had in the bank for their buy rounds, particularly with the lockdown. I mean, it is horrendous to ever have to retake B site on this map. It is just awful in terms of angles, in terms of that pit playing into
the high-low.
It's disgusting to retake. And actually this one here, to have the lockdown as well, there's so much time brought up, and because they don't have to invest an awful lot to take the site, it's a contact play once again. There's nobody on the side of Vitality there to greet them on the way in. There's no real investment drawn out, so that the Giants know they have the upper hand in the post plan.
Maybe in a loss.
I'm really curious if actually this is just something that was planned previously or taken into account now the composition they've seen in game, because it really is the perfect response to Vitality not having that Killjoy available. If anything, actually, you'd feel like the emphasis shifts towards them playing more proactively. They can't rely on an anchor for 2 sites, which on Lotus is very concerning. You could argue Bone Cold and Sender, yes, but not in the same way that the Killjoy, you know, confirms that presence. You don't get that guarantee on the value. Pipson's still popping it off.
They're up. You're up. You're fine. Like, I was thinking they had 6 rounds. Trailer.
Better. More.
Yeah. That's a lovely little staircase. That was very aesthetic.
I don't think it's a staircase. I think they're like bleachers.
Yeah, but you could walk up them.
Those are bloody big steps if you're walking
I
up
have very short legs. They all look like big steps, mate. All right, I can't help it. At this point, it's a broken buy for Vitality, so hopefully the timeout's given them some sort of concept to work with. Otherwise, it's 12 on the board no matter which way you cut it. Oh dear, Sender. Rocking a hard place for him, nowhere to be. Twiston's ult feels almost
pointless now.
Yes.
Unless we get a Twiston round.
We got one in the bag?
I'm here for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Twiston round coming up. Bone Cold could do with a kill here, but the high and low makes it feel very unlikely. Unless someone gets ahead of themselves. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, Twiston tries his best, but I don't know, that maybe was like the first of those 3 shots that connects on the headshot on the updraft, so a little unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
But 12-6 here for Giants, an opportunity to close this one out fairly swiftly. 3rd shot.
Wow. A little worried for Vitality, seeing only 6 on the board. Twiston, bottom of the board.
I'm a little worried, just I guess as well because of kind of face value. You come to this, you see the veto.
Hold
that thought for Ati if They do creep onto Twister's operator.
Maybe this is the round. Maybe we finally get to see it here. Forced to fight and now forced to maybe run away from this one. The pressure's starting to really pile on in. Destrin quickly coming over to try and be the supportive factor, but they're going to lean over towards Sender. Sender's got to be careful.
That's a big stall, though.
Massive from him. Do they commit through this? That would be dangerous, and they have. Cloud, bullish in approach. Wants in, gets in. Great work. Cloud takes out Sender, disrespecting the utility and carrying on. No respect for Vitality. A 3v2 now, and it goes back into the hands of Twisted. Bone Cold by his side. I'm pretty sure he got the tag, but Cloud's there. And now Bone Cold, a 1v3. Plants now down, it's all just piling on here. And it's gonna be Cloud to seal it. An ace for the man. Wonderful, wonderful round.
And these are the sort of times as well when the momentum is there for Giants, they can play these no respect rounds. They have these individuals that can deliver an ace to close out map 1, for example. Yeah, totally different Giants that we see here this week. You can't even really fault Vitality in this situation, to be honest with you. This was one that you can't even say, yeah, slipped through their fingers. They didn't really have much of a say throughout that.
No.
Couple of stumbles, I guess, in the early rounds of the first half, but other than that, Giants looking revitalized.
Yeah,
no pun intended. That was, yeah, didn't even plan on that one.
But no, you're absolutely right. The discipline kicking in, a couple of pieces here and there. It looks like they are back on track. However, it's not done just yet. If you know what we're excited for, it's going to be Split coming up next, a home for Vitality, something we saw Twistin doing so well at. So much more to be seen. Don't go away.
Nice! Carlos! Nice! Nice! Carlos! Nice! 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 Good clutch! Good clutch! Nice! Nice! Good goal, guys! Good goal! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back to the show, guys. Before we go into the analyst desk, you know, in the past, especially today, I've been criticizing some of the things that Giants had been doing that we did not expect them to do. So I picked up a round that I think goes against everything that I said and proved that Giants are the team they can look deeper into their opponents and actually adapt to them. So at the beginning of this round, this is round number 17, Vitality is going to be aggressive towards A. They're going to invest some Gecko utility as well as the Omens one. So what Giants is going to do is just going to wait. They're just going to divide everything by waves, and they're going to wait until that smoke is gone to take on the next step of action. Followed by that, the Paranoia and the Dog are going to clear this position. And as we see, Bone Cold is forced out. So what do they do now? They just wait again because this Viper wall is going to be up and they need to wait until that timing. Luckily enough, they find out when the wall goes down that this door is open. So they go on to the next trail of action, which is using the Omen Smoke here plus a Nano Swarm to create all this movement coming from Vitality, being like, okay, thanks to this Viper wall, they're going to be attacking onto A. Not only that, Rhyme goes and pushes a little bit through the door, as you can see here, and Hoodie takes the next step of action. He's going to use his ultimate onto A side. Now, why is this important overall? As you can see, Vitality is playing with no Killjoy. So that means that there won't be a turret here, there won't be a turret here, there won't be a turret anyway. There's not going to be any kind of utility from Killjoy on B. We know that it's very important to have a Sentinel here. So Giants know that they have a free entryway if this pressure here is enough to move Vitality. So they just contact in very swiftly, no smokes needed until the spike is down. The flash is going to clear, then no one is on Mei, and then they can use their Kill You utility and their Omen Smoke to clear out everything. So this is the Giants. By the way, let me showcase this as well. Hoodie now is going to be pressured. Nuki is going to come and help him because he knows he's in a very compromised position. All of these things is what makes us think that Giants is capable of all of this. Identifying the weakness on your opponent, exploit it, and then win the map.
Thank you very much, Kukuka. I mean, you and Lothar both mentioned that if Giants could play like their best, we have a game on our hands, a great game. And Lothar, what a great adaptation and calling from Rhyme and Pipson today.
I am really impressed with the way that they were able to identify where is the weak spot for Vitality and exploit that. Like the fact that first, they have absolutely no Sentinel whatsoever for the defense side, opens up, as Kukuka just visualized for us, the B side to be for the taking. There's also another issue, is that they don't have a breach, and the utility from Gecko is destroyable, so the retakes are fully depending on the quality of how much, let's say, impact you can get from the utility from the Gecko, right? So you also have no stuns that go through walls, you have no flashes that go through walls, so playing in post plant on B, it's insanely tough because you're just not pressured at all, and they just exploited that to the maximum.
I saw some smiles from your face as well, Lothar, as we were watching that map, because fundamentals, let's take a look at round 12, and I feel like you were really, really loving this.
Yeah, I love this because it's so basic, but it showcases that Giants identified the issues that they had in the past weeks. Maybe there was some miscommunications or just like over aggression happening, but here you can see how Rhyme waited after getting that double kill for his teammate to rotate through Aim main. It took like 15 seconds to meet, but they had that patience to wait because, you know, numbers advantage. Why on earth would I go alone? And we can just double swing and get that kill. Like, you have such a huge advantage in doing that. It's super simple, but so many teams are failing at that, and then they go for those 50-50s when you have an advantage and throw it away.
Yeah, exactly. I think that another thing that showcases and aligns with what we've seen on the server is the fact that Pipson asked for a timeout after they lost that second round after Pistol. They were like, he wanted to take that time to be like, do not make the same mistake that you made against Heretics. You are better than this. Stop, you know, getting too cocky, getting too confident. You have to win round, not only round by round, but second by second into the rounds.
The Molsey 4K with that Sheriff, that was absolutely disgusting.
We're going to see it in a second. Before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at this ace as well to end the game. And what I really love about this, first of all, beautiful ace, but second of all, you guys are going to see the reactions in a second. The vibes, Kakuka, are good on the side of Giants.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's because they were able to fix those mistakes. Every single round that they were winning on their attack, it was just a reflect of them actually improving and getting over them.
Yeah, I just loved that the team just found like the second wind. You know, they are now flying under with that wind, and it seems like they're all flying in the same direction finally, you know?
Yeah, also you guys asked for the Molsey 4K. We're going to show it to you. Honestly, I'm going to need Molsey to show me my rights because there is a sheriff in town. I was sat on that one for a while, you guys. I won't lie. I was sat on that one.
It's okay, but the patience that Molsey has in this play is also, you know, something that we need to acknowledge. He uses the flash, he picks a little bit, he's like, okay, I'm going to keep he spots the alarm bot, but does not, sorry, the turret does not spot him, and he waits for the rest of his teammates to actually go and put the pressure onto site. Thanks to that, the movement from Giants, it's coming right in time to TP it onto tree. Doesn't happen. That beautiful shots from here on.
I mean, you know what's the funniest thing is that the last player was actually crouching, so he had a very high chance of hitting that crouching target as well. He just missed the 5th bullet. That's unfortunate, you know.
To be fair, you're right though. You're right. We've seen players get caught out with the crouching quite a few times, but we are going to move on to map 2. This is where we were all very surprised that Haven is not going to be picked, even though it was an option. It's going to be split. How are you guys feeling about this, given that Vitality? They have to win this map.
Split is very interestingly, for both of those teams, very attack-based. They're very efficient at attacking. If I remember, let me just check my notes. Split for Vitality, 65% win rate on attack, and for Giants, we have 58, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so there's both of those teams are actually super attack-based, but the compositions are completely different, and the approach for the game is completely different as well.
Well, Kakuka, I'm going to let you go and show us a few more.
Yeah,
We're going to see. Oh, yeah, both of you.
He needs to help me. It's okay. You want to come?
Well, no, it's okay. You don't need me. You don't need me. But yeah, talk us through what you have here.
Yeah, okay, let's wait because this is obviously still the previous segment.
There's Lotus.
Swap tabs really quick, okay? These are the traces that you're seeing right now. This is Vitality on their defense. And why is it important that we take a look at this and the standard that we're going to see on them? It's because Giants has Pipson and Milan. So you're talking about previous Giants and previous Ascent, so they know exactly how to play this composition, okay? So we're looking at the traces because the positions that these players need to be surprises. So we're gonna go one by one. Do you want to start with Sender?
Yeah, why not? Sender is playing on the Cypher here, and you're gonna be able to identify that with... By the way, can you turn on traps?
Yes.
So with this setup that he plays on A, you see how the traps are like being put mostly in the A main, which is not something that we typically see because most of the time are like put on the sides. So the fight is being taken either from heaven or from ramp mostly. And then he has a one position on B side as well, but he also like look at how aggressive he is. Look at how aggressive he is.
This position here, you know, it could get some trouble onto Giants. Let's move on. Let's go for Twistin. As you can see, there's a little bit of aggression over here. You have someone to mid coming from vents. Twistin is almost everywhere. You know that when you're playing with that double duelist, you maybe want to get into that aggression, but definitely you need to be surprisesive. The biggest surprise for me, though, comes with Destrian, because we know that Omen mostly is going to be playing in this area because he's just going to put a cute little one-way here and is going to be generating that pressure onto here. But if you look at here, Lothar, what can we see?
This is a great position to counter a possible A push, right? Because the paranoia just lines up perfectly to defend this area. But as you mentioned, that one way that he's putting on B main is a quintessential like first defense line, but you need something else to stop that push from happening. Typically that is being done by a breach that stuns that area, but there's no breach in this composition. So how do they take that space first?
Exactly. So we also have Molsey, okay? Molsey is actually the only player that we're going to see mostly on this part of the map. He hasn't been that proactive on this side because it's more on Twisten's hands to go and take that and take the duels onto this side. So he's going to be helping Destrian a little bit out, also getting that mid control and playing for Vents to make better use of his utility as well as from Heaven. And last but not least,
we have Bone Cold.
Yes.
Over here on the Sage, and the problem is that with this kind of a Sage playstyle that he represents, that puts the wall on A main, is something that can be easily punished by Giants. They have a very different composition that relies on Sky KO for the first engagement when it comes to creating like space for the raise that advances through, and that space can be easily countered by their composition, so the Sage can be punished here.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit, you know, I think that the overall is that they try to be a little bit everywhere in the map because they know that the composition is simple, so they have to make it complicated for their opponent to read onto that.
Well, we'll see if they can pull that off. For today, we're going to head into Agent Select very shortly. I'm not really expecting many changes from both of these teams. They have played the same comp on this map for a while. I think the only surprise was the fact that Vitality even wanted to go here instead of Haven. So I'm expecting them to have cooked up at least something new. Maybe not in the Agents, but at least on the server as well. Because if they don't win this map, you guys, playoffs is going to get really, really tough for them.
Do you know how Salah is like cocky, right?
Is he?
Yeah.
Never noticed.
He is. For those of you that don't know, he's a great guy, but you know, that's real. I talked to him and I asked him, hey, why did you pick Haven instead of, why did you pick Split instead of Haven? And he said, we want no excuses. We want to beat them in where we know they're strong.
I don't know if that's the best strat.
Yeah, I was like...
Yeah. I told you he was cocky.
That seems like putting yourself in danger. It's like the Simpsons meme, you know? They're riding that bus and I'm in danger right now because it's 1-0 up for them.
If it pays off, fantastic. But if it doesn't pay off, Lothar, it could potentially be disastrous for them going into next week.
Lotus I would consider a disaster. The composition swap that they made was very brave, didn't work, so they go... I mean, maybe they had something else cooked up, who knows? But they go for the ones that already played here 3 times, if I remember correctly, on Split. Yeah, 3 times so far, and it is very simple.
Well, Giants are looking great here. Hypok and Pansy, do you think they can close it out on Split?
Well, I'll leave the question to you. Do you think they can close it out?
I don't think so, no.
Oh,
okay, so I'm a little on the fence here. I do have some concerns about Vitality here, and it starts with the composition. I think it starts with, we've seen the execution of this composition. It is very antiquated, so it's very easy to counter. And I think as well, if you're going to invest towards this double duelist, get an initiator in there.
Throw it in.
Some of the rounds we look at and we just think, yeah, cool, Twisten's gone in and he's found 2 kills, maybe even damage on a 3rd. And then Vitality still come out and lose it.
Yeah, you're like...
So those are the concerns for Vitality here on Split. I would say that we've probably seen some of the peaks from Vitality on Split, sure, but it's about whether or not another team's watched that and gone, actually, you know, there's opportunity here to punish these sorts of things.
Yes.
I'd love to be able to know the answer, but the reason for still sticking to the Sage, this is like you bust it out, you know, once or twice against a very, very slow team.
Yep.
It hasn't got that versatility to it.
Yeah, again, my mind rolls to the Na'Vi series when you saw Angel with the most bizarre setups, but they worked quite well. Mostly to slow, you know, the big man down, Twiston.
Again, we'll talk about it after this map, but Vitality at least, pressure towards B and 2 big kills, Twiston and Molsey leading the charge here for Vitality.
Oh, wow, okay, Vitality is just for yeah, it's not pretty. But it's certainly got the job done. A 1v3 for Fatinho. Pure burst on the site. Meeting actually a great deal of resistance, but just slicing through all of it. Leaving Fatinho's plate quite full here. First challenge could be Bone Cold, but you can see both eyes trained from Molsey and Destrian, if needed. Wasn't Molsey there in the end, just fine. gonna find the first.
I just want to come back to that point you made about Angel's setups. Angel's setups didn't really find much value, because Vitality looked to be chaotic. They're not choreographed. It's not as if the pathing is the same every single execute. So particularly on the attack, yes, they make this double duelist work, but it's then like, here for example, the B take. Do you need the Sage Wall if you have an Omen, a Raze, and a Jet? You can have 3 people cross towards Pillar and create that pressure behind the Cloudburst alone.
Yes. Yeah.
So those are the sort of questions, and this is really the pressure then lies on Giants to actually be the ones to find a response to prevent Vitality from finding a very simple approach to some of these rounds on split.
And this does then get put into the, you know...
This is like deep down the rabbit hole sort of conversations,
yeah, no,
but bigger picture-wise, a long format season, those are concerns.
Yeah, if it's a 1-2 series, you don't question it, you go through it. But this is no subtlety now. Vitality have lent into this map quite often. Teams have come up with various ways to try and handle it. And you're looking to see, does that eventually get punished? Is it an eventual problem? For now, shorties and sheriffs. So,
here,
unless something goes terribly wrong, might see this affinity for that A site come back into effect, but this round should be comfortable. Find one, little spam on the smoke. Bone Cold, diligent. Still going to clear Nookie. And Vitality doing very, very diligent work. Yes, Cloud gets a little bit of damage, as does Hoodie, but 3 standing. And did they lose out on any rifles here? No. So pick back up, Bone Cold's got it.
Good start here for Vitality to try and build some early half momentum here. And we did see Giants really answer back after a tough start to Lotus. They're not really seeing anything. Whether or not actually they do ride this through with 2 Ghosts. They do want to try and protect this round 4 purchase. And haven't necessarily got the ultimates to fall back on yet. Molesey with some decent progress towards the showstopper already. On the side of things, nothing really for Giants to rely on either. So looking for a clean round from them. Not these 3 rifles of Vitality can do some work here.
Double stack towards top mid. I wonder if Nookie gets played in off this. They've seemed incredibly diligent so far, though. Very disciplined in clearing as they go. So just come back for a quick heal. Get Destrian back up to a better position here. Still plenty of kit to cycle through as well. Does Nookie and Hoodie get the damage they want from this? They've got a fight on it. Twiston willing to accept the challenge. Noting Hoodie, yes. A bit of punish. Any follow-up? Paranoia not going to find anyone.
How quick the springboard is.
And Nookie's quite quick to this. He could be a knife in the back, but Rhyme's fallen. So the site's looking very vulnerable, and it feels like Nookie may almost be too late here to find the impact that he would have wanted.
Because of the pace from Vitality. Sender's got to be careful, though. He's picked up. Again, they didn't get confirmation of Nookie's whereabouts there. Sender waiting for that rotation to come back through vents.
There.
And the wall, the nuisance, funneling them through towards heaven. Twiston doesn't have to move just yet. Got Molesey on the swing if he needs it. And actually, it's Destrian to ball first. Molesey there, then Twiston. So in succession, they swing. Quite well done. Nookie does make it towards the site, though. And Molesey gets the best of him. 1v2 now. Hoodie finally shows his hand, but the positions are very good from Vitality.
Very, very comfortable start here. Like I said, the springboard was absolute perfection there. No hesitation whatsoever. As soon as that smoke drops, contact taken in vents, and the Paranoia invested up towards heaven. I said Twiston's pacing this is the most ferocious we see it, to be honest with you, on split. I think that is that confidence factor for them.
And they could do with a bit of that after map 1 being a bit of a drought in that regard.
Do with that in general, to be honest.
Sure,
yeah.
But especially for Twiston, he had a very quiet game. He was at the bottom of the board, didn't quite have that impact. He was struggling on those entries in comparison to where we see him at his peak. This is a much better start for him, going to feel that quite early on. Timeout for Giants quickly. They are not messing around with these timeouts. It's as soon as there's a potential bit of blood in the water.
I mean, we mentioned this on map 1, but Pipson's not afraid to pull him to one side very early on in a half. Yep. Well, I think it was after the Thrifty flip in round 2 in the previous map. Yeah. So maybe just looking to take a different approach, maybe now with a couple of sample rounds behind them. To maybe switch things up defensively here for Giants. Again, I was talking about on map 1 when Vitality really want to create some of those chaotic rounds that Giants struggled massively with versus Heretics.
Yeah.
This here with Nookie on the Raze is one that, again, he is a factor that, you know, can probably go toe-to-toe in Twisted in some of those rounds.
100%. I mean, Nookie's Raze is unthinkably good. It just feels like the ace up Giant's sleeve if they ever decide to pull it, and they can. It is there. Haven't seen it in a little while, so hope to see a little bit of it here. Molzy gonna find Cloud at the start.
What?
Did he even see Fatino,
Nope.
or is that just a shot in the dark?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough. Just one of those. Beautiful burst round, making absolutely no mistakes. Just flawless in approach. And Rhyme facing the music here, slowly ratting the way through sewer.
And this is why I talk about why we see some of the peaks, I feel, from Vitality on Split. The pace is just, it's so difficult to grasp. I mean, what, the spike plant comes through? Yes, it's an anti-eco, but...
Summarizes their playstyle, doesn't it?
Yeah. The spike's planted in like 15, 20 seconds. With a 4-round lead now, and I think Giants with the light armor should be able to get a purchase on the next. Say here, the paranoia actually does land. This Molzy to find the kill with the paint shell.
Twisting things. Vitality do the ult, so don't they? Molzy's got his. Okay.
So they're looking to plant the seed here, at least towards A, and Sender is that seed.
When we talk about...
I'm not sure how, actually, sorry,
Go ahead,
how many
please.
people actually showed to that knife?
2 max. I don't think it got all 3.
Because it's kept 3 members of Giants over here. Now, I think Fatino considering the possibility.
But it's again, I guess it's the double-edged sword of playing to that pace, though, that if they are not in just one, if you only see... Oh, come on! Sender's just found Fatino! What's going on here? They do handle it in the end. Actually, Molzy falls before. I guess he can get his ult away, so that's a little unfortunate for him, and the stall's been quite fantastic here. Not gonna oh, and it breaks the wall. That's a spike now down. Ryan with a wondrous bit of work, and Giants, it moved. Not sold on this eventually. Twister needs some magic here. 16 HP and a bit of a dream. 50 seconds to play with. Yes, he's got the spike. 3 players on the peak. Not taking any chances with that.
And this is around the Vitality look to rely on that conditioning. Credit to Giants, actually. Like I said, I'm not sure who's noted on the knife, but the Trailblazer to come through from Cloud at the right time means that those players on B can commit to that opening engagement. Snakebite comes through, they remove a chunk of the wall. Unfortunately, Bone Cold's caught on the cross. Molzy looking to explode there with the showstopper.
Nice!
Yeah, almost a spanner in the works round there for Vitality to try and catch Giants off guard. Doesn't pay off for them. Hoodie not a million miles away with that spam, to be honest with you. You're getting damage onto like 3 players potentially.
This is so dangerous, though. Okay, they're going to slip through the vents this time. We saw in the previous rounds not too long ago, I think it was the first real gun round the Giants had. You had that double stack towards the vent side, but this time, see Hoodie and Nookie on the other side.
And Rhyme as well.
Swim to CT. Hoodie now prepares himself, stills himself, has to
They
pull away.
pre-fire the rope. He actually pre-fired the rope.
This is... Okay, Nookie outdoes Twiston this time, posts the nade down towards main, and looks for a follow-up. It's Rhyme who's gonna do pretty well. Nookie still holding this one. The spikes drop just on rafters, allowing Fatino to close the gap. Beautifully handled between Giants, even though Vitality looked so deadly on the way in there initially.
This is another round where you don't get that frontline burst from Twiston, and Nookie's able to stand his ground and absolutely delivers for Giants. Another one where Vitality looking to maybe play a little fact finder, try and figure out some of these setups and exploit that position towards vent. Maybe just expecting Hoodie to be positioned in there, to be honest with you. Should be an indicator though. I'm not sure if the poison orb is activated in mid. So that should be the first one that's almost like, okay, big info there off that knife.
Yeah, and they've already found Twiston. Do they get to keep their lives here? Is there any response? The firing squad's up towards ramp. You can see Nookie leans back a little more, doesn't want to take that fight for no reason. He's trying to hold his ground. It's such a dangerous game he's playing. The wall drops, does get away in time.
But he's got Shorty and ropes as well. He is praying they look to rotate.
Oh, they're stuck. Oh, that was highly risky from Hoodie. He goes down there. I guess you've got the fallback plan of Rhyme, but I mean, dangerous for sure. And they're just not finding picks here. Sender, Molzy, and Bonko can't find a clean kill. Finally, they get one. It's Vitinho going down. Red's going to come up. That's Destrian back. No smoke yet to put into play either. Now just coming back on. What do they do with this here?
I mean, they get themselves to a 4v4. Curious, actually, yeah, with the smoke investment towards screens, I think they're going to look to follow through on this. Nuki might get a big spam here.
30 seconds left.
They're getting very close to Cloud.
Cloud's in so much danger, but it's Nuki to try and save the day. Gonna find Sender on the back lines, but Nuki now gonna lead a little forward. Gorgeous takes down Bone Cold, leaving it down to a 2v2. And in the meantime, Hoodie's gone closer. Catching Molzy on the drop
Spins
down.
on a dime.
Wow, beautiful work.
Really well controlled here by Giants. Getting big information, but I almost felt a little uneasy about Nuki committing to some of those sprays from behind it. He's got the Phantom, so they can't exactly commit to the location, but as soon as that drops, he's got the blast back, and that's the thing for Nuki. Time and time again, he is so proficient with these blast packs, whether it be repositioning or taking that engagement toward Bone Cold, for example, just throwing off the aim slightly.
Yeah, absolute specialist at his work on this one. Twiston gonna opt for the knives this time and makes no stranger out of this. Quick to the action, straight up middle.
We are actually seeing Molzy a little more active on the front line with Twiston. Biggest criticism has been Twiston being ahead of Vitality in a couple of the rounds, and it, again, feast or famine. There's sometimes he'll get threes, sometimes he just gets slapped on the entry, but already here we've had some examples in the first 7 rounds of Molzy actually looking to double down on that frontline pressure.
Starting to question that mid presence as well. That's now gone away. There's been no follow-up to it. They noted them there, but you can see them hesitating now, double checking. Now they know it was all but a bit of a ruse. Twiston, first man in, first man to fall again. Follow up, there, finally, perfect. Finds Hoodie and Rhyme. Paintshell does well to find the first, but it was the spam from Bone Cold and the heads-up play to clear it. Now down to 3, Cloud, Nuki, and Vitinho.
They didn't check him.
He's fully blind here. He didn't even get to really see the player, but held his position well enough. And you're right, they didn't really
They should know from the null command ping as well, though. Maybe thinking that player's towards heaven, I'm not sure. But yeah, not going to check rafters either on the way out.
Yeah, Messy.
Yeah, left scratching my head after that one, to be honest with you. That flash is always going to force the player that's holding the angle from pillar back. I don't want to say it's 100%, you should clear that every time, but with the null command pinging, I don't know, maybe he's too close to that wall in CT and they just didn't realize I'm not.
No! Rafters.
Yeah, rafters. He popped his null command, by the way.
Just heads up. We go again, 3 to 5.
Concealment.
Vitality maintaining the scoreline lead here. Good purchase beside them. No ults to supplement. Molzy not far away though. On the other side, Rhyme's got his. Nuki 2 off from himself as well. Twiston, similar scenes. It's going to be pretty pacey every time, and a messy an attempt at work from Hoodie there. And quick to forwards Nuki as well. This looks like Rhyme is on the chopping block. How much can he do here? Surely no more. Makes a fantastic attempt of it, taking down 2 with him. Allows Vitinho to try and make a play, and it goes to absolute pot. 3 still standing, and Vitality finding that pace once again.
Starting to get a little bit back and forth here. We talked about some of the scrappy rounds, particularly on Lotus. Vitality at least standing up to the test here, the challenge on Split, which I think is the expectation in terms of the play style, the approach overall here.
And operator out for Nuki. Making an attempt to really hold down mid. First challenger, first to go down. Twiston falls, that's done Bone Cold, and, well, already gets away unscathed. Beautiful work. First 2 picks found, Twiston and Bone Cold dead.
Cover going out.
So now really the pressure lies on Molzy to find a way back into this round for Vitality. Be a slower approach now, and Giants can just drift into a much, much deeper hold. So whether or not, I mean, it's only really going to be Fatinho that's going to challenge any angles. Maybe not now with the confirmation of Destrian's presence.
Shadows traveling.
Trying to pull the third man back towards A. Just a little bit of utility and.
But now with Nuki there, I expect him to maybe try and take first contact. At least Vitality not going to lean that way.
30 seconds.
Bit of damage done onto Hoodie actually.
And he's still standing though, even though, yes, a little damage down to 28. The burst comes in, and it's found a bit of value. They found half of the map for themselves.
I know exactly where you
The Elf does not find target, and now 3v2 that's a little more possible. TP gets taken over towards the A side, he goes, and the commitment's there. So Plant going to come in and Sender.
I was to say, do they leave Sender? Yeah, do they leave Sender? In which case he needs to find some progress very quickly behind this. I mean, he's way behind it already.
But Destrian's done this quite nicely. I like the kind of approach going around the world. Has he even planted for it? Yes. Now he's got to win the 1v1. He's done it.
Big kill.
Massive from him. Brings us to a winnable scenario. Sender still unnoted, but it's all on the back of Destrian here. First attempt on the spike. Getting it to halfway, it's done. Lovely. They're not going to stop. Sender has to do something. And only can find one here. The fuse going to be followed through by Cloud. Back up to 4. A great attempt between the two players from Vitality there, but just not quite enough to get across the finish line.
A curious start to this round. Then Vitality usually look to focus one area, stay contact. It's never usually this pressure on both extremities or mid and one side of the map. I'm curious if this is maybe looking to explore mid a little differently. There's a couple of times they've obviously shown pace in mid and also played these, or made these contact plays up towards ropes, and those are the ones that haven't really been rewarded.
Instant Viper's pick.
Wow.
Wow. Instant pick on Nuki. Didn't have his boombot this time, suffering financially, but gets found within a blink of an eye here. Hoodie's in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble. Sender looking to close the gap as well on that boombot. I was just saying, nearly getting out of the Viper's pit as well.
Rhyme's in danger. How much can he do? How much can he hold back? Nothing. Twiston flies in head first, takes out Rhyme, and claims the B site for themselves.
Showstopper popped as well here, so I'm not going to see anybody from Giants really expose themselves ahead of this plant coming through. So with the wall gun up, I'm not sure how Giants really want to approach this. Gonna flash out the smoke, but nothing on the other side of it.
There's still rafters, still being a problem. Cloud trying to make it. Oh my word, the damage.
10 HP.
Down to 10 HP, almost got that one. But it's kept Vitality once again in the lead. 4-7 here, starting to kick back up, and Giants' financial woes are going to carry on.
So Twiston just making it as difficult as possible for Rhyme to really adjust to any position of where he lands. Coming into round 12, actually, it's 2 judges, 2 sheriffs, and a rifle for Fatinho. We have Rhyme's ultimate. Again, with judges, doesn't really lean towards a retake setup at all, unless they can catch some upgrades here. Bone Cold, 1 off the res. It's gonna be the only thing probably Vitality can work with here, unless Twiston finds 2. They'll have that Blade Storm.
Fatinho needs a lot, and does very well. Claims Twiston, and doesn't take too much damage
I was going to say,
either.
Surprise didn't actually do much more damage with the wallbang through the box as well, but it's another situation where 2 members have fallen for Vitality. And Rhyme catches that upgrade that I was talking about.
Yes, gets
now
himself the value.
Can maybe play that retake.
Destrian Rhyme is playing such a scary
Saw it on map 1 as well. The timing was almost heartbreaking there with where Destrian's able to close the gap.
Which room can Mozzie get? Okay, so the divide goes
Preemptive divide
towards B. This is all off the back of how much room Mozzie's really gotten here, and Cloud's going to hear a lot of this. Hasn't given away the game just yet either. But how much value can he
Fatinho's
find?
ahead of the smoke.
Yeah, he's just leaning out. Does have the rifle as well. Cloud's found success towards Destrian, leaving them desolate. Sender goes down. Gap now closed back up just a touch at 5-7, far more manageable on the scoreline, and Vitality not having everything they wanted out of this.
No, I feel like this is, in terms of the entire half, this feels like very good damage control from Giants to really come away from that with a 7-5. I think Vitinho probably helped a little bit with some of that damage, but
gotta hope so.
That judge should not be hitting from there.
What patch are we on? But the scoreline close enough, I think, for me.
Yeah, definitely. I think this, especially in the pacey rounds, it's easy to look at this half and think, yeah, Vitality really showing dominance here. That felt more like an 8-4, 9-3 half, definitely. Because I probably feel like Vitality are probably thinking they should have walked away with more of an advantage. Concern being, come across here, and I think particularly the Sage on the defense, this is where it becomes very counterable, right? I mean, all it takes is to look at what happens on the buy rounds, whether they look to kind of secure early round with the wall. Is it easy to punish Bone Cold? What are their setups like behind the wall? Because it's never as if you invest the wall and you have two other players behind that site. So there are points of weakness, really, unless we see the wall used very, very differently, but I don't think we have, to be honest with you, from Vitality.
I don't think we've seen them particularly reinvent the wheel on this one. Judge fans around the world loving the highlights here. But 5-7, keeping this one very much in play. Vitality, yes, hold the upper hand and the potential to unlock map 3 here. Giants sitting on 5. More than enough to work with, though, but we have to see how they activate, see how Nuki looks on that attacking side, something that, honestly, as quite a long-term enjoyer of his work individually on that raise, very exciting prospect, see what he can achieve on this side for them. But again, as you noted, it's that Sage that does come to mind. How do they play around it? How do they read into it? Does it become effective? Do they have a new way of maybe implementing that? Or does it fall a little flat?
Yeah, I think as well for the first few rounds for Giants are definitely going to be very indicative of how they're going to approach overall. We talked about, you know, maybe some feelers sent out in the first few on Lotus, and I'm talking obviously about their defensive side, but yeah. I think overall, with the early timeout kind of factor here, whether or not they do want to kind of throw something out and see what sticks, the problem being they are 2 rounds behind. It's not as if a pistol in a round 2 will really decide this map. So definitely not a guarantee. All invested here, and it is only Bone Cold. Remove Nuki at least here. Buy some time for this rotation to come through, but the Giants go exploring here.
Oh, it looks like they certainly do.
They're
they
deep.
are deep as hell. Sender, yeah, I think he's feeling, oh, is Stas trying to go down?
Hoodie pushes into the orb.
The audacity on this play. Sender's just
Is
been
the plant
hunted.
open? It is, but they're sticking the defuse.
Someone's going to challenge that, right? Someone's going to challenge it. Ooh, this was a weird round.
I mean, I love the setup. I'm not even sure there if Vitality should stick the defuse to it. They know this reposition's coming through. They say a window of opportunity. Yeah, let's try and get a half while they're getting into their post-plant position. It certainly doesn't feel comfortable. I mean, yeah, Hoodie doing wonders with the classic will help.
Ridiculous, doesn't it?
Very, very pacey and confident approach here to the pistol as well. Something that looks very rehearsed there for Giants for sure.
Careful now, Twisted. Playing a very precarious game, left on 20 HP, has to respect this and fall away. Knife only going to catch one, Bone Cold unnoted, and the player towards CT as well. Nuki trying to clear the site, gives a chance for Twisted, at least on a couple of shots, but he does go down. You can see everyone doing a bit of damage to him. This should allow the plant to come in. Boombot going to just give him a couple more seconds of safety towards CT. And how much damage can they now do with these Sheriffs? This is not going to be easy, but this team are very good at it. A broken record when I come to it, but they keep doing it.
Okay, yeah, Sender finds one, but traded out, and hopefully Giants can retain these 3.
It is Molesy.
Yeah, Molesy. He strung a few together on Lotus, but not going to happen this time.
There we go. The only real, I guess, worry for me was if they dropped Hoodie or that Vandal went somewhere. They've got both the Bulldogs back into play. It's not the end of the world. And we're tied up at 7 apiece now.
Yeah, right back in this. See how they approach round 3. See Vitality want to stop any of this early progress they've made. Don't really have the opportunity to buy anything after this, and Bone Cold the closest to an ultimate. Not what you want, sorry, from this double duelist composition.
Molesy having to do this without Boombot. And he's been rewarded finding Rhyme and sticks around a little long as well. Feeling like he wants to be that tip of the spear here, be the one to change the outcome of this round, but keep in mind this is the bonus for Giants. They still have a great deal of power behind the rifles.
We'll go up. We'll provide some stall here for Vitality, but as I say, I'm curious actually of when this rotation through sewers comes through. Nookie tagged up down to 68 HP, but we still see Twisted on the X-ray. We'll finally get healed up.
What's he do with this?
He gets clapped.
Yeah, absolutely decimated. Twiston's down. Sender's got to be
They're just sweeping through.
Straight fights the whole way. Full-on upgrades as well. They're loving it now. Starting to really kick into gear.
So,
Last 2 players. At least one's been spotted too.
Big info there to actually catch Destrian on that first peak. Now Giants don't really have that pressure. They don't need to post up on any deep angles here. See Cloud and Fatinho actually doubled up. I'm curious of whether or not Vitality just looks to do damage on the way out here. I mean, Molesy semi-committed, but Destrian...
He's having none of it.
Yeah. Maybe just going to hold for that screens rotation.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
Well. It seems I need to slip away to CT
And
further.
that's 4 rifles retained from this round.
Yeah, that was, and I think some of them were like on still like Bulldogs and bits and pieces. So this is a brilliant upgrade.
I'm pretty sure somebody bought a Spectre into this as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I think there was still a Bulldog and a Spectre in play. So for them to walk away with this is such a boon to their economy, everything. What a key round to pick up here, and that leaves Vitality in tatters.
I didn't see exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. I was going to say, I didn't see exactly what Destrian takes away here if he commits to some utility. It might even throw him a little off kilter from the next buy as well.
He's dropped it over to
Yeah, he's dropped it over,
too.
yeah, to Molesy, yeah.
Okay. All right, Molesy back once again and tries to make an audacious play, but who's he take down out of that? Cloud. Unrecoverable rifle?
Well, I was going to say, with the smoke up, does Destrian actually go for it? And he does. I think he actually sold his shield as well, so tried to invest around Molesy there. Goes 1 for 1, but arguably probably gives Giants the upper hand in an attacking round.
Okay, looking towards that A site.
See if these trips pay off, actually.
You are divided.
An anti-nookie tripwire there.
All right. Trying to handle it. Let's see. Well, didn't really achieve what they wanted, but Nookie, hungry for it, does put himself in a vulnerable position. It sends us to keep it a little competitive. And now Destrian.
I mean, made a 1v2 for Destrian with the rifle.
They don't have
Haven't got the spike down, yeah.
Okay. Destrian, show me something here. Both players.
Very safe
on
plant.
the site. Now, how much room do they think they have? Shadows traveling. Smoke going to come in. Looking for a little bit of play here. No. No play at all allowed. It's Fatinho to find it, and Giants take the lead and stride ahead now.
Vitality will pump the brakes now. Just about getting their first ult cycle online here. I mean, Bone Cold was creeping close to that res very early on. I think this is a very pivotal round here. In terms of the outcome, the time it comes through, what we're in round 5 now of the half. I hate to say it, but Giants now, especially in the opening rounds of this half, they've gone back to just not really respecting their opponent. We saw that be their demise last week, but
I think if it's
there's like nookie bravado rounds. Those are the sort of things that I look at.
How much did you pay for that? How much?
There should be a hashtag ad.
Literally, you've got to declare that. Tom, absolute fiending out there. I was gonna say something really.
I know. Do you know what? I know why that is actually. It's because Tom tweeted out a picture of himself in a Vitality shirt today. Said, yeah, I'm anti-cursing. I'm anti-cursing.
Got you. Well, how's that going?
Low-hanging fruit because he was wearing a Fnatic jersey earlier on in the day.
Desperately pandering. Oh, bless you. Operator. Speaking of desperate, you're hoping something's going to work here for Twiston.
Yeah, if this can potentially slow down Giants, he's positioned here in the right spot.
All right.
Is he rewarded?
No pressure, Twiston. This is a big round. Critical to outcome. And the cross, he doesn't get to watch it anymore. He's got the information, though. They know this is where they're going. He still needs to find value on this. Does he wait out the smoke? Does he adjust towards heaven? Where does he look? He's got support. Molzy there as well.
They don't like what they've seen.
Okay. I wonder where it is.
Welcome to my world.
Peculiar approach here.
All right.
Viper's Pit to cut off ropes and get some control towards heaven, but it doesn't actually cover towards this CT entrance. At least it's going to command a lot of presence from Vitality. 3 members stacked behind this now. Bone Cold's wall is gone. He's got the slow orbs to slow things down, but he's feeling a ton of pressure. And if anything, they have the benefit here of pivoting back towards this Viper's Pit.
There you go, but look who's daring. Sender, this is bold, this is brave, this could be incredible. Only 2. I thought he might have even had the 3rd there. Looky down to 11. Has Sender done enough? Stuck in the pit. And Twiston finally finding the impact he wanted, waiting patiently on the site. All on Hoodie, and not anymore. Molzy relieves the strain. Sender basically saving the day.
Yeah, I think this is Giants trying to formulate a plan on the fly. And they're just not expecting a couple of members of Vitality to be in the position you're in. Sender, very, very bold play to make. Almost leaving the back door of that Viper's Pit open for such a play to happen. Again, yeah, it might be terrifying walking into any angle Twiston's posted up on in the early round, but you don't want to find his op in the late round. If he's still alive.
Trying to clear that no utility, tucked deep on the site somewhere. Rotten to deal with. And an adjustment here, though. Attentive towards B main, 2 towards middle. The presence shown early towards A. A different setup as well, utility adjusted from Sender.
So Sender's in a precarious spot. The solo A anchor here, and he's in a very deep position, yeah.
I don't love it, but it may not even get tested.
Yeah, it might not. Again, Giants, if anything, they're going to look towards an A split here, but curious, really. The camera's spotted nothing, but 2 members of Vitality have preemptively cut across towards heaven. I mean, we're all staring at Trips and a spy cam here on.
Very strange round so far. Bone Cold again going to be tested. Nookie does get challenged. Bone Cold succeeding. Vitality shutting down this round in the blink of an eye, but what a bizarre set of events we're seeing here. Maybe missing some of the parts that are going on, but Rhyme looking frustrated with this.
Yeah, not happy with how things panned out there, to be honest. I mean, Molzy's found incredible timing to be there that quickly with the showstopper. Bone Cold will fall. Rhyme, not expecting a second peek here, but gonna get a couple of them. He keeps toying with this. Finally removed now. I think actually But the fun's here. Rhyme needs to hold on to that rifle to guarantee. I'm not sure where Hoodie's going to sit with the loss bonus.
Yeah, have a check on that. But yeah, this.
Yeah,
paranoia, wow.
7,400. So Hoodie can pass across an extra rifle.
Destrian, that paranoia just completely took the wind out of their sails towards it. Obviously, Bone Cold then set up into motion. Lovely work in unison, but...
Yeah, and credit to him once again. Again, I'm critical of the Sage, but here he buys so much time.
Yeah.
When you have 3 players float across towards A, those 2 slow orbs make all the difference for Molesy to actually get there in time to make use of the showstopper. So, again, in terms of application, bigger picture-wise, it might be a little concerning. Some of these scenarios like that where Giants just can't punch through and find favorable timing to at least get early contact towards the site, that's when Sage will thrive.
Yeah, it's shown...
Because you can't close that gap.
No, you can't. And I think that was a prime case of it, right? So, pumping the brakes now for Giants. You can see them just concluding the timeout here. Hitting a little bit of a brick wall. The adjustments coming in from Vitality had worked. How much is in the tank for Giants now? Operator back into play for Twiston. Don't know if actually even got removed, to be fair. Just didn't really see him in that previous round, so...
I think he's been sitting on this.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He probably doesn't need to really run through too much.
Concern being, we're at 9-9 now, and Vitality have built up a financial cushion here. Still got that res. And closer to the Blade Storm. But both Sentinel ultimates online.
Well, that knife should spot both of them. Ozzy and Destrian should be tagged with this.
So you get confirmation of at least Bone Cold and Destrian. Molesy feeling as if Giants might immediately pivot away from this, but the Trailblazer, I think, forcing the reconsideration. Giants looking a lot more hesitant now in the early round.
Yeah, after having so much potency, so much spring to their step. Creeping back towards A re-smoke towards Heaven as well.
I've got your trail.
Oh, Bone Cold's found one blind.
Wow, just tapping. A little bit of chip damage as well.
Destrian to double down.
They are falling like flies. They barely even made it to a position they can fight from. It all just feels at arm's length.
Well, Giants now can't comfortably find an opening engagement. Duki actually shaking his head here. It's like, yeah, what do we do now?
Ores and orb emitting.
I mean, they're in a rough spot. Fatinho's at 2100, Cloud at 950. Maybe save?
I don't think that he agrees, but I think he might do. Oh my god, he's doubling down. What?
No, I was going to say.
Oh, I'm getting flashbacks to Bind. Bloody hell, he almost did something filthy with that, but it wasn't to be. 18 seconds now. They do have the opportunity to plant. That's a risky plant there, hoping for the best on that. You're going to need something miraculous from Hoodie and Rhyme. With that ult coming in now, it's going to reveal a lot of those positions they might try to get away from it. This smoke is going to be the death of them, but Rhyme might be as well. 3 more to go. Oh, he's trying his damn best, Rhyme!
Oh no!
What an attempt!
He gambled. Gambled on the 5th. You almost want him to close a round out like that.
You're willing him on. You have to be. Bloody hell, that was so close. Show me that one again. You take it when you get them like that, but...
I mean, 2 blind kills, by the way, to open this up.
Oh.
Destrian luckily able to pin down Nuki.
My ult's ready.
Even that there, just the slight reposition back towards the right to make sure he can isolate one.
Oh. Wow.
Vitality will take the lead. Giants actually able to string together a purchase here, not seeing many gaps in utility. But this feels like a must-win.
3 in a row now. So I feel that momentum out. The adjustment, whatever it was for Vitality, has been perfect.
Maybe the hesitation early on has been on the back of this operator coming online.
And it's such a heavy lean towards B, and the right read, you could already see that Sender was sat towards spawn for a quick rotation. Fully dependent on those cameras, but it's going to be quick. It's going to be pacey. It's towards the B site. There's still 3 players here. They've spotted the first, but they don't know the player in the cubby. Sender's going to find Fatinho. There we go. Finally, they pull the rabbit out of the hat, and it's down to just 2, Bone Cold and Twiston. Bone Cold up towards Heaven, Twiston by his side. Spike going to be planted. Bone Cold slips in a little ahead, but...
Say, was he spotted under the smoke there?
All right, he's going for heroics. Not gonna happen. Put the cape away. Nookie, 3 kills, but Vitality had the right read that round.
Yeah, definitely. I think Giants just come out better in terms of that reaction there. One called invest the wall, and if anything, Giants, I will say take the bait, but are happy to challenge it.
We were talking about money before.
I mean, I was going to say, I'm curious to where Vitality actually sit behind this, because obviously Twisten's held on to this, Operator retained, but he was dropping rifles out, so.
Yes.
And Sender down at 450, Twisten down at 700, Blade Storm, yes, to maybe offset that. Molesy one off the Showstopper as well. It's not a terrible position to be in here for Vitality at all.
No.
But that does get Giants back into a very, very comfortable position in terms of the finances as well.
Okay, so early round, spotted out Sender. Didn't quite note Twisten just yet. No op shots rattling off. Molesy gonna get the ult online as well. That's huge for him. He can dip away now. And patience being displayed by Giants here, not showing their intent early at all. Slowly creeping towards middle, leaving just one Rhyme holding towards that B. Main push, late wall coming out, and does have to show the hand a little of Giants now.
One called again, looking to stall. Will basically mitigate this boombot as well.
But no over-rotation.
No. And already, Giants trying to catch timing back towards 8.
Twisten's watching this like a hawk.
It's a tricky off angle to dig him out of as well.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Rhyme's rifle's going to show.
Oh, the flash! Oh, he's still got the shot. Still takes out Rhyme. 50. He gets 2! Oh, he follows up with Nookie as well. So much value, and the ult comes in from Molesy. Fatinho's down. It's Cloud and Hoodie left to pull off the unthinkable. Sender's still on the site, gets dealt with, but as does Hoodie, leaving just Cloud with 7 seconds. And still one on the site to deal with. Destrian's not allowing it. It's 11 now for Vitality.
So they retrieve the Operator as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Bone Cold just picked it up. So again, with a couple of players off kilter there.
It's this.
I was going to say, yeah, the flash actually comes out and curves up to maybe clear behind the box. That's the only reason that Twisten's allowed to readjust onto that. So I think he turns initially, but then he can turn back into the angle anyway. Such a fine margin. Well, like I said, the fact he gets 2 is the headline of that entire round.
Yeah. One suppressed. I mean, one seen this time, so where the hell is Twisten? But Hoodie's slipping through early, but look at the other side. There's 2 players here, one left, one right. He's got the better of one. And he even predicted the swing as well, coming out from the counter side of things. That's going to be Destrian. Not sure if noted, but certainly considered. Found. Hoodie's gone down, but this is all but a ruse, trying to sell him on something here, but Bone Cold's willing to take a fight on this. That's quite bold. Dangerous game. Got to be good for it, and he is. Finds 2. Quickly trying to spring to work. Oh my word, Nookie. Deletes Twisten.
One off the Showstopper as well.
They're quick to this rotation though. Molesy is already here. Oh, Fatinho! Massive work towards Molesy, defending that plant that was way out in the open. But Destrian, again, forcing his way through CT. Doesn't spot anyone on the side. He has no idea where they've readjusted to. Nookie's playing the timing to this. Still looking towards heaven, but Destrian slipping towards sight. Timing on Destrian's side. He's got it. Just as well. The ult. And now the smoke comes back on. The final player is Fatinho, 1 flash to play with. He could pop it in the smoke if he fancies. How does he play this one? A tap on the spike, surely. Curious, they've missed each other. They've missed each other!
Oh my God!
Fatinho goes looking for Destrian, just as Destrian slips to the side. And the defuse will be there. Vitality making it to 12. Unthinkable scenes at the end.
That is the most outrageous timing I've ever seen. Fatinho with balls of steel to wait that one out, though. I think finally just doubting himself.
Destrian got very lucky with some of his time in this round.
Yeah. Again, though, Giants look to maybe rely on the Showstopper here in the post plant. Nookie's posted up. There's no favorable angle for Fatinho to post up on. And again, it's versus an Omen. I don't know why they don't split towards main and back side and just play that crossfire that's so difficult to disrupt.
Oh, we're back into the round. And Twisten's off to a cracking start here, taking down Cloud.
Info on 2-2.
Gonna pop the knives. warded away by the Pain Shell, gives a little bit of room for Giants, but it's not much. And look at the buy already. Just a Guardian with Rhyme on that. It's not ideal at all. Not going to note Twisted on the knife, so knowing that he slipped a little deeper towards this one. But Bone Cold, once again, the target that they want to keep heading towards.
Yeah, I was talking about them not comfortably finding an opening engagement. It's weird to see a number of times. Maybe they're expecting Bone Cold to be active around the map, rotate away. But, I mean, we saw that heat map earlier on, that the focus does lie towards that wall being invested on A main, but time and time again, they're looking to challenge Bone Cold, but they don't have the tools to close that gap.
And he's managed to slip very deep towards backside. And the timing's not great this time for Destrian. Still comes out the better, taking down Nookie. Still holding the line. Morzy joins in. This is all looking but done. Fitinio on 5. Rhyme by his side. And 33 seconds to make a play as Destrian closing in. Blood's in the water. He can smell it. Takes out Fitinio. And now Rhyme, a 1v2. He's been desperately trying to clutch out some of these rounds. That Vandal so close. Does get it. How much does he have to work with here? And look at Twiston. Does he get the timing on his side? Rhyme,
he's going to creep back out.
Oh! Rhyme! He's backhanded Twiston. There's no way he gets this too, right? There's no way. He's spotted him. He's made a go, and Sender breaks his heart in the final attempt of it. Another clutch goes astray, but it's a lifeline for Vitality.
And after things started so positively for Giants in this half, Vitality showing resilience here on Split. Which, like I said, I do feel like we've seen the peaks of their performance here on this map. But this one, the recovery factor really being tested, Lauren. Really impressive stuff overall, to be honest. I mean, Giants, in my eyes, had the right approach, but then it's, I guess, midway through that half where it felt like banging their heads against a brick wall, and that brick wall was Bone Cold.
And we were questioning the Sage, how valuable it was going to be, how it's going to look. Really looked fantastic. The slow was great, really unable to close that gap as you highlighted.
But behind that, they were making time of basically making use of all that time that Bone Cold could buy, and that was where Vitality really succeeded.
Fantastic point to close this out on, as we are going to be eyeing up map 3 now. Ascent coming up next.
Nice! 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 Don't do this to me, guys. Don't do this to me.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
What a response from Team Vitality. They needed to win that map, and they did just that. I'm Youngsu, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. I feel like all three of us thought that maybe Giants were going to be able to close that out, but Cougar, Vitality, what a way.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only the way that they started the map being extra aggressive. I think that for both teams, as we were getting in the first rounds of the attack, I think the Giants had a good response, but overall, when it came to them attacking, I think that they were their biggest enemies at some point.
I feel like the pacing of this map and the entire feeling, like the vibe I was getting, I was watching 2021 VALORANT happening on Split. It was so similar. It was like all send in, the double duelist, just making space, jumping on the weakest link in the opposing team that has no utility to stop that push. And Vitality was actually exceptional at that. That aggression really paid off.
Yeah, it did indeed, but also much needed. They're under so much pressure right now, and Cougar, the fact that they're able to pull this back is very impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Molsey was on fire. His entries were great, and if we take a look at the other duelist, Twiston on the defense with that operator, the pressure that he was generating, because if you look at Giants' composition, you're seeing double controller plus double info. That's a lot of pressure onto mid. The fact that they could not deal with Twiston there, it's mind-blowing.
And also very important, on defense, they only got 2 first deaths. Everything else was their initiative when it comes to taking that first gunfight, winning the first duel, which then enables them to play very patiently. And Giants had an issue with something that didn't have an issue with on Lotus, and that was the discipline, playing together, and having the ability to wait for the teammate to make sure that they're trading. This was absent on Split.
Let's take a look at this, the 2v2 as well in round 22. Lothar, Giants, they had their chances, you know, maybe in another world it wouldn't be map 3, but this 2v2 was pretty much, you know, the critical turning point that lost them the map.
Yeah, there was a very important 2v2, and you can see the paranoia was now being thrown from CT, but Giants players are very confused about the positioning.
And
so
it's a miscommunication.
Yeah, it has to be, because now they had used the dagger from KO to check if someone is heaven. There was no one heaven. So there's, for some reason, Vitinho goes to check B main. I'm not certain what was the call.
And they get separated.
Here. Yeah, they get separated. Nuki was looking at the ground, I think, because he wanted
No, he was using the showstopper. We heard the cue. That's what happened.
That was even worse. Yeah, but it was such an odd round because the reads were just miscalled, I feel like. If you don't have the tag on the heaven and the paranoia was being thrown, you see, like, from the base of the stairs, well, then cannot be heaven anymore because there was not enough time for him to fully run and still dodge that dagger. So he has to be from the CT side.
It was a very complicated situation. Even Nuki using that showstopper there. I understand that the pressure is there, but you have that man advantage. You could have gone to a better position and maybe use it to your advantage.
If they had won that round, we might have just looked at a 2-0 Giants here. I feel like there's something about Split that they're really cursed about that time against Na'Vi as well. Let's take a look at round 11 here. A little bit earlier in the game, but Cougar starting to show the kind of cracks of Giants when they're not doing so hot.
Yeah, exactly. Huda uses his ultimate, but then Nuki goes on and picks before that ult is there, probably trying to get that first pick. Thinking that for some reason Vitality is not going to go on the pick, Huda is able to get out of here and just with that Spectre and the ultimate get the kill onto Sender, but it looks like Twiston has the Rhymes number.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was pointing out as well. Like, they know the positioning of the player on the B side typically, and those dashes were always on point. And the thing is, Astra, she doesn't have anything to help herself like next to her, right? She is very static on the utility positioning, so Rhyme got punished a lot of times when it comes to the position here. And in post-plant, I would have to say that Vitality did a way better job on understanding crossfires than Giants.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It just came down to it came down to such close margins. I mean, this map was really close, but if you're a Giants, you're going to be kicking yourself right now. The question is, can they bounce back now in map 3? Map 3 is going to be Ascent, and Cougar, again, if Giants, they don't win this game here, this map here, they've gone from having a crazy high advantage in the playoffs contention to maybe even be on the fringe of not making it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are scenarios too where Giants Dez is even lost last in the group. I think that now that Koi has lost their map, maybe not, but definitely is not looking too good for them if they lose today. Ascent is going to be pivotal, and I think that just because of that feeling that they could have won that split, maybe we have the same story that happened with Heretics repeating again.
Yeah, they need a bounce back somehow here. And Lothar, as we head into Ascend, break it down to us on what we can expect from both of these teams as well. Of course, we've seen both of them play already, and it's a map I feel like is pretty popular right now in EMEA.
Yeah, it seems like Ascend is very popular amongst the players that like to fight mid, you know. But when it comes to Ascend from Giants, they have a little bit of a different composition than your typical Ascend players, you know, and we will see from Vitality most likely the standard comp with the Chaos Sova, Jet, and you know, and then Killjoy and a Smoker. Might be an Omen or an Astra. But when it comes to Giants, there's a Viper present instead of a Killjoy or a Cypher, and because of that the entire dynamic changes of how they play defense. And defense is the win condition because one is Ascend, it's a very defense-based map because of the way that it's designed with the choke points on A and B main, but also because of the fact that this composition is just like Giga, let's say, sustain based. So what I mean by that is gonna see the Viper wall being used either on B main right here or on A main, and then it supports top mid if you want to play control on bottom mid by Vitinho because of the lack of Killjoy. Remember, there was not gonna be an armor bot here or turret making contact from Switch, so they have to put in a player in the mid area to make sure that they're gonna have a better understanding of what the opponent is cooking for the attack side. And because of that, that Viper wall here is gonna be crucial when a player is gonna push towards this area. So for the attackers, in this case for Vitality, it's gonna be very important to use this smoke on mid almost every single round to deny those informations or push up towards this area early with this smoke over here to make sure that you can push out that Jet or anyone else from controlling the mid. That's one of the very important points of the map right now to control against this defensive setup, because this B main area with this wall right here is super hard to clear. Not only it limits the amount, let me zoom in on this, not only it limits the amount of angles that you can peek through. So the defender that is holding an off angle from here or here is able to just pre-fire you very easily because he knows that otherwise you're just not gonna be seen, right? So this small angle here is like a death trap because of that. And also it enables you to just then just go behind the Viper wall, be not spotted, and if someone dashes onto you after you get the contact, he's gonna be still decayed and be able to essentially 3 times body shot with any kind of rifle. And that's one of the big points on the B main. And when it comes to A main, very similar situation. Instead of the typical one-way here, if that Viper wall is present there, you're able to stall for such a long time. And remember also, there's a one-way that you can put here on market in case the mid push is happening. There's so many flexible points on this defense from Giants when it comes to the Viper positioning and the way that you can play this agent. It's kind of crazy in how much prep you have to put into countering this.
Yeah, Kakuka, Viper, it really isn't something that we see often or at all on Ascent, so could be one of the win conditions you think for Giants?
Yeah, totally. Also, let's go back to the map select. We're talking about Giants being that A team. That means that on the last map they will be on that decided they will be choosing the side. So of course I think that they decided to start on the defense. They're not feeling adventurous, not like Fnatic, but if we are to see that Viper, it has to be a crucial point also for Vitality to counter.
I mean, Lothar, you pointed out already, there are counters to this. Vitality, they've done their homework so well. We saw what they did against Fnatic last week. So if they are well prepared here, does the odds now flip in their favor?
I feel like the biggest importance for the Vitality team to understand here is how to abuse the positioning of this composition. It's something that we have seen happen against them on Lotus, right? So they need to fire back. And I feel like if they're going to play that KO, he's going to be again instrumental to some similar degree like against Killjoy or Cypher. But it is going to be harder to stop the Viper ultimate, but you can just fully ignore it, right?
Well,
that's about it.
The agent select here. Let's see if they do bring out that Viper like you said. I don't expect them to change anything now, and they don't,
Yeah, I think that Bonko and Destron swap the roles. The rest is going to be exactly as we expected. Now, Hoodie's position, I think, is going to be very pivotal. So it's going to be mostly trying to spot him out, and if he's using that Viper wall, trying to counter him instantly from the defense. We didn't get to see the Twiston versus Vitinho, both on Jet head-to-head previously on Split, but now we're going to get it. And I think that for Giants now that they're starting on the defense, it should be important for them to start snowballing because they were pretty close to closing that split but didn't manage to do it.
Well, this is it. We are getting a map 3 on this very, very, very important game between Vitality and Giants. Pansy and Hyper. Let's see which one of these teams are going to be taking it home today.
Yes, we would also like to find out the conclusion to this matchup. Who is winning this one though, Mike? Talk to me. Who do you think
I didn't say this on air, but we spoke before we came up here to the caster there, so this veto felt like it was backloaded for Vitality, to be honest with you. And again, with the whole mental aspect that comes with discussing Vitality, if they can kind of build some momentum on map 2, then it does become quite concerning, right? This is one that's going to really, really ride on Twiston's performance here. I do want to touch on some of the things that Lothar was starting to discuss about the Viper. Their application of Hoodie needs to be key here because, again, the success really, or I guess the strength from playing the Viper here on Ascent really comes from splitting that front line and kind of holding off and isolating Twiston. But we've really seen him, again, be very self-sufficient today.
Yes.
So that's one thing that actually, if they don't get a lot of value off this, particularly on the defensive side, which is where you want them to build a lead starting here, that could be a massive concern.
Okay, well...
Again, it's not, usually we don't see him the first point of contact, especially when he's either solo anchoring a site or investing that utility. Twiston, making no secrets about this one on the way in, but Vitinho not spotted just yet. And rewarded for it.
Did at least find Molsey there, but Twiston was quick to the case, as you highlighted. Wasn't particularly subtle in approach, but something it is that lurk coming through in mid, but he needs to find his timing pretty soon here. Hoodie, back to business, dives on in, and Twiston mows down too. The Frenzy is a balanced gun. It's well made, and Sender finds his timing and finds his victims. Taking out Rhyme. Big start there for Vitality.
I don't know. Hopefully Lothar can correct me on this, but first pistol round of the series? I'm not even sure, actually. I made a mental note during Split to note it for the second half, but I didn't write it down. Twiston, I mean, you so eloquently put it. I'm full Mitch man now with the smudging of the makeup. I hope he's watching with Tom.
It's not a phase, Mum.
He writes sins, not tragedies.
And I'll chime in with the next round here. Don't play this game with me, Michael. I listen to the same 10 songs. It's all I've got. We've got...
What have we got? Tell me what we've got here, Lauren.
We've got a very slow round to really highlight that I get paid to do this, and it's surprising. Bone Cold and
Is this
Rhyme.
another smoke moment?
It might be.
It might be. Bone Cold opts not to explore inside. Actually, a weird position for him to slip into here.
Yeah, closing the
especially with
door.
where the rest of Vitality are finally rewarded for it. Yeah, Rhyme just not expecting that whatsoever.
Well, this round should be quite comfortable by all accounts. Plant's going to come in. Post-plant will have some time to get settled. And no real challenge to it just yet. 2 Sheriffs, 1 with Cloud, 1 with Hoodie. And the position of the first will be noted. Sender does have his turret back up as well, so still get how this plays out. Okay, Cloud's found Twiston, of course. Makes perfect sense. And a bounding man comes forward, and Sender, the follow-up, is just out of this world. Finding Vitinho there feels completely out of sorts. Any more damage would be unreal, wouldn't it? They've already got them so low. But Hoodie is still firing on the...
He tries to swing off the reload here. Can't adjust there. Bone Cold finally closing this one out. But very labored there.
They do get to keep the 2 rifles at least. That's a silver lining to that one, because I thought they were gone at that point. But 2 rounds, clean and comfortable.
I say early progress here towards the lockdown as well, with Sender finding 2 kills on the pistol. Value once again in that lurking position. If Vitality want to step the pace up a little bit. It's the sort of situation I was talking about, really, if Vitality do opt to follow through on this. Twisted not actually using his dash to get onto site, so stopped here, and this is where the Viper really does find value in preventing any second layer to some of these very pacey hits that Vitality might look to rely on. But both Snakebites burn up.
Quite early. We're still above a minute and 15 on the board still. But I guess you trade that out for taking down Twisted. How is
That's not actually pinging Sender.
completely unaccounted for. But Hoodie just steps in, takes out Bone Cold, so
I mean, they will anticipate his presence now, but you know, got to respect this down to 31 HP, so backing away wisely. Cloud picks up the space, though.
Flashbang.
Yeah, we'll note the flash as well. Hoodie still chipping away for the members of Vitality, but now dealt with. Sender finally shows his hands, and actually, Cloud gets pinged. It's going to be wallbanged.
Okay, this round's become pretty doable.
Shouldn't have come to a 3v3.
By any account, it feels like they've really dug this out of nowhere. Destrian? Huh? Where did that come from? Okay, Nookie and Rhyme. And these positions are just baffling. The door is shut. No one's knocking. Nookie going to pick up the pace, I guess. He's slipped the net at least towards one. Lovely shot towards Destrian, calls into attention Molsey, who does get the kill. And now Rhyme just feels disconnected to it. How did Vitality turn that around? They lost, what, Twisted very early, like 1 minute 15. Bone Cold followed, and it just felt like with the damage they'd received, everything else, they shouldn't have had a chance in that.
I say, like, Hoodie was doing some really good damage as well on a couple of members of Vitality looking to equalize or bring that back within a doable situation. I said they might anticipate a lurk in A main after getting that contact on market. But Sender finally springs the trap.
Zero to 3. That's a frustrating round for Giants. They're nothing to really report. It felt like they did everything right early round and then just got ground down. But Vitality taking that momentum from map 2 and bringing it here already. Yes, we've seen a little bit of a counter to trying to twist and being as pacey as he is, but everyone else willing to step up to the plate here. Now, can these Sheriffs be as deadly as we saw earlier on? Any damage to be done, Sender? Is going to get contact with Cloud, but falls away from it. Doesn't really lose too much, but it's Molsey to find that first target. Comfortable pick up towards Rhyme, and they're winning out basically every fight that they've taken so far.
So that one, Hoodie gonna land a shot onto Destrian. Don't really amount to much though, but that one onto Bone Cold
That's
might.
a recoverable rifle as well.
I mean,
spikes in spawn.
Yeah, the spikes in spawn, and there's a second rifle in mid. I mean, Giants are never going to be scrambling towards B here very quickly, but they might look to pick up that rifle now. And it becomes a 3v3 once again.
Couldn't police that weapon, so that's still up for grabs.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's the Sheriff in the hands of Hoodie as well.
It's become
utility here for Nookie to work with.
2 flashes for Nookie, and you've got a
And
player tucked
Twiston's
into market.
posted up.
So do they check this, or do they... Oh, Hoodie!
That's the Sheriff.
That's just a can opener.
Another upgrade.
This is insane. Stay on the Sheriff, honestly. But yes, there is a rifle down. You should probably pick it up. Noting both players, they go in. The flash was amazing. Hoodie was on for the ace. Nookie cleans it up in the end. That is an unforgiving round and unbelievably done.
Hoodie doing his best Molsey. Finds so much there with the Sheriff. And Giants flip this one back. I was talking about Vitality's ability to recover in a round. Giants taking the fight to them.
Show me this, and these gorgeous shots as well. These are really something.
The flash was beautiful there, though, from
God
Nookie.
tier, God tier.
I was a little concerned when actually they're just dry swinging into market. And again, Hoodie's the first person to take contact there. They're trying to bait him, but it doesn't even matter. They don't need to.
When the bait fights back. That's instantly up towards an operator as well. Fatinho going to be donning that.
Scanning ahead.
Twiston with a Bucky and knives. Oh, come on. The flash looked, maybe, it looked pretty solid, but apparently not. Twiston's down. Huge. Smoke does go down towards main. Paranoia, I don't think caught. It just about did catch, I think. Okay. It's going to be one of those rounds, is it?
Nearly catches the pre-fire as well onto door.
Nothing to do with this lockdown, or does Rhyme just have to try and live this one out? He's got 5 seconds. Vitinho trying to retake that space. Beautiful shot towards Sender. Didn't quite get what he wanted on the site, but went down swinging. Molesy left on about half HP.
Yeah, he's in a precarious position as well. I was going to say, if he does get tagged by the drone.
This has to be huge. Not going to be. Giants. Right back into things out of what felt like nowhere. Vitality had a strangle grip on those first couple of rounds.
I think as well, I noticed that with that Thrifty flip, Giants were in a better position, I think, in terms of this ult cycle as well. Curious now, I mean, well, yeah, aside from Rhymes. I was going to say, I was curious if the flash catches ahead of Vitinho actually seeing Twiston. Ridiculous sequence of events.
Woo! Very nice. Yeah, they're quite tall stairs upon review.
So yeah, with that lockdown investment, obviously the Blade Storm coming out and the Null Command, Giants actually probably have the upper hand here.
Can they punish Vitinho off the back of that knife? No. Okay.
Who was getting spammed there? I heard something.
I don't know, it's on top
eat some
mid.
damage, yeah. Cloud?
Cloud? Question mark? Didn't feel like it was Cloud. And Hoodie's going to have the surprise of his life in a second. No one
So
ahead
his
of him
paranoia
yet.
is going to come through, so I don't think he's going to hang around. Yeah.
Here. Yeah, the hindrance is perfect. This is time. Precious seconds being purchased here. Last round they did actually take down Twiston, this time just holding him at the doorway.
Vitinho in a tricky spot to really dig out.
Ignoring the first man, leaving that to Hoodie. Full faith that he had his teammates by his side. A double dip, but it worked so well. Vitinho leaving them in tatters. 2 kills, and they're struggling to find their way forward. Stringing together another smoke to try and take the secondary step. But there's still bodies on the site. What can Destry and Bone Cold do? That's not bad. Take down Vitinho and open up the chance for the rest of the round. Didn't find what he wanted off the shock dart, but he does with the rifle. Destrian digging deep here. 10 more seconds.
The spike, though.
The spike. Oh, he almost got a little bit of a span on that one, but now 5 seconds. What do you do with this one, Rhyme? Set it to motion. The flash was there. Flies on him, but Destrian made a damn good go of it.
Say, if he finds a kill off that wallbang, there's a chance. Vitinho doing work with this operator, though. I hate to say it, but particularly in this matchup in terms of win conditions for both teams and on Ascent, the jet diff question definitely comes into play for sure.
Nice! Oh.
Guns out.
It is hot in here today.
It's quite
Yeah,
loud.
I don't blame them.
No. Okay, so the money not in the best position by any means for Vitality. Still able to put together a purchase, but is going to be missing pieces, and it is going to have a couple of weapons that are far from ideal here. Looks like the A piece. Vitinho, another opportunity to shine for him. Operator, right place. Maybe forced off potentially by the Owl drone, but how long does he stick around on this? High flash to go in. Does get tagged up, has to back away.
Nice clearance, at least initially here from Vitality. Garnered them some presence on site, but Hoodie's found Sender. Actually, a straight peek into B main there from him. And maybe catch a timing.
Ooh. That's denied the plant.
A tag as
Good
well.
Tag.
Doesn't catch Twiston on the second, though.
Stalled out a little here. Late lurk coming in through the cap, but then a deeper one on the
Vitinho.
other side. Vitinho connecting towards Twiston there, just doesn't seem right. Now the timing's everything. How much can Destrian do? Bone Cold and Molesy are in danger, and they need something. They need Destrian, and he's got them 2 kills. massive impact. Vitinho answering back though. It ain't over yet. Destrian has to dig deeper again. They are the walking wounded. It's not impossible, but a double face makes it. As Hoodie seals it. Cloud on the defuse. This is a wonderful game so far.
Yeah, Giants
wow.
looking, actually returning back to, I watched back Ryan Central talking about last week, them being structured, right? And really starting to, I guess, embrace that sort of play style. And we talk about Vitinho as well. He's a lot less potent as a Jet main, right? Okay. It's a lot, again, a lot of it's focused around the operator. It's not often he's aggressively playing early angles and whatnot. The Giants here demonstrating just that, their ability to go back and actually forget a lot of the mistakes they made last week and just go back to basics, rely on fundamentals. And that's a perfect example of it there. 2 players tagged up. There's a real opportunity for Destrian to actually pull off a miracle there. Like I said, there's just too many things for him to shoot at. I think we need more twist and camera time.
Right now?
Just tonight, before tonight's over.
Camera operators, please. So twist and POV. What do you think's happened? Do you think he's just like scratched the forehead?
Like I said, it's hot. He's probably
he's
wiping the sweat from one of his brows.
Maybe we need to look for the hands then. Is it covered in what looks...
I think he's just done it again.
Oh, he probably has. He's got eyeliner everywhere. Oh.
He's rocking a white mouse as well. Oh, he's realised. He's like, oh, no.
He's got in the hair. He's having an absolute...
my face has come off.
It's like me in Brazil under the heat. My makeup's about 3 centimeters lower than it should be. 4-3 though. Operator still into play for Vitinho, and you're right. Again, Vitinho's such a curious player. He does have, he's a safe pair of hands, but he's not your flashy Jet. He's not your Twiston, but he's getting the job done here. He's pound for pound outdoing Twiston so far. A rough game for Twiston. A couple of high moments, a couple of lows, but
this one almost feels like it's in the hands of the defending Jet, right?
Yes.
Their ability to find value, I guess, is way easier.
See what continues in the second half. Lovely stall.
Massive early investment of utility here, though. Lots of key pieces removed. It's a bit of a win here for Vitality, to be honest with you.
Yeah, still above a minute. You're not going to be mad about that. Wait to see what they can get. Smoke goes in towards top mid. And they've given themselves options. You still have Bone Cold over towards the A side. You do have, I think it's Sandy over towards B. So could potentially work either way. But with these smokes going in, they are commanding the response slightly.
I love that Vitality is still kind of playing as if you would against a Killjoy. It's this probe towards market, remove the alarm bot, peel away, try and find favorable timing towards B main or towards short. But time and time again, you look at the mini-map for Giants, and here, perfect example. It's just a very comfortable, safe hold towards backside on B.
Yeah, the theory's sound. However, this is where the problems could start to arise. Cloud just standing his ground. Faces the music in the end, has to go down, but Hoodie's still there, 13 seconds. They're running out of time. Bone Cold so blind, but still alive. Hoodie is just on the back of the site. He's still standing until then. The cavalry arrives, and somehow they didn't make it to sight.
What a crazy hold. Again, Cloud gets tagged by Hunter's Fury, posts up, takes an engagement, goes 1-for-1. It's all you can ask of him in that situation.
We just got caught with it too.
But then here, such a weird exchange for the flash to come through. Hoodie looks as if he's just stood in the middle of the doorway looking. What a beautiful transfer.
That spray was stunning. 5-3. That's 5 in a row now for Giants, though.
And the onus really on Vitality to, I don't want to say massively switch things up, but certainly approach the early round a little differently.
It's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Because you're having to deal with that I didn't love from Hoodie, if I'm honest, because you're giving them a tough position to work into. You've either got that very tricky position to break against Hoodie, or you walk probably into Vitinho with the operator over towards A. Mid, there's not a spike site in mid, so you got to split through towards one of the sides, and they've opted this time towards A, trying to funnel them in, but they did succeed against Hoodie. Now contact made, Destrian gets taken a little lower, but is Bone Cold to find Rhyme. Now 3 remaining. Nookie. Oh, Nookie! Massive impact again. Back-to-back rounds. Nookie thriving. It's Ender after what looked probably like one of the most possible rounds they'd had in a moment or two after that pick towards Hoodie. Left to deal with 3. Ow, drone just thrown in for good measure. Nothing feeling comfortable. Plenty of time. There's not plenty of options.
47 HP left now for Genio to clean things up. And you're right, it's an anti-eco. The Lurk finds arguably the strongest site anchor on the defense for free, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that sort of peak with maybe a flash through, a second body there, but maybe this is beautiful.
Look, he's very good at this game.
That's literally just one of those Aim Labs rounds.
Yeah. I will always enjoy watching Nookie play this game. There's something about, same with, you know, the likes of Durka, there's specialists at what they do, and there's something quite magnificent about it. However, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but Vitality needs an answer, and they need it soon. Now that's a very big switch up.
Yeah, the answer needs to be something tangible, though, something that they can really rely on for the last couple of rounds here.
Yeah.
Viper's Pit is ultimately what calls Hoodie across here, right?
Okay.
It's a little more than he's bargained for there.
Knocked down as well.
Fragment should catch.
Yep. And they're halted again. This time there's no Viper utility here, though, so that is a little bit of a different factor. Oh, going to be popped as well for the run-in. Again, Nookie's good for one. Twisted succeeds this time. There's the follow-up, lovely. Vitality, way better spacing on this one too. Looking way better on towards the site.
Spike planted.
Clown Coutinho have to work out this position though. You can see a recon come through. Apparently it's perfect, but it just slows things down. It's very early days just now in the retake though.
Okay, Bone Cold's gone. Twiston. Him and that shorty, finally. Does a little bit of damage, but he does lose his life for it, but Hoodie's left on 22.
Yeah.
Trying to break towards the back of that site.
I mean, in this situation, just make sure they die. 650, 450 across Molesy and Sender.
I think you got the message.
Yeah. This would be a massive win, really, to force out a total repurchase for Vitality. Can he get both? Just the one.
5 HP left for Molesy. But he does get to keep his life, so let's see what the money's like, really, for Vitality.
I mean, they're going to be comfortable regardless. That would maybe force some gaps in utility, but I think with the light shield, maybe they're not going to feel awful about it.
Okay, lifeline there, though. Makes the scoreline look way less, I don't know, weighted against, and the difference a round can make here and there, but my issue is it's the string of rounds that hit for Giants. Vitality, if they can close, it's, you know, maybe mitigating some of the damage more than anything. You can't really turn it at this point, but let's see if they work something out long term, though, because that was an adjusted round. That wasn't the same look we'd seen the whole time.
Same flash, Coutinho. Not going to find the freebie behind it. We've got a little more pacey here, actually, on the side of Vitality. Ryan's Paranoia will land. Twiston eating some of that damage, but it's not going to be too much.
No, Rhyme doing what he could, but he's made it over there somewhat in time. That could be a res, yep. I don't think anyone's going to challenge us anytime soon.
Can't even really spam it, to be honest.
Okay, 4v3.
Pokemon's 15 HP as well. Call it 4v2 in my eyes. Molesy eats a ton of that snakebite damage as well.
Yeah, 57 for him. Door about to be cracked open.
Destrian's got into
brave.
a very, very awkward angle here. Needs to make this work, to be honest with you.
Oh, they've readjusted towards heaven. He'll get a shot at it, and then that gapway's been closed. Boneclaw did the best he could with what HP he had. He needed more from that for Destrian. Coutinho with a lovely shot. Molesy not able to do enough from this Giants. Work out that retake very well.
Coutinho to find that dash really rips away any sort of chance that Destrian has of making that position work. 7-4 now.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, I guess with the full purchase coming through for that light shield buy just there, I saw somebody down at 2350. We'll see exactly how the finances lie, but certainly didn't look pretty at a glance. And it's not. It is not pleasant.
Upon review.
Bladestorm, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Get out of my way.
It's a Twisted POV round.
Do it, observers, I dare you.
Patino's looking for the updraft here.
Go on. Go on, observers, give us Twisted POV.
I want to see the snap up here. Oh.
Here we go.
Force off the same flash.
Here we go, here we go.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Here we go. The observers hate me when I do this, because they're just like, but I know the kills are happening elsewhere. Here we go, twist. Nope. Here we go.
It's a Twisted POV round.
You called for it. I
He's
just doubled down. Yep.
really making this work.
Here we go. This time.
Oh, updraft.
Here we go. Oh, he's got moves.
He's got a kill
moves.
here. Molesy, come on.
Why'd you do that? Here we go, Twistin, let's go. We're getting in towards the site now. Plant can come down. They've got a little bit of space on this. All right, observers, I free you from your cage.
Yeah,
I free you from your cage. Observe like normal. Thank you.
Molesy in his own fragment.
Oh, we should have stuck with the POV.
We should have stuck with
We got the POV. We got it. Him just being battered out of the air. And oh, Sanders won it in the end. Oh, I almost swore there. Thank you, observers, for dealing with us.
I said the purchase was awful, but they come into that with a Blade Storm, Lauren.
And that was really the game changer, as we saw.
I can't believe we missed that Blade Storm. Oh, he eats the vulnerable. We should have been on Molesy Pov.
Oh, no, they still won.
Yeah,
It's all right.
We don't even see the Twistin replay. That's crazy.
It's weird, that, because it was so good.
But in this, you were talking about one round kind of separating two very, very contrasting scorelines here.
Yes.
Even so, we still come to a 7-5.
Which feels bizarre.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the pistol, so you put that in a separate box to an extent, right? You pick up the pistol, they won the follow-up and the one to kind of crack on from that. So 3 in a row. And then, but if you take into account the gun rounds, then you get worried. I
did want to check the pistol there. I'm sure Lothar's probably looked into it, but
okay.
I'll check it here. Whether or not actually, because again, this is another situation. I always come back to the same conversation. Vitality come into a half at a deficit. That's when you start talking about pistol win rate success, right? Yes. Particularly when it's a 7-5, that advantage is completely negated. Almost exacerbated as well if you can't convert those pistols, I should say.
I was just enjoying watching back the
Yeah.
first half. It was pretty solid.
We had some nookie rounds again. I love a nookie round.
I need it.
This one made it into the package.
Oh,
we got it in slow-mo as well.
Oh, run it
Good.
back. Run it back one time.
That's great because Molesy looked really happy about that, so.
He's really pleased.
Oh, we didn't catch the positive react on the end.
Oh, it must have just been afterwards. 7-5. These half times are longer, I swear to you. I'm going to go back to the earlier weeks and I'm going to time it. Does this not feel longer?
I was agreeing with you last week, to be honest.
Do you not feel it this week?
This is, halftime is what I imagine Purgatory to be like. You have to fill with no gameplay, but only the gameplay that you've already seen.
Yes. And then a little on top.
I think Ender had a great suggestion earlier on, which is if replays show, we just play-by-play them again.
You want me to full send it, no matter what?
Yeah, you, so that I don't really have to,
we have to
say
back
much.
And forth,
I wouldn't recolor around.
Why not?
It's not really worth it.
Hey, look, the best color casters can also be play-by-plays. You know what I mean? Like, I think you've got that capability in you.
Well, I'm definitely not the best color
caster.
caster.
Well, you've got to team me up. You've got to team me up for it. We can't wait for that because we've got the highlights at the end of the day. So we'll.
For the third time.
Yes, for the third time. Right, we're back underway, and Vitality need this pistol, if I'm honest. This could truly mean a great deal of difference, and that's not the perfect start. Maybe Twistin gets played in. Good for once, the flash and everything else.
It's burned up too many bullets there. That slow burn, I was curious of when the counter swing was going to come through from Twistin, but the contact comes through onto Destrian for free. I think he popped his dash early on, maybe expecting, well, a shift walk, but an immediate push up into market there. With how early he's popped the dash. Maybe on the back of that first wave of utility, not entirely sure, but...
Sender's off to 8.
Maybe expecting with the Nano Swarm being popped here, but Giants are almost thinking, what the hell's going on in this round? Timing. Molesy will catch a headshot at least, but won't confirm that kill.
Spike planted.
Okay, Bonecold's still got a lot of utility. Flash on Molesy. Turret on Sender. On the
area.
other side, Paranoia and Smoke. Smoke just got reinvested. Cloud has 2 shock darts too. What's going to be the first step forward? Waiting to see what catches here.
Problem is this Viper will buy so much time in the post plant as well.
There we go. High flash, counter Paranoia. Then the Paranoia gets sent. Close box needs to be cleared. It was just a little late. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not quite enough really for Vitality here, but that is a great start for Giants in the second half.
Extend that round lead to 3 now. I was going to say, yeah, whether or not we do see them opt for rifles across the board here instead of carrying 2. It comes just at the end of the dash popping, yeah. Shout out to EBS once again. Literally just following on from exactly the question I was asking there. Unfortunately. And I don't even know if in that setup, Twiston's supposed to take first contact with the dash popped.
That would make sense, almost.
He dashes back into market, plays Destrian in.
Could have worked.
Curious.
Yeah. Now at 8-5, you gotta hope that you do good damage here. You maybe take a look at the Bulldogs though. They want this one done. Giants not pulling any punches in this regard. There's nothing light about it. So if they can get
only one, please. If anything, preferably not Rhyme.
He lives.
Yeah.
The boy who lived has come to die on 12 HP. This could be Molesy.
Sheriff round?
I don't see it. If I'm honest. That's a tall task at that angle. I'm looking for where that potential danger comes from, and none of...
I think it was Molesy's position. Really to complement Bonecold, really.
Yeah.
Just didn't come through. Sender could be the difference maker, but it's only good for one.
Destrian and Molesy now. Brian was vulnerable, down at 12 HP.
Cloud's already got his Hunter's Fury.
What?
I can't talk today, by the way.
I know, I just let you go.
It's not a good day for casting.
I'm trying to save my voice for the replay package. Carry on.
Oh!
Last player standing.
How are they doing this much damage? I don't.
This is actually huge with the investment here from Giants.
Because it was all Bulldogs and I think 1 rifle. I think it was only 1 rifle. I'm not 100% sure.
Last player
oh my God, he's an idiot.
Oh no, he tried to get. Did he try to get the shorty? No, he wasn't. He just lost the rifle for 150 credits.
Replay, please, please.
Oh my word.
I thought he was a bit close.
Oh, it's a default skin shorty. Oh, I fancy that. There's a ghost there.
A bit of that, me. That's unlucky, really, isn't it? Oh, I'm sweating.
Well, they come back in with rifles. Weirdly enough, though, Hoodie, a Sheriff and 2150 in the bank, so massively off kilter here. Nowhere near the Blade Storm. Could afford a shorty in the next, but
prize possession.
This is. Oh, actually does eat a tag off the recon. Able to dip away. No, he's not. Cloud still finds it.
Yeah, Cloud seeking him out. Finds that. I thought he'd got out, but apparently not. Destrian, Bonecold, and Sender, 3 of you left to try and deal with this problem. Forcing the smoke on this. He can spam really well. Sender waiting for the support from Destrian. Gets the damage achieved on the site. That's perfect. And now it's completely flipped the script.
Actually, it's this drone and then 1 shock dart left. That's all the utility the Giants have to work with here.
And Cloud is still firing on all cylinders. Destrian now just creeps his way out, trying to be subtle, but there's nothing subtle about it. Great shot on Cloud, but he needs to follow up. Nookie, he's not letting it happen. Double digits now found. Giants make it up to 10.
And this, again, I don't think this completely throws the half off, but this could have been really disastrous in terms of throwing the next few purchases off for Giants. It's crucial that this comes through. And the tag on the first actually sees the dash, I think, on the end of the ping there to note the reposition. Again, it's two tight corridors there. Twiston hasn't got many options to reposition. You get tagged and the updraft doesn't really allow you to avoid it, you are kind of screwed.
Yeah, Pipson, sigh of relief in that round too. See the nerves on the mound, even though it is a 10-5 scoreline, and you knew the situation financially for them, still that could have been influential. Stands taking their time. Spike is in spawn. There is no rush on this round for Giants. They're trying to fill this one out. See if there's a stack in play, what they're up to.
Maybe let this round kind of build some pressure, force the hand of Vitality in that sort of situation, to be honest with you. Destrian almost on a wild goose chase to find anything in B main there.
Placing swamp grenade.
So they're going to try and slow things down here, but actually suppressed.
Gateway's open, and Fatino's going to walk on in. Keep an eye towards CT, but it's towards the site they pour. Sender's in trouble.
And they read it with this smoke being placed here.
How? Did that not do any more? 24 HP, still alive, which is surprising. And really, though, the rest of his teammates are falling. Is this the Observer's revenge? Like, you're going to stick on Sender in the smoke. That's all you get to see. And, well, he sees about as much as we do in this one, which is very little until his death. Rhyme going to find him. And Giants now starting to string it together. They are just so close here with 11 to the 5 of Vitality. And maybe a desperation timeout here might be one of their final buys.
Yeah, string of 4 rounds to kick off the second half. And I guess probably the one that's a little frustrating in that is...
Oh, my cat ears, no.
I love you, production.
Having the audio on for that as well, just... Also,
amazing.
I'd love to know in which round that occurred of map 3. Also, maybe next week Destrian gets some cat ears.
That could work. Yeah.
There's actually 2 people in the studio today that I don't think I've ever seen smile. Destrian and Pipson. I don't think I've ever seen Destrian make a facial expression, but
no.
the smile is the...
That's
I've
the
seen
extreme.
Pipson make a lot of facial expressions.
Yes, Pipson is very expressive, but not in a positive way.
See, I kind of like it. I like
I love what he does.
It's fiery.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's not negative. I like seeing Pipson cams because it's the most transparent thing you'll ever see. If they have a bad round, he is furious.
He's furious after some good rounds as well.
True. It's never perfect. There's always room for improvement with Pipson. You got to appreciate that, truly. However, the perfectionist himself has got them into a fantastic point here. With 11 rounds by their side, Giants now just a couple away from really kind of securing that mid-table.
Ultimates-wise, if Vitality come out here, find their 6th, they can maybe feel a little better about the next few rounds. Again, they're going to have some key ultimates come online. Lockdown, Null Command, Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury. All massive ultimates.
Huge round for Twiston.
He's so deep on this, though.
He's got to back away. Heads up work, and Fatino on the hunt as well. But Twiston's got an opportunity here. He's got it. Big shot from him, needs a follow-up. Not going to happen. Hoodie beats him to the punch, and now there's problems. Destrian with the spam. Come on, what is that? It ain't pretty, but it certainly works.
And the fact that actually the kill's only gone to Twiston and Destrian. Yes, the Hunter's Fury comes online, but like I said, they can chip away at the finances area. That's even force out.
Weaker than I thought.
Yeah.
What?
Way weaker than I thought. Mitch Mann's wet dream right there in one replay clip.
I hate that sentence. I hate the concept.
I hate everything about it.
I'm unhappy. Here's what we've discovered. It looks all in. This looks like just do what you can. Let's see if Mitch is going to have another time of his life here. Cloud waiting. Destrian. No, it's just not pretty. There's no finesse to it, but that's beautiful. Twiston going to get Nookie down and gets the follow-up for Tino. Backhanded. That looked on the money as well. So much impact from one man. Takes out Nookie and Fatino. Molesy just Slides back in.
Twiston going to try and post up on this again, but Rhyme actually holding off angle here from Switch. Remove that now, but there's a 2v4 here for Rhyme and Cloud.
Shouldn't lose this if you have 4 players. Takes normally forced and unforced errors to make a bit of a meal of it. Rhyme and Cloud. Oh god.
Rhyme gets away with that TP. No way, right?
Oh, look at where he's TPing. Hold on.
Problem being though,
yes.
Sender is posted up. He was reliant.
He's double checking though. This is gonna, and they have drawn Bone Cold away towards CT, so that he's a little curious. Maybe back a tree up towards Heaven, could be somewhere else. So it's caught them a little bit. It's given them a window. The window is only really out looking towards Destrian though, so they can close that gap, and they're quietly doing it. Destrian is the alarm system. He's the only thing holding this, and look how close Rhyme's gotten. Oh, it's horrible to witness, but for Destrian, it's lovely. 10 seconds now. Ugh. Cloud won it. I hate it.
Clash of the Titans on B site.
And with 4 seconds, he can't do
Spikes up on lane.
It's done for. Bone Cold there. Vitality, a lifeline for them. Costly, yes, but a lifeline, and what a fantastic start from Twiston.
Yeah, a big round. I'm curious of what Cloud can invest in. No, he's not even going to be able to get a full rifle.
Ults on their side.
This is the thing,
Economy. Wow.
Vitality now have basically a full deck in terms of the ult cycle. So they can cycle through this, and this is where there's real potential to build some momentum. Not sure why we just saw that, but...
Keep you on your toes. Okay, rifle on Rhyme. Everyone else, substantially less. No big ults to bring into play either that could change this, but Twiston, do not be making mistakes here. You've got to play this perfect. Certainly being drawn in here. Fatinho closing in a little, but read by Twiston, but no connection. Uh-oh. Okay, Sender going down could be an issue. That has to command a response. But how much credence do they put into that?
Not ready yet.
Oh, it's a deep pick as well. They can't retrieve the rifle, so it's not too concerning unless Giants find another.
I'm concerned.
Well, Twiston here.
I'm concerned.
They found another. I'm very, very worried.
Paranoia sent in, but there is still one man who can deny this round, and his shots just aren't coming through here. Misses it on main, and now the plant's going to come in. Hunter's Fury a little too late in the day, but it actually gets Nookie there. He's got Cloud! He's just clearing house, and Twisted in the meantime takes that space, finding Rhyme. Now Fatinho and Hoodie, what do you do? Hoodie's still got his ult here. Can they remove him from this, standing in the middle? Trying to find those curious angles. And Fatinho trying to hold towards Heaven, spots the first. The flash is great, and the follow-up is there. Destrian, heroics with the ult. And Vitality hold on with 3 alive.
I mean, I'll come out and say, the last 2 maps, Destrian, he's had some turbulent weeks here in EMEA.
Yeah, he has.
He has delivered in the last 2 maps.
Look at this.
Time and time again.
And I thought this was way too late for it, but...
Yeah, because we saw in the picture the plan was already coming through, but he actually catches them as they retreat away from the edge of Gen. Everybody's stacked up. A massive flip back in the favor of Vitality.
It's kept him alive.
And I was going to say, it doesn't even chip away at the potential for momentum.
No,
they didn't rely on anything else to try and convert that round. It was just the Hunter's Fury. So Giants still stepping on eggshells in terms of the finances here, because there's only 3 rounds.
It's not many. Oh dear, Twiston, get out of there. See Giants constructing something just to pinch towards him. Couldn't quite catch him in time, but the sight seems closed here. Destrian's burning through. So many bullets. But the intention looks like it is towards that A site.
Yeah, I think Cloud being in the lurk here, Hunter's Fury available, he can look to catch somebody very late in rotation, or maybe even plant the seeds here with the drone usually being a big indicator. On the other side of things, the Paranoia, same thing.
Sent through there. And Sender turns. Oh, Sender! Just stood and delivered the combination of work. The smoke towards main, everything coming through perfectly, and Giants hitting a wall here. That's clean for Vitality. You'll take the Bone Cold loss, sure. You've got 4 alive, and Cloud has nothing to work with this round. Lovely.
Cycling through these ultimates as well.
Yeah.
They're winning off one ultimate. The previous round and this one here, yes, the Null Command invested, but it's Sender really to deliver. What, 3 kills on a platter? Ahead of any pressure really even being felt towards site. I'm not even sure there Vitinho is caught with their own flash because he kind of peeks out of the smoke, tries to go back. I think maybe gets body blocked inside the smoke, but if somebody else has caught that flash as well, then you can't really fault that. As I say, if Destrium wins that 1v1 from there, I'm going to throw up.
Revealing area.
Does he live? Yeah. Nah, he's alive. Okay, and you can see it now. Pressure coming in. Giants pumping the brakes.
I think just before that, we saw Vitinho poke out of that smoke and then try and dip straight back in.
Yeah, because it's Bone Cold who got him, wasn't
it?
Yeah. Pressure starting to hit. This is when it starts to really get down to crunch time. And as ever, if it is a Giants timeout, the players are interesting, but we know it's Pipson. Did see Nookie having a little chat there. A little bit of a back and forth on that. See what the adjustments may be.
Yeah, and on the side of Vitality, it's kind of it's kind of peculiar because we're talking about them really clawing their way back into this, and it's coming on the back of a few really clutch scenarios, to be honest.
Yeah.
These are some that, again, at a glance, you look at the positioning on a minimap and the situation of a 5v3 potentially. Vitality shouldn't have had the chance to, especially with how this half started.
The buys. Pretty
not great, and they're way off beat with this ult cycle as well.
Yeah. They don't have much to fall onto right now. So Giants might have to just ride out this round. Yes, they've invested a little behind, I think, Cloud. Just going to bring in the rifle. But
concern being they haven't drawn out the lockdown. The last thing that really is a round changer, I guess, in terms of a interesting spray control, a real round changer in terms of like the retake.
Keeping it simple.
Oh, there you go.
Phone cold scene. There's that lockdown coming in.
But still gets a kill.
Paranoia looked like it could have gotten a follow-up there, but actually, now there's problems. Lockdown does get destroyed, calls out the ult from Cloud.
The only ult the Giants had, though.
And now they've got to make the most of this. Nookie is the one to get it against Sender.
With a Spectre wallbang from hell. I mean, that thing's hitting for like 10 per hit, surely.
Big dups, pumping damage. Twiston stepping out first, gets himself towards the site. Vitinho somewhat ignoring it. Just going to try and look around it, see what else he can find here. Twiston swings. How are Giants winning this round? Mozzie has very little say in how this comes out at this point. What is going on here? It's not going to get anything out of it. Giants made that work when it looked like they had zero right to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Match point.
And like I said, the only thing that breaks apart this game plan is the Hunter's Fury to stop that lockdown from really, really finding much value. So Giants at that point, they're happy to then just commit to these engagements on site, and they win out. Probably the least likely of scenarios we've seen from the last few rounds.
Okay, but there's still a buy with Vitality. They still have the TP with Bone Cold and the knives with Twiston. I mean, they're not round changers in a traditional sense, but there's also nothing for Giants when it comes to ultimates, at least. They do have that full purchase here. And he tried pressure towards mid. This is going to be a Twiston round if he's...
I was going to say, Rhyme, so close to catching a glimpse of Twiston. It doesn't come off. Oh. See the updraft.
Look at the damage
Cloud
on Cloud.
down to 8 HP.
But he's still alive. Gun in the round. Player stands. Fortunate to still be breathing.
No util though. He's got his recon back in 3 seconds, but it's going to be tough for him to really make this work again. Not to have the drones force Twisting off an angle, for example, in the late round.
Oh, they are going to leave this late.
Yeah, it's already at 40 seconds now. Cloud leading the charge, 8 HP and the spike. But they are grouped at least.
Destrian's going to get the first real contact here.
30 seconds left.
Actually, no, he's going to decide to slip away. That's probably right. Molzy smoked off though, so Destrian is very vulnerable. He has no support system. He is on an island, and he is still winning. He's still holding on. Vitality, this man is putting up heroics for the side. Twistan's made it there, and now onto Nookie and Hoodie. What can you do? Nothing! 10 more seconds. Hoodie, a 1v3, not going to happen. Vitality are not out of it yet.
So the saving grace being, I think as well, the fact they can string together another purchase.
Yeah.
How it lies after this is key in terms of the outcome of this half. But another situation where Destrian just goes huge. Okay.
10 seconds left.
And the only thing really that throws this off for Giants is the spike being down on stairs.
Yeah.
He gets lost at a very key moment in terms of when that sight hit comes through.
This is the last time out for Giants.
Yeah, and lost to consider, to be honest with you. This is another one where feels like Vitality claw their way back into a round that... I won't say Giants had a massive upper hand, but at least were on the front foot, right?
It's good to have Stevie back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Missed him. Getting the crowd going.
He's making 17 people sound like 250. So.
He's doing well.
Yeah.
He's doing very well here. Okay, 12 to 10. 2 more chances before things go completely out of kilter. And it looks, are they getting a little aggressive?
Fine for this?
It looks like, yeah. I mean, Tristan almost got headhunted out of this position before. Okay, same knife. Does he stick? He is sticking around, but no, he backs away eventually. I mean, not much has changed here.
Curious for the drone, but again, it's just to make sure nobody's crept up. I guess from tiles with that knife being invested.
But this has got to be so telling, though. They've had the knife towards B, they've cleared mid, but they haven't pulled the third player towards A.
Yeah, Destrian just going to play off that Hunter's Fury. You know what damage it did last time. It's going to be out of AoE if there's no command as well.
Great choice being made there. Vitinho got to be a little cautious on that. Finds Sender, but loses out. Vitinho now down. Vitality do what they can. Sender, a little over-ambitious towards that, but Cloud's going to capitalize, finding 2 big picks. They do have a man on the side. That being Rhyme here, getting a little further ahead. Molzy playing up towards heaven. All 3 players are up here.
Do they expect Rhyme to be this close? Yeah, with the investment of Shock Dart here, definitely noting maybe the TP across or just the awareness of the possibility. 4v3 here for Giants.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he just turns his back. Giants now taking the advantage as Molzy required to do a great deal here for the side. 1v4, no easy task. Good flash. A great attempt, but it won't be enough.
Attackers win.
Giants in the end carve out a win from what looked like was going to be a very close ending affair there.
Yeah, definitely. I think Giants almost, it felt like they should have closed out. Vitality once again showing great resilience here to claw their way back into a half that I don't want to say they had no right to or no business to. It was really, they were flipping rounds they shouldn't have. So credit to them in that regard. Giants, I think today though, it almost feels like back to basics, them really kind of playing to their strengths and looking towards... It's hard to catch. Again, that Heretics game, I think, was such a bizarre one to watch just because of the nature of some of the rounds and Mixwell doing what he did. But today felt more like the Giants that we expect. It's that very structured approach. There's no real, Nookie's not running it down towards sides, things like that we did see last week.
Yeah, it feels like whatever happened after that Heretics game certainly hit home. It's definitely course corrected here. Brought them back onto the plan. Pipson's clearly been doing a lot of work, and they've been playing to the tune that he's been setting. I mean, they look fantastic. And considering what, coming into this, it was 5th against 7th, if I'm not mistaken. This was quite a close affair. We kind of predicted it to be quite close, but again, you saw a little bit of difference there. I think you could just about see the difference between 5th and 7th as it stands today.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think as well, bigger picture-wise, both teams obviously needing a win here today to really feel comfortable about the following weeks. But Giants probably the one, I guess, overall that... Again, it's very difficult because I don't think Giants have really lived up to expectations. It always comes back to that same thing with Giants. Like, you look at this roster on paper and you think, damn, if they can perform, yeah, exactly. So definitely, it's a huge positive then for Vitality. Again, we come back to the composition on Lotus and these role swaps. I want to come back to one thing again. Destrian today, I think, probably had his best day of the season. I think across map 2 and 3, he was absolutely crucial to Vitality's success.
Well, because I think bigger picture for me, Twiston didn't have a bad day. He was dealt with, I think was the hardest thing to kind of put it, but Destrian was there filling actually a big void for the side. Destrian having a fantastic series. I think the whole team actually showed up quite nicely. A couple of our questions got answered. I mean, even that Sage composition coming in, still kind of like what we saw coming out from them. It wasn't the worst in the world. As said, I think considering this is a mid-table matchup, and there was a fire lit under Giants because they had to course correct after the Heretics loss and mistake there, this is a great way to answer back, take themselves back into that chance of securing that playoffs position, which is obviously the bigger goal here for themselves.
Absolutely.
Do you want to do some play-by-play?
No, I was waiting for you to really chime in. I remember some of those rounds from
just a moment ago.
Yeah, about 13 minutes ago.
Fantastic. Well, something new for you to look forward to and hopefully remember afterwards will be a brilliant interview with Rhyme down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. I am joined by Rhyme, the IGL of Giants. First of all, congratulations. That was a really important series for you to win. You used both of your timeouts towards the very end there. Talk me through, what was the game plan? What did Pipson say?
Pipson gave us pretty much the answer to where the holes were in their defaults, etc. So that's it. He just told us, hey guys, they're weak here. They usually do this and that. And after a long BO3, it's hard for me to read everything, right? So that's when a good coach like Pipson can have good input. Yeah, I feel like we meme about the Pipson timeouts, but it does work. Now, speaking of your reads, I think on Lotus, because they changed their comp, it felt like you had all of the reads. Is that fair to say? Yes, Lotus was pretty comfortable. I think it was... we showed that we were good on the map today, and honestly, we just played our game, didn't really think about them. I played with our feeling, we took the sides we wanted to take, etc. So I wouldn't say we really adapted to how they play, we just played our game instead. What did you think of that comp? With the Gecko? I mean, it's our old comp. They stole our comp. Yeah, exactly. So, when you saw it, were you like, we got this? I mean, I definitely know the strengths of this comp and the weaknesses, and I think we definitely abused the weaknesses, so it showed that we know what we're doing. Now, we kind of expected you to change your comp, because on Lotus, you've changed your comp every time you played it, so why have you stuck to this today? We played the Gecko comp, and we found out that it's like one game wonder, kind of. You can play one game, and then it's kind of like, you know what he can do, and it's not that strong. And then we changed into the Breach, played that for a game, etc. We tried a little bit, found out that that's maybe not the strongest. And then we changed to this comp, which is like the meta in North America. All of the teams there play this comp pretty much. The only change is like the duelist. So I think that this comp we're playing right now is definitely the most stable one. But I think there's other good comps, like for example Fnatic. They have a good comp, I think, on this map. So I just think it's a stable comp, nothing more to say. How much of your strats, game plans, and comm and so on do you look from other regions? I mean, we especially like to look at Loud, for example. I think they're super creative, and they're like that team that has proven that you can just play how you want and how you feel comfortable, and just play and have fun. And I think we definitely look at other regions, because there's always something to pick up. And I think you're stupid if you don't do that. You should have your eyes open and look at what other people are doing good and take something from them. I see the resemblance. For sure. Now, Split is just so cursed for you guys. I feel like you always get so close. It's never like you get smashed on it, or it's just very, very small things go wrong. Is that what you think was the reason that you lost that map today? No, I think we lost ourselves on that map particularly, because there's definitely a couple of rounds we kind of threw. But yeah, like you said, every split has been like 13-11, overtime, so whatever. But I think, we still have a good record on it. We haven't been stomped on it, so I think it's still an okay map. It's just, maybe we're a little bit bored of it, I guess. Maybe that's the answer. Did you expect them to pick it? Because we all thought they were going to go Haven. They took a while to choose. It's actually funny. In the car on our way here, I said to Pipson that I have a feeling they'll pick Split. This is just purely just a feeling. I have no data on it, no read, nothing. It's just a feeling. I'm like, I think they will pick Split. Pipson is like, no, I think they will pick Haven. And then I'm telling him before they pick Split, while they're choosing, I'm saying they're picking Split, and they pick Split. So it was a surprise, but I was kind of ready for it, you know?
Mate, how often are people, do you get things right over Pibson? Not very often, right?
No.
Like Pibson's always
Yeah, no, he usually is right. You're right.
Yeah, lastly, before I let you go, because it is quite late and I don't want to keep you here for too long, you winning that match have actually officially locked VIT into playoffs. You're not locked just yet, unfortunately. I don't know if you have any friends on that team, but is there anything you want to say to them?
I mean, I hope everyone in VCT EMEA is friends. I mean, even though I don't know them that well, I'm glad for them. I hope they can do the same for us if we were in that situation, so I'm glad for them. Hey, good team in playoffs, so we should be proud of it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you're not in just yet.
No, but they are. So they're a good team, so they're in playoffs, and I'm happy about that. They're a good team.
To be fair, you winning today is so important, you know.
Oh yeah, super.
The chances of you not making playoffs is very, very slim.
It's like very slim.
Yeah, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
I hope so.
Thank you so much for joining
Thank
me,
you.
Ryan. I'll see you here next week. We're going to close out the show here because it is getting a little bit late. But make sure you come back tomorrow and join us as we kick things off with VAR, actually, versus Na'Vi. We'll see you then.
My double stay.